Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Clifford Johnston, with the Mojave Podcast transmission. It is nearing 6 p.m., July 22nd, 2026. We got a few things that we need to cover today, and we're going to be. Oh no. This is a news thing about bald eagles I just stumbled upon. Sorry. Jackie in a fight with two other bald eagles. No. We're waiting for these to download. I gotta go here in a minute to grab some food, so I'm gonna put some things on that I don't really gotta comment on too much, but I will pick that back up when I come back towards the end of the night. Majority of it is just gonna be news, like business basics. Moscow in flames, Putin pushes to surrender, just stuff like that. And then that way it's not something that I need to comment on too much. We're going super slow downloading the things today. Turn this off. Okay, jeez. That was from Howl's Moving Castle. Merry-go-round of life, just randomly on this. I don't know, it still looks too raw to me. Do you not know what's going on, guys? You gotta give me a minute. What's going on? Hmm. Well, that's literally the first time this has ever happened to me, so I mean, I'm completely stumped. Ah, thank God.
Led
It only
authorities
took
to a
12
shocking
times.
discovery at the port of
It
LA.
didn't
She
do
alerted
anything
U.S.
different.
Customs
I
and Border
just shut the
Protection
browser
officers
down and opened
to a
it up.
suitcase, and it was stuffed with 50 pounds of raw meat, 16 pounds of Bengal monitor lizard parts, garlic, and fruit. The seized goods came from Thailand. It's not clear. Maisie the canine led authorities to a shocking discovery at the port of LA. She alerted U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers to a suitcase, and it was stuffed with 50 pounds of raw meat, 16 pounds of. Maisie the canine led authorities to a shocking discovery at the port of LA. She alerted U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers to a suitcase, and it was stuffed with 50 pounds of raw meat, 16 pounds of Bengal monitor lizard parts, garlic, and fruit. The seized goods came from Thailand. It's not clear if the owner of the suitcase was arrested. Maisie the canine led authorities to a shocking discovery at the port of LA. She alerted U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers
President Trump attending the dignified transfer of 4 service members killed in the Middle East at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware just a short time ago. That is where he received the bodies of our fallen. Always a very somber moment of reflection for the country. Obviously, our hearts are with these families that have had devastating news. The president called them great patriots, fighting so that Iran cannot threaten the world with a nuclear weapon. Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin with new details on the Iranian attack on a base in Jordan that resulted in the death of 3 of these Americans. Hi, Jennifer.
Hi, Martha. Well, I have learned more details about that strike that killed the 3 Americans in Jordan. I've learned that there were dozens of ballistic missiles and drones that were fired that night on July 17th at the base where these Americans were being housed. And it was at least one, possibly more, ballistic missile that struck the base and caused the devastation that led to the deaths. It's important to point out that the Iranians have fired more than 8,500 drones and missiles at U.S. bases since the war began 4 months ago. As the president appears poised to expand the war, yesterday on Capitol Hill, as you mentioned, a heated fight took place over funding the Iran war, with Secretary Hegseth saying that the war so far has cost an estimated $37.5 billion. Most military experts believe that is a vast underreporting of the true cost, which is likely closer to $100 billion based on the munition stockpiles used so far and military aircraft and bases destroyed. Hegseth is asking for $67 billion additional funds, supplemental funds for the war, but Democrats were skeptical.
Why you don't give us the money. You want to stand up here and talk about the troops? You won't show any political courage to actually fund our department because you have Trump derangement syndrome and can't actually commit to anything meaningful. So I put this on you, Senator.
You have trillions, you have over $1 trillion, you're asking for $1.5 trillion. It's not a question of money, it's a question of leadership and understanding what it takes to actually win.
Secretary Hegseth admitted yesterday that China and Russia are, quote, enabling some of the things Iran is doing, including targeting U.S. troops. General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, admitted that, quote, air power has limits, as reports emerged that Britain's new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, has approved a request to use British bases for potential future strikes, another indication that the White House plans to expand the war. But I'm told the president has not taken a decision yet. We also have new details from friends and family of the 4 who returned to Dover today. First Lieutenant Tyler Feehan, Private Isabella Gonzalez, Sergeant Michael Swinton, and Sergeant Angel Rambersad. Let me throw it back to you, Martha. These are American heroes, as you know.
American heroes, indeed. And we thank them for their sacrifice in this war. As you pointed out, they were the the target of incoming missiles from Iran, a barrage of missiles aimed at a United States base in Jordan. Jennifer, thank you for all those updates. Thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Moscow has descended into darkness, and I mean that literally and figuratively. Over the last few days, Ukraine has sent more than 2,000 drones towards the Russian capital, and the result is something Vladimir Putin genuinely did not expect to see on his own skyline. Russian politicians are now openly speaking out against him. Some are even fleeing the country, and Russian oligarchs are now moving billions of dollars in wealth out of Russia at a scale that has now triggered a stock market collapse that Russia has not seen since 1997.
That big floppy handshake right there should be a meme, bro, and it should just be spread around the world. That right there.
Politicians are now openly speaking out against him. Some are even fleeing the country, and Russian oligarchs are now moving billions of dollars.
That right there, I was gonna try to actually look for it and be like, I wonder how they feel now about all touching their hands in this big conglomerate and monstrous hand thing. This thing here, this thing, often known as The puddle. You just say the word twice when you. It's just. I have
Triggered
no
a stock
idea.
market collapse
It's
that
a hand
Russia has
puddle.
not
We
seen
call it the
since
puddle.
1997.
'Cause
On
what
top
the
of
hell is
all
that?
this, Ukrainian assassination squads are quietly operating inside of Russia and finishing missions that Kremlin cannot prevent. So Putin is living scared in his bunker. He's not even getting any good news from the front lines. Russia is losing jets and aircrafts at a rate that the Kremlin cannot explain, and just recently, an entire battalion of Russian soldiers just walked into a Ukrainian trap and had no choice but to surrender on the spot. So in this video, I want to walk you through what is actually happening right now. The drones, the oligarchs fleeing the country, the stock market crash, and of course, former Russian Prime Minister publicly warning the world about Putin. This is a guy who actually worked with Putin while he was president from 2000 to 2004. And now he's warning everyone about Putin and where he's taking Russia. As you guys know, my name is Sam and you're watching Business Basics. I really want to cover this Russian Prime Minister story because this is the most shocking story I have heard in quite a while. But before that, we do have to cover the biggest story coming out of Moscow, and it has to do with drones. The Moscow skyline, well, it's not looking pretty unless you're a Ukrainian. And if we want to understand why oligarchs are panicking, why they're packing their bags, we have to understand what happened in last few days. So, the thing you're seeing on your screen right now is the Moscow skyline 2 nights ago. The same thing happened yesterday night too. In 3 days, Ukraine has destroyed Moscow 2 times. That's just insane to say. I doubt Putin was expecting this when he started this war. And this is what Moscow looked like if you got out at the airport. Take a look.
Какой-то апокалипсис должен произойти.
Now you would think this is a natural phenomenon, but it's not. It's a Ukrainian drone strike, and it's still going as you guys are watching this. So we'll break it down strike by strike. Let's look at the first one, and this is what Ukraine destroyed in the first strike that happened on July 18th. First, they destroyed a Wildberries logistics hub. Now, Wildberries is kind of like Russian Amazon, but it's much more important than that. They destroyed a hub in Tamboy region, and they destroyed an oil depot in Moscow region, then another Wildberries warehouse in Moscow region. And of course, this is not including Shadow Fleet vessels that Ukraine is hitting in the Black Sea and Azov Sea. Now, some of you guys might be confused as to why is Ukraine attacking Russian Amazon, and this is something we'll get into because it has created a lot of controversy. A lot of Russian supporters are saying that Ukraine is now targeting civilian businesses just because they want to make Russia feel the pain. Well, that's not exactly accurate. But before we get into that, let me show you the clips that are coming out of this strike, because then you'll understand exactly what kind of firepower Ukraine has put behind this strike, and then we can talk about why Ukraine believes this to be such an important strike. So here are the clips we want to react to. We got a new setup, we're going to have new reactions. So this is the moment on July 18th when the first strike against the warehouse took place. Take a look. That's the Ukrainian drone. We have other angles. Now this was a massive warehouse. If you guys have seen an Amazon warehouse, well, it was bigger than like normal Amazon warehouses you see here in the United States. And pretty much all the equipment, or what would you call it, all the merchandise inside the warehouse was destroyed. So that's something we'll cover in just a second, because that's creating a huge economic problem, not just for Wildberries, but a big portion of the Russian society. Now, as I mentioned earlier, first strike took place against 2 Wildberry warehouses on July 18, so roughly 3 days ago, and then another strike took place just yesterday at a different Wildberries warehouse or logistical hubs. I think the names are interchangeable, but take a look. Last night it was a very active night in Moscow, because from just one apartment you could see everything Ukraine was doing in 3 different places. Take a look.
Something's blazing over there. And there's something over there near Domo Dodovo too.
So let's talk about the controversy with these strikes, because many Russians and Russian supporters, of course, are saying that Ukraine is now just targeting civilian infrastructure, going after civilian targets inside of Russia, which is a war crime. But in reality, that's not entirely true, because Wildberry is not just an online storefront that, Russians use just to buy their groceries. It has very deep ties with the Russian military. Take a look at this screenshot from a Wildberry website. What do you see here? This is a screenshot of what is currently being sold on Wildberries. Systems for dropping bombs from grenades, military-grade gear, drone components, combat equipment, all of it for purchase, and all of it that Russians are actually purchasing and sending it to the front lines. Anyone, any volunteer, or anyone who wants to help the troops on the front lines, Russian troops, they can buy this stuff from Wildberry and just send it over, help out the troops on the front line. That doesn't really seem like civilian. But don't just believe me, after all, I'm just some pro-Ukrainian guy, right? Let's listen to pro-Russian war bloggers, and what are they saying about this strike? Here's a message from a pro-Russian war blogger saying, a huge amount of military and dual-use goods are sold on Wildberry. Volunteers often buy related and essential supplies there for combat operations. So strikes on the warehouse will also deal a serious blow to frontline logistics and volunteer movement. This is the result. Now, I do want to spend a little bit of time talking about the legality of this strike in case someone wants to debate with you whether this was legal or not. I don't know why you'd be debating someone who's supporting the Russian side, but nonetheless, under international law, that admission alone basically proves that Wildberry was a legitimate military target. Ukraine does not need to prove that every box inside of this warehouse was a military box or something that contained ammunition. They only need to prove that this location or this logistics hub was supporting military activities. It was supporting military logistics. And if they know that, well, guess what? Under international law, it makes it a legitimate target. That's the legal argument. But now let's talk about the moral argument. On the moral side, there's a piece of context that many people are forgetting. For last 4 years, maybe even 5 years, Russia has been targeting Ukrainian warehouses, Ukrainian online retailers, Ukrainian logistic companies, anything you can imagine. And every single time, the Russian excuse is the same. They say, hey, this company, this location, this warehouse, well, they were working with the Ukrainian military, they were helping Ukrainian military activities, and that's why they were legitimate targets. That's what Russia was saying all this time after their own strikes. And guess what? Now Ukraine is just giving them a taste of their own medicine. And all of a sudden, Russians don't like the taste of their own medicine because they're now complaining about war crimes. When in reality, this thing could not be further from the war crime. And guess what? On top of this being a tactical blow to Russian activities on the front lines, this is also causing domestic problems, domestic economic problems for a lot of Russians. And let me explain what I mean. Take a listen to this clip. This is a Russian merchant explaining specific details that were buried inside Wildberry contracts. A contract that Wildberry changed just 10 days before this strike. Almost like they knew something was coming and they wanted to just wash their hands away from all the liabilities. So now Russian merchants are getting screwed. Take a listen.
Just landed in the wonderful city of Sochi, and I'm already getting news that a Wildberries warehouse got blown to pieces. Not just one, several of them. I log into WB Partners, and what do I see? My inventory is at 0. Then I get another message saying that Wildberries will not reimburse sellers for any lost goods if anything happens to them through the company's fault. We lost 800,000 rubles on just one product page, and we had around 30 of those pages. I'm really curious about what you're supposed to do in situations like this. And the best part? Wildberries basically said, nope, sorry, get lost. It's completely f***ed up. Sometimes I think I'd be better off not doing business at all, or doing it somewhere else. At the same time, Wildberries is buying space projects, buying f***ing whales in the Pacific Ocean, but they can't compensate their own sellers for these losses. Awesome, just f***ing great. Thanks, Wildberries. Just go f*** yourselves. Just close your f***ing platform.
Now, doesn't matter how much my mom wishes, I'm actually not a lawyer, and I sure as hell don't understand Russian law. But nonetheless, here's a good report explaining exactly the impact this strike is going to have on Russians who sell on Wildberries. Russians who have invested millions of rubles in running their business which had products stored at this location or these locations. Take a look at this report. The destruction by Ukrainian drones of 2 Wildberries massive warehouses near Moscow is a huge disaster for the Russian economy, which will inflict far more damage than the headline $1.2 billion loss of stock. Here's why. While Wildberry, the company, can absorb the loss of 2 of its biggest warehouses, it will not need to compensate sellers, as it has very recently disclaimed responsibility for losses caused by enemy action. The impact of strike on the wider economy will be significant. And as I mentioned just a minute ago, they changed the contract 10 days ago. Talk about the timing. But nonetheless, Wildberries is frequently called the Russian Amazon, but it has a far more dominant role in the Russian economy than Amazon does in Western economies. Since it was founded in 2004, it has become one of the most structurally important companies in the Russian economy. Wildberries and its rival Ozon control 77% of Russia's e-commerce market, with Wildberries controlling 45% alone. Ukraine's drone attack have struck at the heart of company's success, its huge warehouses. In Elektrostal attack on Saturday, Wildberries may have lost 350,000 square meters of logistics capacity. Now, human mind cannot actually comprehend 350,000 square meters, but that's roughly like 50 soccer fields. Since World Cup just ended, hopefully you guys can visualize 50 soccer fields. Well, that's roughly what was destroyed in this just one location. There are 2 others. This location alone accounted for anywhere from 7 to 15% of its all warehouse space. So the whole company's warehouse space was destroyed in one strike. Add in another 200,000 meters at a different location. And of course, this report came out on July 19th, so a day before the second strike took place yesterday. And that strike also destroyed another warehouse which had another few 100,000 square meters in warehouse capacity, likely some of it being destroyed, not all of it. This means hundreds of millions of individual items are likely to have been destroyed in the attacks, causing huge losses for traders, likely putting many out of businesses. Billions more rubles in sales and income taxes are likely to be lost to the state as a result of this strike. The effects on Russian military logistics are also likely to be severe. Wildberries and Ozon have become key channels, dual-use materials, and non-lethal supplies for soldiers at the front. This includes drones, spare parts, night vision equipment, boots, uniform generators, and so on. It will also take a long time for the company to recover. After its warehouse near St. Petersburg was destroyed by a fire in January 2024, rebuilding took 1.5 years. The destruction this time is more severe and more widespread. Now, of course, it's important to remember that targeting these warehouses will not end the war, but it will make it harder for Russians to continue fighting, and most certainly it will increase popular discontent and boost an already widespread desire to end the fighting quickly. And guess what? Talking about the bankruptcies, Russian bankruptcies have been going up already because of the economic situation, because of inflation, and because of, the new taxes that Putin is introducing. And this attack is actually resulting in people publicly admitting that they have to declare bankruptcy because of what just took place.
I'm just crying. Fucking brilliant. This means that, well, everything's gone. Look, I run a business. I'm a small business owner. Yeah, well, I've been trying to run a business for 4 years. 4 years of trying to make money. And I coped with all sorts of shit. This year, I closed my physical shop. I moved back to my old hometown. I moved away from Moscow. I survived a load of cash flow gaps, tax debts, absolutely everything. My seasonal stock was stuck at customs for a month and a half, right in season. And what? Now the warehouse is on fucking fire, where I've got a load of stock worth fucking millions. And 10 days ago, Wildberries brought out new terms and, naturally, forced us all to sign them, stating that drone strikes are not covered by insurance. Naturally, they won't pay anyone a penny. An unbelievable amount of square meters that have burnt to the fucking ground. Naturally, they'll tell us all that none of the stock survived. I don't know what I'm going to do. Sell the car, my flat, I don't know. Shit, I am so fucking done with this.
Now this brings us back to the story that I promised at the start of the video. The wealthiest people in Russia are watching all this and quietly moving their money out because they can see what's happening and they can see what Putin will do next. Because of all the issues that we are covering, Putin is going to come after money that other people have because he needs the funding to continue the war. And that's why they're moving it out. Now, before we talk about that though, there is something important I need to cover. The one thing I have never liked about YouTube is when creators say, please support the channel, but they don't really give anything back in return. I've done this, so I know it's wrong, and I always felt that it's backwards. That's exactly why we built Basics Insider. If you become a member, you're not just supporting our channel, you actually get something valuable in return. Every single day, we upload exclusive videos that don't appear here on YouTube because honestly, we just cannot post them here. We go much deeper into the stories we cover, we spend more time on details that don't fit into these videos, and of course, details that algorithm doesn't like. And on top of that, we bring in experienced military veterans like Chuck Farr to break down frontline footage, explain what's really happening, and separate facts from propaganda. One of the biggest benefits we have with Basics Insider is that we don't really have to care about the algorithm because we're not supported by ads, so we don't have to worry about algorithm pushing our content. We can cover stories that we would not have covered otherwise because we don't care about advertisers. On top of that, it's also uncensored, extended coverage for people who want to understand these conflicts beyond the headlines. And of course, I'm not hiding the fact that your membership also helps us. The reality is that YouTube's algorithm changes constantly. Ad revenue goes up and down, and videos get recommended one day, then disappear the next. So building a community of members means we can keep producing independent coverage without depending entirely on an algorithm. So if you're interested in more in-depth analysis while helping us continue this work, click the join button down below or head over to basicsinsider.com. By the way, if you guys are on YouTube app on your iPhone or Android, it is a higher price because App Store charges its own fee. So if you don't want to pay that price, you can go to our channel on a browser, on your phone, or on a computer. We would love to have you, and thank you so much for your support. And now let's get back to our video. You see, as oligarchs are moving wealth out of Russia, this has produced the worst Russian stock market collapse in a generation. So before we talk about the oligarchs, let me show you what the stock market is looking like. Here's that report. The Russian stock market has just posted its longest continuous decline since 1997. That was before I was born. The Moscow Exchange Index, which tracks 46 of Russia's largest publicly traded companies, dropped 9% this week to 1,900 points. That is the lowest index has traded since October 2022. In fact, since beginning of April this year, the Russian stock market has plunged nearly 30%. And here's the number that puts it in perspective. Russian equities, so Russian stocks, are now trading at roughly the same nominal levels that they were trading at in the summer of 2016. Almost a decade of market gains just gone. So if you're a Russian investor, you're probably not feeling too happy. So I guess it kind of makes sense that oligarchs and elites are moving money out of the country, but that's just making the situation worse because they're pulling money out of the stock market and putting it in a different country. Here's the Bloomberg report on that. Several of Russia's richest people, including some close to President Vladimir Putin, have moved billions of dollars abroad in the past year after growing concerned about the country's economy and government budget. High-profile asset seizures have intensified fears among the members of the Russian elite that the state could confiscate their wealth or that they may lose their fortunes. This is according to 6 wealthy Russians and other people who are familiar with the thinking of several of country's billionaires. Now, if you've been watching our videos, you know this is something Putin has already been doing. Over the last year, he has confiscated roughly $60 billion in wealth from private Russian citizens. And that's why other people are looking at this and they're like, wait, the economy is going down. He's already stealing money from other billionaires. He's probably going to come for me next. So they're slowly moving the money away from the country. And in a second, I'll actually show you. The former Russian prime minister is talking about it. And this is a guy who has actually worked with Putin personally for 4 years, and then he opposed Putin. But before that, let's follow the money. Let's look at where these oligarchs are actually parking their fortunes. According to Bloomberg sources, Russian billionaires' portfolios have heavily shifted over the past year towards gold, cryptocurrency, foreign properties, and private investment funds, particularly private equity funds based in the Gulf states. Now, that last detail is actually worth pausing on because there's a growing speculation here in the United States that there are some Russian and Chinese billionaires who are parking their capital in Western private equity companies and venture capital funds without those funds fully disclosing where they're getting that money from. And that is a little bit complicated because some of these private equity companies and venture funds are investing in companies and industries that are national security related, that are sensitive in terms of national security. So the fact that we don't exactly know where they're getting that money from, and I don't even know if this is particularly illegal. I'm sure it's not illegal if these big companies are doing it, but the fact that they could be investing in companies that we don't want a Chinese billionaire knowing about or a Russian billionaire knowing about does raise some questions. Now, of course, that's a topic for a different video, so we'll talk about that later. But if that's something you're interested in, maybe something you want to look deeper into. Coming back to Russian outflows, though, the situation has become so severe that there's a pro-Kremlin think tank that supports Kremlin, meaning it's pro-Kremlin, that think tank is now warning of a banking crisis that could happen in Russia. And it's important because, if someone who's pro-Kremlin is saying that, you kind of have to believe that maybe this is a lot more serious than you would think. Now, we actually have a video from a Russian woman who went to a bank to take out her money. And I don't mean to judge a book by her cover, but she did not seem like she was a billionaire. She was just some normal Russian lady, and she was not allowed to take her money out. That means the banking crisis could be coming sooner than many people realize. Take a look at this clip.
Those of you with money in savings, have you had a surprise from the bank yet? A friend of mine put $20 million into a savings account, received a monthly income, and then decided to withdraw the funds. And the bank says to him, "How about you give us proof of where this money came from?" But he can't prove it because the income was undeclared.
Now, this all brings us to the former Russian Prime Minister and comments that he recently made. His name is Mikhail Kashinov. In the year 2000, when Vladimir Putin won his first presidential election, Kashinov, this guy, was appointed Prime Minister of the Russian Federation. He served in that position for 4 years, so pretty much all of Putin's first term as president. He watched Putin, he worked with him, I'm sure he was very close with Putin. So that means he knows Putin better than most people in the world, especially people who are willing to give interviews. Then, after Putin finished his second term as president, he couldn't run again because of the Russian constitution at the time. So this guy actually wanted to run for that position. He wanted to become the next president, but he was pushed out. He was banned from running in the election, so he set up an opposition party in Russia, and then he continued opposing Putin for the next 14 years until 2022 when Putin invaded Ukraine. That's when he left the country for his own safety because he was vocally, publicly very against this invasion. He was very against what Putin was doing, and he saw what was happening to people who were speaking out against this Ukrainian invasion. So he went to a different country and continued fighting his fight. While he's still connected inside of Russia, as you can imagine, he was moving in top of the top circles when he was inside of Russia. So he knows information that normal people may not have access to. And this is what he's sharing about what Russian elites are feeling. Take a listen.
What are you hearing then? What are people inside Russia, what are they telling you? Are they feeling hurt, demoralized? Give us a sense of the mood.
Fear.
Fear.
Total fear. For all activists, total fear. They cannot, just for criticizing the government, you can get 6, 8, or 10 years or 25. For instance, they already add me to the list of terrorists.
I saw.
Yeah, and that's why if I come back, that I will be sentenced for life, because they're expecting me to changing the government and lead this or something like this. Yeah.
But fear also within the elites, Mikhail?
Same fear. People cannot escape. They understand they're like hostages, all those ministers, and on the lower level. They serve Putin because they have to survive. But they're all dreaming about stop the war because they understand that's already finito.
Yeah, and the human cost, the human toll it's taken on Russians. I can only imagine what some families and mothers.
Now, this was one of the most interesting interviews I've heard in a long time, so I definitely recommend you guys check it out. It's only like 10 minutes long, so it's not super long. It's on CNN. Just look up CNN Russian PM or former Russian PM. You'll find it on YouTube. But later in the interview, he also talks about what Putin is like in person. What was he like in the early years of presidency, and what is he like right now? Take a listen, because this is definitely a very interesting analysis.
And they decided, and Putin decided, just to close eyes and to allow not to criticize much President Bush on that. And Putin believed that is a silent contract. He interprets international law as he wants it, but simultaneously he doesn't criticize and doesn't create problems for Bush for Iraq.
How would you describe him right now?
Now he's a real KGB guy. Before, at my time, demonstrating to President Yeltsin, demonstrated to me and my collaborators in the parliament when we all supported him, just as a person devoted to democratic changes. But on a later stage, he lost he pretended to be a democratic person and appeared to be, now she's a real real guy with this, I would say, wrong vision, worldview.
Narcissistic, grand ideas of himself and of where he sees himself, placed in history. How do you think?
Keep power. That's the only, keep personal power. That's the only reason. Keep personal power. Just not setting up a new Soviet Union, no. Not being a history, not future of the country. That's why sometimes people in the West and leaders in the West sometimes making decisions, they understand, Putin should understand that is not good for the country. He's indifferent on this. He's thinking about himself, what will today and maybe tomorrow, not the day after.
Now, it's not just Russian elites that are fearful. Putin himself is also fearful because there are Ukrainian assassination squads that are operating inside of Russia, and they are very regularly carrying out successful missions. Just recently, this is what they did. Take a look at the report. One of the architects of Russia's war has been demilitarized. According to Ukrainian sources, Andrei Tisarov, a senior aircraft engine engineer at UEC Kusnov, was eliminated in Samara. UEC develops and services engines for Russia's Tu-95 and Tu-22 strategic bombers. These are the same aircrafts responsible for launching countless missile strikes against Ukrainian cities and civilians. According to the reports, the operation was carried out by the previously unknown volunteer unit, Budanov's detachments. As the group stated, every Russian war criminal, everyone who enables the crimes of the Russian occupation army, will face justice wherever they are. Every Russian crime has been documented and attributed to those responsible. Retribution is inevitable. Now, there's actually a footage of this assassination, and it's very graphic, so we're not going to cover this on the channel. We're not going to cover it anywhere. I regret I actually looked at the footage, so I don't recommend you guys go out looking for it. But nonetheless, as I mentioned, in our Basics Insider membership, we have been providing exclusive analysis from veterans like Chuck Farr as to what's happening on the front lines, what's happening inside of Russia. So if you want to become a member, you can do so by clicking the join button down below or by going to basicsinsider.com. You support the channel, but not only that, you get exclusive videos every single day. Anyways, here's a snippet from our most recent analysis that we did with Chuck Farr. Take a listen. A T-90 tank.
Yeah. So this is one of Russia's better tanks. This is an early, I don't think it's an M variant. You can see they're firing. You can see the commander at the top. He's hanging out of the hatch. They are, prowling around. Is going to get another shot off here. And now we're going to have intro to anti-tank mine. Crosses onto the road. And there it is. Okay, and you see that characteristic flash of fire. On the floor of that tank is a carousel of shells, and each shell has 1 or 2 bags of propellant powder. They're just in these, like, used to be silk, it's now nylon. So you load the shell in, and then you load the it's not loose powder, but they're in those packages. And it is a design flaw of all those Russian tanks. Back in the 50s, they decided that they would be able to build smaller and lower to the ground tanks if they got rid of the loader. So there's only 3 people in the crew: the vehicle commander, the driver, and the gunner. In an American tank, you don't stand on the ammunition. It's behind you in a bustle, and there's a blast door. And every time you want to load, it's a human being who takes the round out, turns around, shams it into the breech. And the U.S. will mostly use shells that look like big bullets. So the propellant is in it's in a big cartridge, right? So brass in the back and pointy end in the front. Yeah. But this happens every day. And you can see how mine dense it is, right? So the mistake here was crossing the road, probably.
Insane. Does that also tell us a little bit about how they treat soldiers? Like how they value the soldier's life, I guess? Not having a blast door or blast room?
Yeah, well, and not doing anything to correct it. They have the T-14 Armada now, but, it's run in a couple of parades, broken down in one. There are probably less than 20 of them, and they're not ready for prime time. And they have a crew compartment with 3 people in it, and it's totally isolated from the gun. Everything is back aft, working, push button control. which is absolutely groovy unless you lose power. And then you're in a video arcade and you're out of quarters. So.
Okay. So this is the one you were warning about.
Okay, see his red ID patches?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead. You might not be able to forget this one. Yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to show that one. Man.
This is also a recent clip. The last one was older. The mines are still playing a big role.
Yeah, they are. And very often, you know, the heavier lift drones will drop the drones or not even drop them, in place them. And you do things like you take the anti-tank mine and you get, I'm serious, paper mache, and you put it on there in a blob and you throw some dirt and twigs and rocks on, you know, styrofoam rocks. But you'll hear me say this again. I mean, this is what happens to 95% of Russian casualties happen just like that. It's a drone, not rifle fire, indirect weapons, mortars, artillery. It's drones. It's all of those things together. But if your mama gets a letter in Russia saying you've been killed, you went just like that.
Yeah. It is sad.
It is sad. I mean, war sucks.
Yeah.
But these guys can end it. Just go home.
I mean, they're complaining about it. Have you seen? Pesca was complaining about the war today.
Yeah. Oh, listen, right. You know, there's two entities that won't survive this war. You know, if they lose it, Ukraine can't lose it because they will be, you know, you can imagine Russian mercy. But the other thing that can't lose it is Putin. This was his idea. This was his big city move, man, and he's eating it.
Okay, next one is the trench system fight, or the fight in the trench.
So we've got, again, here we've got some, you could just roll it, I guess. We've got some English speakers in here. There's another video where we've got all English speakers, longer contact.
2026, by the way.
Yeah, this is 2026. Okay, so you got contact. That guy was actually doing the right thing. You don't want to be on a wall. You want to be 1 foot off the wall, because if a bullet hits it, it doesn't bounce like a pool ball. It'll go down the wall. Once it hits the wall, it'll go down the wall about 10 inches off the wall. I would have pulled in behind that beam a little bit. And again, I got to say that look, yeah. I hate coming up with a Monday morning quarterback and when guys are in, you know, I hate doing it. It's just, so I'll just give you the pro tips. So I believe this guy was wounded in this, and that I believe a bullet hit his helmet, which tells me, yeah, they could see it hit the wall there. So somebody was beating a headshot on him. So they were down there.
You need to move now. Texas, they set off all his bombs. Out the window and shoot from there. Shot me in the head, dude.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where the bad guys are, what's going on. Whoever made this trench made it the right way. But, you know, this is likely a Ukrainian trench, I think.
It's a Ukrainian trench. Russians are trying to storm it.
Yeah, they got into it. And here's a pro tip. I don't play any of those first-person shooter games, but never send a man where you can send a hand grenade, okay? And when in doubt, the bad guys are all over there, so, you know, you got a frag, just let it go. Let them deal with it.
It's good. Okay, cool. When you shot him, you were out here? Or were you right here?
Up there on that berm.
Right there? Fuck yeah. Nice.
Yeah. One of the things I like about this, Sam, is one of the hardest things to do in combat is know what's going on. I mean, it isn't a video game. You don't know where the bad guys are. It's more like this than the movies. You're like, okay, what the hell's going on? Now we got a guy who's hurt.
Okay, where is it?
It's in my phone if you take off the case.
Tell them your mother is a federal prosecutor.
Yeah.
Is she a federal prosecutor?
saying lie to the police is not a winning move unless you think that you are above the law.
Hey, Mom, how are you? This is Officer Gomez. Your son's fine, right?
Officer Gomez,
how are you?
This is
Yes,
former
yes.
federal prosecutor.
Okay,
That's
fair
my
enough.
son.
Normally it's a misdemeanor charge. We're dumbing it down to a violation, okay? I know you're upset. We just do it as a deterrence because, again, like I explained to you on the phone, besides being illegal, which is far from the
I
subject.
feel like the cop knows because they're talking to this is a high-profile incident. They know this body can's gonna get a FOIA hacked, so he knows he's about to go viral on the internet, and he's being very, very careful with his words.
It's dangerous.
My mom's a lawyer, by the way.
That's okay. What's your name?
What's your name, sir?
Nice to meet you. I'm Brian.
Brian, is that your badge number 2814?
Yes, yes. So
Look
the
at
reason
the
we're
smug
stopping-
look on his face. You're making a mistake. You're arresting a very powerful person. It's like, nah, man. Like, this sense of entitlement makes me want you to get the book thrown at you.
Yeah. This is trespassing right here.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was open over there. I was just walking on a run here.
Where are you coming from? All the way over there?
Yeah.
Okay. So
I saw. I just looked open for me, so I just walked in.
So this is considered trespassing. It's criminal trespass. Reason why it's such a big deal?
Wait, is he just on a train track and it's dangerous for him to be there? Because I don't know. I know nothing about this story quite yet.
Get hit by a train all the time. We want to prevent it, obviously. Okay?
Can you please?
You want me to hold it for you?
Yeah, my mom. The phone's at 2%. FYI. Here you go.
So yeah. So this is considered trespassing.
Being a grown-ass adult and calling your mommy is the worst look.
Trespassing, it's a big deal. We don't want people to get hit by a train, which is why we came running over, okay? Do you have any
Fair
ID
enough.
on you?
Yes.
Fair enough. This is like a seat getting pulled over for not wearing a seatbelt, being pulled over for speeding. Dislike the police all you want. There's a reason this exists.
Okay, where is it?
It's in my phone. If you take off the case.
Tell them your mother is a federal prosecutor.
Yeah.
Is she a federal prosecutor? I don't think she is. Saying lie to the police is not a winning move unless you think that you are above the law.
Yes.
Hey, Mom, how are you? This is Officer Gomez. Your son's fine, right?
Officer Gomez,
How are you?
This is
Yes,
former
yes.
federal prosecutor.
Okay,
That's
fair
my
enough.
son.
Yeah.
I'm pretty certain. Isn't this illegal to say like I'm a federal prosecutor if you're not? This is like when what was it, DMX tried to bypass TSA and say I'm a federal agent, and then like runs through TSA and it's like, I think he got some pretty hefty charges for that. Is it perjury? I don't think it's impersonation of a federal prosecutor, right?
He's a Harvard graduate.
Yeah.
He's
Wait. Wait. I'm a federal prosecutor. He's a Harvard graduate. That equals he walks on train trail? Wait, what?
not a criminal. He has no criminal record, no criminal history.
Okay. Yes. They're not like charging him with a felony. They're just saying, hey, we saw you on a train track. It's dangerous. You might not have known. Is he being tackled? Are they tasing him? Or are they having a peaceful conversation?
Yes. No, I understand that. The issue is, like I told your son, is this is considered criminal trespassing. So besides being illegal, it's actually very dangerous for him to be around the railroad tracks. You know, we get people that get hit all the time.
Let's get my mom on the phone.
Of course, yeah.
Hey, Mom.
The smug look makes me think that he's gotten away with something previously. Hey, my mom's on TV.
Hey, so he said that. Can I grab my phone?
Absolutely, go ahead.
It'd be nice to.
And if the phone dies, can we call her?
Absolutely.
So yeah, just tell her.
Miss Hassan, it's Officer Gomez.
Hi, Officer Gomez. I'm about 4 minutes away.
Okay, that's fine. So I just wanted to give you the heads up.
Why is Mommy
so
coming?
I am going to be writing your son what's called an appearance ticket. I'm sure you know
He's getting a ticket, a notice to appear. You don't need to show up for it. What?
what that is. I'll explain everything, where he has to report all that stuff, because it is criminal trespass where he was. It's normally in a... Hold on for 1 second, miss. It's normally a misdemeanor. Obviously, we're cutting it down to the violation because there's nothing on his record. He's been very cooperative with us. But as of right now, we will have to issue him the appearance ticket.
Officer, is that really necessary?
He's cutting you a deal.
Anything. He's a Harvard graduate and a Yale researcher. He teaches geometry to and monks.
I understand that.
What does that mean if he teaches kids? If he has a Harvard grad, I didn't realize with your Harvard diploma, they're like, hey, you get one get out of jail free card, which he essentially did. Could have been a misdemeanor. He's getting an infraction. He already used his get out of jail free card. Like, what do you want this to be?
Why would you put something on his record like this?
No, it's not anything.
Whoa. So she's a federal prosecutor saying, why would you put this on his record? He's like, it's not going on his record. It's not a criminal charge. She's arguing against herself.
Criminal, he just has to appear. I'm dumbing it down to a violation. That's all it is. So it's not a misdemeanor. It's just going back down. I'm writing him literally for the 140.05. It's a trespass violation.
Which he should know.
He would have to appear, which is an inconvenience. I understand that. But with all due respect, ma'am, I still have a job to do. And we have to deter people from being on the tracks. Because again, besides...
I understand, but what I'm asking of you is once upon...
So you don't know who you're talking to on the phone. And you are being asked to just bend the law for a stranger. Like, there's literally nothing here, but they're so used to preferential treatment that equal treatment, it's not even equal treatment, they're still getting a little bit of preferential treatment, that when you're so used to preferential treatment, equal treatment seems like injustice.
Once a judge gets this, all he would have to do is pay a fine anyway. There is a path.
What happens if you didn't do it?
What do you mean?
What happens if you're like, oh, I would like to write this?
Well, you know, we have cameras everywhere.
Yeah.
You know,
He's recording this right
If we
now.
didn't see you, somebody would have called it over.
Correct.
You know, and
There was too many trains coming in and out of there.
There's a train as they're recording.
My partner said, our hands are tied. It is what it is. Listen, I really
They're being
appreciate
really
you being
nice.
cool about this. You know, put you in handcuffs, and we do that for our safety.
That's
and
safety
stuff.
reason on the
Hi, miss. How are you?
That's
I'm Officer Gomez.
stamped
No problem. I apologize for this, but you know, it's.
where you were on the
So,
track.
like I explained to you, normally it's a misdemeanor charge. We're dumbing it down to a violation, okay? I know you're upset. We just do
She's upset at the cop, not upset at her son, which shows the underlying issue here.
it is a deterrence because, again, like I explained to you on the phone, besides...
Well, I apologize because you're trying to turn down the situation. You know very easily this could be a thing where she's gonna get irate. You don't want to put her in cuffs because it's gonna become a bigger issue. You're not like... He's gonna be interviewed later on about this. He's trying to play this exactly by the book. What city is this in, guys? Do you guys know? What do they film the view? Is it New York City? If it's in New York, you're literally answering to Mayor Mamdani. So just know that.
Being illegal, which is far from the subject, it's dangerous. I mean, so that's pretty much it.
Can you give him a warning?
I cannot at this point. I have to recognize on this.
Yeah, probably could have off the jump, but I think once he starts getting mommy involved, she doesn't even want this on a jacket either.
And like I said, it's usually a misdemeanor. We're dumbing it down to
He's
a
already
violation,
cutting
so
her
he's
deal.
literally getting hit by with the 140.05. It's not going to go on his record. It's not going to affect him in nothing. It's not going to be asked a bunch of questions like it's going to hit his license. Absolutely not. Yeah. No, it's not going to affect
Which
him.
makes me kind of wonder if she's just trying to use this for content. Like, I know live streamers are always trying to clip form, and she's trying to use this like, oh, if I go up there, and then they get all angry and outright, and now I get yelled, now I get to play the victim, now I get to go have this narrative on The View. So I'm no longer reporting on police brutality and injustice and racism. I'm now the story, and this could be my big moment so everybody can look at me, and now I get to have a story centered on me. No, I'm just wondering, because I wouldn't put it past them. Yeah, the Trump's DOG's going after my poor oppressed son. Exactly.
Yeah.
We can't be
No, I understand.
every single gate and
I
every
understand.
single
I really
action
do.
along the route.
And that's poor cop showing up.
How are you?
The MTA police, where though? Where is this? Can't see it.
This is my son.
Just watch Commander.
He was walking along the tracks.
Just on a run, on a walk, and the gate was open. I was like, oh.
And it seems like an innocent enough mistake. You're like, I don't know why he's there, but you're like, oh, my GPS, like I was recently outside Petco Park, and I was trying to find something to do, and there's the beach, and then like the GPS says we're right next to the ocean. Look at the ocean. There's a train track. There's a bridge. Like it's super hot. There's a bridge like I don't know, half a mile away, and I'm like, I could just walk across this train track and hop this fence. Probably not worth it, but I could see someone be like, you know what, the gate's open, I'm just gonna walk over there and getting a ticket for this. I could kind of see that being the case. And it seems like If he didn't have that smug look on his face and say, "I'm gonna call mommy," they probably would have let him off with a warning.
Yeah. Sounds like an honest
It's on the phone with me. Actually. I'm a former federal prosecutor.
Ah, so you just lied.
He knows. He's a Harvard grad.
Again, why? Why even bring it up? Why? Because, sad to say, the Democrats have taken away what is called professional courtesy. At least I know over in Los Angeles. LAPD accidentally pulls over CHP copper. CHP accidentally pulls over LAXPD copper. They usually say, "Oh, you're speeding." Get pulled over. They tell them, "Hey, just so you know, I have a loaded firearm in my glove compartment. I work for such and such department. Just so you know." You're not saying, "Hey, I'm a cop. Leave me alone." It's just so you know, I have a loaded weapon here, but I'm a cop. Then they usually say, "Okay, well, have a good day, sir. Try not to speed. Be safe." Professional courtesy was a thing, but the Democrats saw this as cops being shady and cutting each other breaks. So now it's almost a guaranteed. LAPD copper pulls over an LAPD copper. There's no warning. There's no professional courtesy. They got to go by the book. Whatever the fullest extent of the law is, they're giving them that citation because professional courtesy alludes to cops being shady and looking the other way for other cops. They've created this scenario where they can no longer let them off with a warning. Again, this is a little bit different, but this is the equality they've always been asking for.
Just fourth grade geometry to these kids.
God bless.
This is not a kid who's ever in trouble.
He's not. Yeah.
It's an innocent mistake. I understand you.
And an innocent mistake in the law has that built in. That's why he's getting the infraction, not the misdemeanor.
I don't know what happened.
You say, Ted Kaczynski went to Harvard? Fair point. Again, none of these credentials mean I'm better than you.
It's
not the end of the world. I get you.
Okay. So this is into your copy. Okay. So basically,
yeah. Why do you get a copy? It's the son. He's an adult. Nothing needs to be communicated to her. Again, she's already getting preferential treatment.
Just have to show up on a Friday, July 10th at 9:30 a.m. It's going to be to the New Rochelle Criminal Court. It's going to be at 475 North Ave here in New Rochelle. Not the end of the world. Not the crime of the century. Okay.
Streisand effect. You were like, "Oh, he doesn't get any. He shouldn't be charged at all." And now we're all seeing this.
It's unfortunate. I get it. I know you're upset. I know your mom's upset. I'm not trying to be a ball buster here. I have a job to do. That's all it is. Okay.
And sad thing is, in my mind, I'm like, it could be worse. She could be screaming and yelling or whatever. She's being somewhat polite, but that's just me having. It's like the soft bigotry of low expectations. The idea that she's talking to them as adults, even though she's trying to get preferential treatment, I shouldn't be giving her a participation trophy for acting like an adult. She is an adult, so I shouldn't expect any less than that.
I hope you don't take it personally. I really appreciate you being cooperative with us.
Yeah, he's upset about this. He said she should be arrested for interference. Nah, I wouldn't take it that far. But I think it's funny that everybody's pulling up how she wanted preferential treatment when she has a history of saying no one is above the law.
Don't you think if he had that much power, Hunter probably wouldn't be on trial?
Of course. And I love that question because not only is Hunter Biden on trial, showing that no one is above the law.
No one.
President Biden has indicated...
But then why did Biden gave a record amount of pardons, like preemptive pardons, with the auto pen. Apparently the only pardon that he himself signed a preemptive pardon for all crimes possibly committed was for Hunter. He is the ultimate person that was above the law.
If he is convicted, he will not pardon him. No. Okay, because no one is above the law. And the other thing that
that's not true. That's 100% not what I carried.
I will say is this is an interesting case. Mm-hmm. It's a case about buying a firearm and lying on your application, saying that you have never used drugs. And he was an active addict at the time. Some people argue that you're always an addict. That is, you live day to day, right?
And the crazy part is they're trying to rebrand him as the moderate president. Like they're trying to have him go on like podcasts with the guy from the rap TV show Dave and Benny Blanco. I saw him on another podcast somewhere. It's like they're really trying to rebrand him. It's like the Democrats are so desperate. They got Governor Gavin Newsom, practically illiterate AOC, and crackhead Hunter. Like they do not have a good bench right now.
Never, or just if you're currently addicted to something?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
You guys don't know about two-way.
So
I'm
out of
certain.
the cases that are investigated, there are 80 million Americans that have purchased firearms. Only about 1,000 a year are investigated. 12 were prosecuted. That is 0.09% of the cases. Less than 1% of the cases are investigated. But guess what? Hunter's one of them. And I say that's how this country should be.
Yes.
That's how this country is supposed to work. I don't have a problem with him being on trial.
Biden's son, yes. My son, no.
I suspect he'll get a drug diversion.
Jill showed up.
Again, the whole like drug diversion program, but apparently this was N wokeness even pulling it up to. You can just go endlessly on the times that she had contradicted herself.
I mean, you can't.
It's in my phone.
You can't commit so many crimes and think that you are above the law, even if you are the president. It's just how it works.
So it really is a celebration of the law.
It's a celebration of the law and how it applies to all of us.
But not my son. Again, they don't mean a single word they say. They're just out there parroting the talking points they're given. I mean, people say, you want to pull The View off the air because they're spreading lies? No, you want The View to be there. Like, I'm not a big person on, like, censorship on social media. Someone wants to say an extremely racist slur to me. I want them to be able to do it because we know that's how they think. I don't want them to be secretly for 2 tiers of justice, or secretly a racist, or secretly someone that wants, fascism or communism. Put that on the surface, label yourselves the Democrat Socialists of America, and let them speak their version of the truth, because we should know what they're thinking inside. Let The View be a thing, and let the audience be live so we can see the faces of not only the people that think these ways, but the people that are supporting it and actively cheering it on, because doesn't necessarily publicly shame them, but we should know what you're up against, and how little they can think for themselves, and how easily they can lap up propaganda. When they say nobody's above the law, they really mean nobody is above them. Pretty accurate. When they say defund the police, they mean not dismantle the police, but just dismantle the police that could be used against me.
Exclusive video tonight of an explosion in the back of a Milwaukee garbage truck.
This blast did injure a city sanitation worker. It happened Wednesday near 9th and Aberts, just south of Capitol. 12 News' Nick Bohr joining us live there. Nick, this is all about the improper disposal of oxygen tanks.
Right, those canisters that are used for health reasons. Proper legal disposal is the key, certainly not tossing them in the garbage cart. That's meant to prevent the type of hazardous situation that happened in the street here last Wednesday when a couple of them exploded, injuring that sanitation worker. A sudden, violent explosion as a sanitation truck compacted trash. 2 workers standing at the back of their truck, one of them knocked to the ground, suffering an eye injury and a concussion.
They empty the carts, and then there's a blade that packs it in to make room for the next loads.
The Department of Public Works explains the men were just starting their day when their routine was shattered.
As the crew started to move the packing blade, that pressure caused an explosion. And we came to find out that there were 2 oxygen tanks that exploded. There were an additional 2 that were recovered from the hopper as well.
It's the reason it's strictly forbidden to put any pressurized canisters, including oxygen and propane, into the trash.
One of the pieces of shrapnel was lodged in his eye. They were able to remove that. We're very fortunate that he was wearing his safety glasses. And that's something that, is what we train everybody to do.
Similar incidents have happened across the country, like this one in Ohio last year. There was a similar oxygen tank blast in Milwaukee 2 years ago, but no one was hurt. It's hoped the blast here last week gets people's attention.
It definitely could have been worse. The carts in that case, as they were still on the end of the truck, took some of the blow, but even with that, he was blown back many feet in the shrapnel, so very dangerous situation.
A dangerous and really startling video to see, Nick. So where are people supposed to dispose of those canisters?
Well, you can take propane canisters and tanks to the city drop-off sites or the dumps, but you can't take oxygen canisters there. The best bet is to look at them, see where they came from, what medical supply company. They're obligated to take them back, perhaps even pick them up for you, even if you are not the patient. The big thing, though, remembering not to throw them in the trash. That could subject you up to $5,000 in fines, and certainly, as we saw there, could really hurt somebody.
Yeah, an important reminder tonight. Nick Bohr reporting live for us in Milwaukee.
Microsoft admitting to the existence of a secret global device identifier, or GDID, that was revealed after U.S. prosecutors unsealed a federal complaint regarding alleged hacker Peter Stokes, who was wanted in connection with the 2025 breach of a U.S. luxury jewelry retailer. According to the complaint, Microsoft provided the FBI with a way to trace Stokes' Windows PC across VPNs and proxy servers through 3 countries. This is fucking crazy. Seriously, guys, I'm not being all hyperbolic here. I'm not being all like conspiracy theory. Where's my tinfoil hat? Keep the radio waves out of my brain. This is a serious problem. A Microsoft representative explained GDID in the complaint as, this is a quote, a persistent device-level identifier that is designed to uniquely identify an installation of Windows operating system on a device, either a physical device, e.g. mobile phone or laptop, or virtual machine across certain Microsoft services and scenarios. End of quote. According to the story posted by Windows Latest, Microsoft uses it to manage software licensing and Windows Store apps. But because it links all your online activities on that computer back to one single identity, law enforcement can use it to track a device's true owner across the internet. Now, reinstalling Windows does generate a new global device identifier, so it doesn't stay with you forever. But because all of this is being fed back to Microsoft, the second that you sign in to another account that you were signed into on the old machine, it's linked. And they would be able to resolve both of those GDIDs to one individual person.
Is this like a huge GDPR problem?
I'm not sure. Hold on.
Feels like
not quite done yet. The story states that when investigators hit a dead end tracing IPs to VPN providers, Microsoft themselves provided the FBI with records showing what Stokes' device was doing. The Windows Latest story has some suggestions on how you might maintain your privacy, and there's a full reverse engineering analysis from GitHub user Sometimes Wonder if you really want to get into the weeds. So Dan, if you could throw that link into the chat for all the wonderful folks who are watching today. And now it's time for us to discuss. Like, look, I am not a ne'er-do-well. In general, I have taken a pretty loose approach to the trackability of my devices. I'm a public figure. I mean, it just kind of comes with the territory. This is different because it was not disclosed at any time and there was no implicit tracking. Like in the modern age, if I sign into a web service using a credit card or using an email that I use across various services, there's at least as a technical user, there's some level of understanding that there's some tracking here. You know, if I'm doing anything on a cellular phone, right, where I know that my location can be triangulated from the towers that I'm nearest, and that's the best case scenario, right? Then I get that. Here we're talking about devices that don't have a cellular radio. We're talking about devices that, that don't need any reason to keep track of where I am and what I'm doing. that inherently, like I assume that if I'm not enabling something like Windows recall, that what I'm doing on my device is actually not visible to my operating system. And guys, maybe I'm overreacting. That's possible, but I don't know, Luke. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't really think so either. I'm quite on the train of just pushing more to Linux. I do think it's not going to be perfect for every scenario. You know, if you're doing video editing stuff, it's still really rough. But there is an option where you can, you know, work, if you need to do something like video editing, you could work in Windows just for that and then jump off the second you do basically anything else, and you end up using a dual booting scenario as like your Windows portion is an appliance, which is interesting because years ago it would have been seen as kind of the other way around. Maybe you use the Linux portion as an appliance, but now, yeah, if you have something like video editing, which really isn't, in my opinion, solved on Linux yet, there are some ways to make it work, but it's still kind of funky. There's also things outside of just video editing, you know, right? Like certain games might not be super compatible or whatever.
Sure, but professional applications.
Yep. Do that thing, whatever that thing is, and then you can jump back and go back to Linux. I am astronomically more comfortable on Linux right now, which is really weird to me. It's also weird how fast that happened, but it feels very true. I also wanted to point out on the subreddit right now, and let me just throw this in the doc. I didn't actually think it was going to end up being applicable on the show today, and then it was like immediately. But I posted it in the discussion questions here. There's a community member, Gil Dwiff.
Gil Dwiff.
Sorry.
Is my best guess.
Sure, let's go with that. I am building a tool to fix the, in quotes, LTT Linux challenge pain points, which they're identifying as a zero hassle migration from Windows. Super interesting. There's some other tools like this as well. There's, you know, I'm assuming we're going to keep making some amount of Linux content, and I think that's going to be including trying to make it easier and easier for people to move over and have a successful migration. So I don't know, take a look at this. I haven't spent a ton of time looking it up, but open source. And
what it actually does right now, data and profile migration, so copies your files and maps them directly over to your new home directories. Browser migration automatically carries over your browser profile, so when you boot into Linux for the first time, your tabs and active website sessions open up right where you left them on Windows. System configuration sync. Okay, this is pretty cool because this is something where not only is not everything the same, but the place to go find and change it might be a little bit different. So it grabs your current Windows keyboard layouts and localized Wi-Fi configurations, so you don't have to input passwords or settings during setup, and no USB drive required. So it should install natively without forcing the user to flash a bootable thumb drive or change physical boot priorities in the BIOS.
He seems to have a bunch of distro options as well. Like, this is a pretty cool project. And one thing I noticed is just that Linux is moving really fast right now. So if there's a problem, if there's a reason why you can't use it, I wouldn't write it off long term. Just wait a little bit. Like, even we've pointed out during the challenge that the changes from the first time we did the Linux challenge and the most recent time we did the Linux challenge were just completely night and day.
Yeah.
And then literally since we started the most recent one to now, there has been dramatic change. A topic for later on in the show is Proton 11. Someone's working on this right now. Like, it's a very, very lively space. So if you have some form of issue, you know, maybe it gets solved or improved at least soon. Literally, my install of Cache has improved since I installed it. Like, it's so cool.
So you do realize that saying that you're a federal officer...
I am a federal officer. I showed you the badge.
I could not read it because you had your thumb over the actual stuff.
In policing, when you pull over a vehicle, you never know who's going to be behind the wheel. Sometimes it's just John Q. Citizen. Sometimes it's an officer. Sometimes it's a person professing to be an officer. And sometimes you just don't know. And sometimes it turns into an argument where you have to try to figure it out when they show you a badge and you can't identify them by that badge. This is one of those.
Yeah, I was just talking to an officer. He offered to push me, but I said I can get inside.
Yeah.
And they just talked AAA, 60 to 90 minutes.
60 to 90 minutes?
Yep, they said I'll try to get there quicker.
Okay.
So they send me updates.
We can't block the entrance, though, because the buses need to come in here.
I'm not blocking the entrance, though.
Yeah, this is the entrance. Only buses come through here.
I know that, but he said because I was disabled.
Who said?
The police officer.
What police officer?
Okay, the one that was here who offered to assist me. I had my shoes off because my feet are hurting.
That's okay.
Yeah, I would not lie to you. I'm a federal officer myself. He offered to assist me.
What are you reaching your bag for?
My badge.
Okay.
Yeah. Let you know I wouldn't lie to you. Why, you're not getting nervous, are you?
Well, of course I am, because
Why?
people are reaching inside of a bag. I don't know you.
Well, that's why I'm getting my badge, so you will.
Okay.
So, yeah, the officer was here earlier. I guess he had pulled someone over. He saw that I had a flat. He offered to assist me. So then I said to him, it's a train station.
Yeah.
And he said, well, you're a disabled vehicle, it's okay.
No, it's a bus station and a train station.
I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that. But I can't go to
I need to have my buses coming in. I work for transit.
Okay.
There's a little bit of tension starting to grow between the officer and this person who's professing to be a federal officer under the circumstance where what we're dealing with is a disabled vehicle on the side of the road and the alleged federal officer is trying to reach inside his bag to get his credentials. I can see both sides of this. Me personally, I'm not comfortable with people reaching inside of bags. It's completely unsafe, and he says he wants to show him he's an officer. Well, there's a delta between when I know you're an officer and don't know, and what happens in between that is kind of concerning. We can handle this and manage it, but it looks like it's starting to go in a direction where they're going to go at each other.
So, but this is disabled, so I'm waiting for the, just so you know, you don't have to have them, just so you know.
Can I see it?
No, just take my word for it, okay?
No, can I see it?
No. I just showed it to you.
You know, it's illegal to say you're a federal officer when you're not.
So now you call me a liar?
Can I see your badge, please?
You can look at it. See the picture there? That's me.
So
now I need
to
I'm
see
enforcement,
Housing.
HUD, and DOJ. Yes. So now you've accused me of being a liar.
Okay, let me see your badge.
No, you've seen it.
You're going to go under arrest here in a very quick
you're not
minute.
Arrest me?
Yeah.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
Unless you don't want your job.
You're saying that you're a federal officer.
Okay, yeah, yes, sir. Call your supervisor.
You're saying that you're a federal officer.
Call your supervisor right now.
Let me see your badge, please.
Call your supervisor.
I'm a
Call
supervisor.
No. I want another supervisor.
Well, let me see your badge.
I want another supervisor.
Let me see your badge.
No, call your supervisor.
Get your badge out and show it.
No, I will not. You can't demand call your badge. I think I'm stupid. I'm also a lawyer as well.
Really?
You've already called me a yes, I am.
Okay.
You've already called me a liar. I'm sorry to see you.
Hey, just stand right here. Stand right here.
Unless I'm under arrest.
Stand right here. You're being detained.
Unless I'm under arrest.
You're being detained.
I'm not being detained. Yes, I am a lawyer.
Yes, you are.
Call your supervisor.
This guy's claiming to be, he's
call your supervisor.
Federal officer.
That's right. Call your supervisor. Are you arresting me?
You're being detained right now.
No, are you arresting me? That means nothing.
Yes,
that means nothing.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
If you're a lawyer,
call your supervisor.
If you're a lawyer, you know that doesn't mean something. You're being audio video recorded.
Call
your,
and I'm going to report you too.
Cool.
Call your supervisor.
I saw that this was escalating. So let's talk about some things here. The federal officer, because we haven't confirmed he's a federal officer yet, is reaching around all inside the vehicle and everything. I'm just baffled as to why he doesn't want the officer verify by looking at his badge. Is this an ego thing? Because sometimes egos can cause challenges on both sides of this equation. Now, let's just say he is a federal officer. There's only two things. Either he is or he isn't. We can find out by just looking at his badge and confirming it. I don't understand why he is having this issue with the officer touching the badge.
You do need to move the vehicle.
It is disabled. Is your supervisor coming?
I can push it out of the way.
Is your supervisor coming?
I can push it out of the way.
I have requested your supervisor. Is he or she coming?
You're blocking an entrance.
To the question, Officer Morrell, I asked for this supervisor.
And I told you that I am a supervisor.
Okay,
so-
you have another supervisor as well?
No, I do not.
Yes, you do not. Yes, you do.
No, I do not.
Okay, come on.
I told you, I'm transit police.
You've already, when you call me a
I'm in
liar,
charge here.
when you call me a liar, you already lost credibility.
Okay, well, you are lying.
Okay, so now you call me a liar.
Yeah.
I am not lying.
Okay.
Well, there's nothing you can do about it.
You need to move. Okay.
Okay.
You need to move
Arrest
this.
me for impersonating a federal officer.
Yeah.
Okay, arrest me then.
Yeah, I want to see your badge.
No. No, you will not see my badge.
So you cannot just say you're a federal officer and not provide me the
Arrest me
opportunity
first.
to look at
I've
it.
already told you I was. You called me a liar. Arrest me first so I can get you a false arrest.
And the vehicle is clear.
And I told you I was a lawyer. You said I wasn't.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
You said really?
Yeah, that's a question.
Okay,
really?
No. And I want your badge number 2.
Cool.
You're a supervisor. Wow. You must be a DEI hirer.
So I requested your badge. You are supposed to stop talking.
Call me a liar. You guys
Stop
talking. I
talking.
have every right to talk. You're not my daddy.
Hello,
I have
I'm
every
trying
right
to
talk.
ask you something.
Okay, you can ask me.
So stop acting like a child.
You telling me? No, I'm not like. So now you're
Yes,
telling
you
me.
are. Yes,
You're the
you
one
are.
acting like a child.
I said
You're
if
the one
you
acting
are
like
a
child.
federal agent,
You're right.
you
I
need
said
to provide.
officer. I said federal officer.
You need to.
Clarification.
You need to
I don't
provide
have
me.
to.
Yes, you do. Yes,
No,
you
I do not have
yes, you
to.
do.
So I'm going to go over some things because there's some definite teachable moments here. This is a tool that could potentially work here because I believe that this guy is likely a federal officer. And if he was a federal officer for, I think he said HUD, I don't think they do that many car stops. So he doesn't necessarily know the dangers that are involved in a car stop the way that an officer who conducts many car stops. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. Here's the thing. Can we, as the officer, say, you know what, sir? It looks like we got off to a bad start. May we start over? If he says yes, then you start over. If he says no, thank you, body cam. I tried to start it over with this gentleman and he was obtuse, rude, and did not want to de-escalate. It's a win-win type of situation because if you get to start over, you can shut this thing down. But this thing keeps continuing to escalate.
I do not have to.
Yeah, you go.
I do not.
Yeah, you do.
Once you call me a liar,
That's a
you
law.
lost me.
Hello.
Once you
So
call me a liar,
go ahead, turn
you
around,
lost
put your hands
me.
behind your back.
You know,
You're being detained.
No, you're being arrested me. You're forcibly arresting me.
You are being detained.
For what reason? For what reason?
Suspicion
what reason?
of impersonating the federal officer.
No, okay. I get you. Let me be wrong.
Okay, stop.
No, I'm not going
Stop
anywhere.
pulling
I have
away.
my shoes on.
You must not know much
No,
because
I do know much.
you
because
do
I'm a
have to
lawyer.
show me.
I am a
You
lawyer.
do have to show me
I
if
don't
you're a
have to show
federal
you
officer.
anything. I don't have
Yes.
to show you anything.
You claim you're a federal
I claim
officer,
I am a
DOJ,
federal
all the
officer.
stuff,
I
and
can
then you
find
show
the
me a
DOJ,
badge
I do.
that is not even what you say it
Yeah,
is.
no.
Like we said, you got one detained.
No, one arrested.
Turn towards my car. Thank you.
Oh, now you're going to be a fly? I told you I'm going to have you arrested.
It's okay. Still gonna check you. So what's your last name?
Are you the supervisor?
What's your last name?
Are you the supervisor?
What's your last name?
You said you were the supervisor, is that correct?
I'm the supervisor of transit.
Why don't you run the plates to the car?
A crisis here, so I couldn't run the plates. I'm
We
gonna
don't
run now. Thank you.
have no crisis. You don't have no crisis.
Okay, so let's walk through this. This started off as the officer seeing a disabled vehicle and telling him that he had to move the vehicle. The driver, the alleged federal officer, is saying, I'm a federal officer, and then the officer says, okay, cool, let me see your badge. He doesn't want to show him his badge, so now the investigation becomes, starting off with the disabled vehicle, to the investigation of whether you're a federal officer who attempted to identify yourself as a federal officer, and if the person doesn't want to identify themselves, then you can create another challenge for yourself. This seems so avoidable to me. It's just very disappointing.
There was a kidnapping suspect that we just had over here.
But you didn't say that was me, though. You just called me a liar.
Whatever, dude. You said you were a federal agent.
I said officer.
You said that you were DOJ.
I said HUD DOJ.
HUD DOJ. So wherefore?
Are you the supervisor I asked for?
Wherefore? Where are you? You're supposed to tell me where. If you're an officer, you're supposed to tell me where you're an officer
You
for.
called me a liar.
No, I did not.
Yes,
I said,
you did.
hand me your badge, and you said no.
His badge is back here in the back.
His badge is in the bag. You put it in the bag after I asked for it.
Liquid 24-122, another
Fair and Equal Housing Opportunity Investigator. U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
HUD?
Yes.
What's he doing here?
Civil rights matters in the purview of the department. And he said he was a lawyer and pulled out something, and I'm like, dude, just show me your badge. He says, I'm also an officer. So, and he starts digging in the bag. I was like, well, don't go start digging in the bag. And he goes, what? Are you afraid? Am I making you nervous? I'm like, yeah, you're digging in the bag. Stop digging in the bag. Oh, I'm getting my badge out. I'm a federal officer. I was like, okay. And then I said, okay, well, where are you a federal officer? He shows me this. This is not anything.
No.
You want to fill my wallet? Pull out my PIV card, my government PIV card. You can look inside the wallet, pull it out. My PIV card is there, as well. You can
so why didn't you let me see this? And you're not a federal officer.
Look, I am a federal officer.
No, you're not. You work for HUD.
No,
it's okay.
I am a federal officer. Are you crazy?
Calm down. We will figure this out.
For my PIV card,
So
I took the oath like everyone else.
Okay. Why didn't you show me your badge when I asked for it?
Because you called me a liar.
No, that was afterwards.
No, you did not.
Yes,
you
that was afterwards.
Me a
We
liar.
can run it back, but that was afterwards.
You called me a liar.
Well,
and then
because
I was a lawyer, you called me. You're like, oh, really? I'm a lawyer and a doctor. I work for enforcement.
Okay, he did call him a liar.
You do not work for enforcement. You work for investigators.
No.
You are not an enforcement officer.
You talk to my job? I work for enforcement.
I'm reading it right now.
Enforcement for who?
Okay, for HUD. First one for HUD. We also work with DOJ. That's enforcement. Look at the PIV card. It says it. Enforcement.
No, it doesn't.
It does. It's a different
Urban
type
development.
of enforcement.
You work for HUD.
That's the agency.
Okay, so the guy that's in the back seat who's claiming to be a federal officer is correct. The PIV card. That is a personal identification, verification that a lot of the feds use. I think the FBI uses it. My buddy works for the DA. He has a PIV card. And that's how they get into their computers. That's how they access their buildings. His story is really making a lot of sense. And it doesn't seem like the transit officer has a lot of understanding about how some of these federal agencies work, because HUD definitely has law enforcement officers.
That's not
like
right
I said,
on the new guy's fault. Like, you know, like, I guess that's fucked up, like, for the old guy having to deal with this shit. And he's like, bro, I want to sue you because I am broke as.
It's like 100 different federal agencies, and they can be very helpful to law enforcement as well. They're a great resource.
I work for enforcement in HUD.
So you do realize that saying that you're a federal officer.
I am a federal officer.
And then asking for your badge, you're required to hand that over to me.
No, you called me a liar. Just like I tried to show you.
So what? Even if I did call you a liar, you're required to hand it over to me.
That?
Oh my god.
I showed it to you.
No, you didn't.
But I did not hand it to you.
I said, can I have that?
I said, you can see it.
Here's the thing.
No, from the very get-go, you called me a liar.
No, I didn't.
Yes. Oh my.
This is going to get towed.
Did you remember the conversation at the very beginning? I told you the officer was there. He offered to assist me and push you.
And I said, who?
Let me finish the conversation. This is what I told you. And I said I would be obstructing the traffic. He says, okay, you can push it up in there. You're a disabled vehicle.
No.
You weren't there.
Who was that?
It was an officer. He had pulled someone up over there. So when I got out from I working at the federal building every day. So when I got out to get my truck, I noticed there was a flat. He saw me on the side of the road, offered to assist me. I said, you know what? And make sure the rim's up. He said, I'll push you. I said, then he told me about a place called O'Hara down the street. Because I moved here about, I don't know. I moved here about 3 months ago, transferred from the Detroit federal office. I live in a place called Lake Limerick. It's a country club. It looks hard to see me, I know.
In Shelton.
Outside of Shelton, yeah. Lake Limerick is,
I know where Limerick is.
Looks hard to see me. So yeah, I live in that exclusive golf community. So he offered to assist me. And I said, well, it messed up the rims. I said, I think you can make it up there. And so I said, but I said I would be blocking traffic. He said, you're a disabled vehicle, that's okay.
Okay.
So had you had called the officer, he would have told you.
That's not how this works.
Okay, but you
I work for
me a liar.
transit. I asked you to move it.
You know, you're in big trouble anyway. You're in big trouble anyway. You
No,
called
I'm
me a
not.
liar. So you started calling me a liar. So then I told him I was a lawyer.
When you refused to hand me your badge, I called you a liar.
Then you said, as a supervisor, you said you were a supervisor. I said,
I am
you
a
have another
supervisor.
one. I find it hard to believe. So
Okay.
when I told you I was a lawyer, oh, really? Oh, really? You looking at me like I was crazy. I actually have 2 law degrees, by the way.
Good for you.
My card is
So you should know that when I ask for your badge,
don't lecture me.
I am going to lecture you because if you do this again, you're going to get arrested eventually.
No, you're going. This is not the end of the conversation. You're going to hear about this.
Okay, that's good.
You're going to hear about
That's good.
Because you have me under arrest.
No, you're detained,
No,
which is what I said.
No.
Pending an investigation.
You know what? Take the cuffs off. We'll deal with this.
We're going to find out. I'm going to call a CID right now. Are you not DOJ?
I'm with HUD enforcement. We work with DOJ. I'm with HUD enforcement.
Okay, so you're not a DOJ officer.
No, it doesn't work that way. You're not from the federal government. CID is military. And the reason why I know that, because you see the plate? I'm a retired 100% disabled veteran. You see the permanent sticker on
Okay.
that plate?
So what's the issue with you? Why are you so angry and why are you so disrespectful
Why
to
are
me?
you so angry?
When I asked you for a badge and you do.
For the love of God, you called him a liar. You were getting weird when you were trying to pull out his badge. He was trying to. If you would have just taken control of the situation and been like, yo, can you understand how this makes me feel? Is there any way that you could take a second and let me look for your badge and just take a step back? And maybe that would be, you know, beneficial for both of us. Like, that way, you know, there's no, that was the only thing that looked like he got stepped on his toes a little bit. It's like, you're not going to shoot me. I don't have shoes on. You know, like he's just thinking that he's going to, I mean, I get it. I've watched this shit all day, but like, I mean, come on, man.
It showed you the badge.
You got to read people a lot better than this. Like, this is disparaging. Like, fuck. You could tell this dude is like so on the fucking right. And he's just like, what the hell is this?
Because you had your thumb over the actual
The
stuff.
thumb, he didn't
so
want
when
you
I
to
asked you for the badge,
snatch
you
it.
handed it over to me. That's it.
That's all he's got.
That's it.
I'm almost a.
That's it. That's all you got to do.
I'm a 7-year-old man. You don't let me like I'm a
I don't
kid.
care how old you are.
See,
because
I
you're
could
acting like a child.
tell. I could tell he was fucking like not having this. Like he's like got 30 years more getting up every day going to a job than this fucking punk. And this guy doesn't even understand like the differences in between DOJ, military police, and different types of enforcement. I'm so confused. Like if you're gonna be like thinking that that's how your training is, that you're gonna be like stuck on your one little protocol, I'm sorry to say that like it's not gonna end up well for you, bro. It's not. Like the whole world is different scenarios, and if you're really worrying about like being textbook like that, bro, you're not gonna get very far.
I don't have to argue.
Goodness gracious.
I
Do
mean,
we have
I'll
any-
argue for that fucking guy. You know why? Because I'm a veteran too. I don't take the disrespect. He fucking called him a liar straight up to his face. And then he tried to backplay it like it wasn't anything to its other officer who was there. Like, oh, we can run it back. Yeah, well, we're gonna fucking run it back. You can tell he's a lawyer, and we're looking at the FOIA right now. You know why? Because he was tired of this shit.
Way to contact.
How many times does he have to fucking go through this shit? He doesn't want to say. Like, this is ridiculous.
He's confirming who you are, and then we'll uncuff you, right?
The only way he can confirm it is if the PIN cards confirm it, unless it's in the federal database.
We don't have access to that.
I know he doesn't. That's why I'm like, why is he on the phone?
Who? What?
Federal database.
Yes, I do have access to federal database. Yeah, give me a second. What you don't know is that I'm also FBI.
So that's interesting that the transit police says that he's also FBI. If I heard that correctly, I've never heard of FBI agents doubling as transit police officers. I'm not going to go down that road. I don't know how that could possibly.
This is too much. I don't know, bro.
Unless FBI stands for something different. And please, if you work for this department and you can also double as an FBI agent, please share, or someone who knows that can be the case. Never heard of it.
Hello, it's Merrill. So I just got off the phone with the FBI. They're running your name through the database. And they said that if I ask for this, you provide it to me.
We're going to handle this later. This is not getting long.
Okay. But you understand why you're in this predicament?
No. I'm not I'm good because you have a hard-A attitude. That's why.
Yeah, a hardy attitude. That is very fucking acute to what I would call a dick. He's being a dick.
You're so innocent now.
I do not. We can run it back. You can get the. You can
He
get the video
is
footage
acting too innocent now.
if you want.
I'm sorry.
I'm a firm believer.
But dude, like, this other officer's like, God damn it, why do I gotta babysit?
In losing the battle, winning the war.
You're not, because you were extremely rude.
Extremely rude. This is why I'm gonna cut him off every time. So extremely rude being the operative word when you're sitting there and you literally were just being like, I'm scared because you're putting your hand in a bag. Like, okay, bro. Okay, bro.
I'm a firm
Okay, bro.
believer. I don't mind losing the battle, but winning the war.
Okay, that's fine.
You know,
that's fine.
So you can chalk this up this little, you got control of the situation. So you think.
So there's a thing called right fighting. I got to be right. Both of them are doing the same thing. I
mean,
got to
like,
be right.
The fucking vehicle's disabled. You said the vehicle's not going anywhere. The dude doesn't have shoes on, and you're still worried about him pulling a gun on you.
And I gotta be right. What is the purpose from the officer's perspective?
I mean, it would take 2 seconds. This guy was expecting him to be like, okay, let me go back and call up the deputy and be like, yo, did anybody do a stop over here on the radio? And if he's still on duty, be like, yeah, chirp, that's me. Yeah, it's still there. Okay, well, yeah, it's 60 to 90 minutes. And this dude's sitting here like, of course. Like, I'm going to get the next guy that just wants to get a fat ticket for just, like, he thinks that, like, this is his quota getter. Like this is the irritation to me. This is his quota getter. This is the thing. Like, he thought that impersonating an officer was so real in this case that he had to go to the lengths to call him a liar because he didn't go as far as to snatch the fucking badge from his hand. And if you did that, that's snatching federal possession of, like, you know, federal, what is it? Not evidence, but federal, it's not apparel. It's like, but badge is like it's like you, then you, if you snatch it without him consenting, then, you know, you can get charges, is what I'm trying to say, bro. So, like, what I'm trying to say is to diffuse all this shit, you really needed to just double down and be like, can I look in the bag? Like why? I mean, like, or let him have the bag, go back to the car, make sure his story is true, and then maybe he's not gonna have anything to do with the bag once he has his badge. Like, I mean, you could tell that there was just like, oh, well, this wasn't up to, like, the textbook traffic stop or whatever engagement, and I'm not
Move
with
the
it.
vehicle out of the road. And how deep do you want to go to find out if this guy actually works for HUD? You initially said that if you saw his credential, that you would have been able to determine if he was actually a federal officer. Now you see the credential, and this thing is just going on and on and on. Right fighting is definitely not the road.
I know plenty of people who don't have the leather case on their shit, bro. So you're telling me that somebody with a leather case with the literal insignia of their department on it is going to be forging that shit? Yeah, you think? I mean, well, you must be like one of those James Bond villains if you think that everybody's running around with those exact credentials, bro. Like, that's crazy.
Figure out what the goal is, accomplish the goal, and move on.
I don't know what that means.
Well, you will find out.
Okay.
If you knew anything in my history, look my name up, you would know that.
Look it up on what?
Like Google. I'm everywhere.
Okay.
What's happening here, I'm known for putting people like you in their place, officers who abuse the law.
Abuse the law?
Yeah.
I requested a document lawfully.
We're not going to relitigate that here, okay?
You start digging in a bag. Yeah. I don't know you.
That's why I said I'm getting my bag so you have an ID.
Okay.
He did say that.
I don't know you, though. You understand that?
He did say that. But, like, what I tried to say is, like, if he had any protocol, it would be, like, work with the person, say, can I see the bag to make sure that there's nothing in there that could harm, poke me, and ask that question. And you get what I mean, bro? Like, I mean, you already have the protocol, like, but you just sat there and you chose the opposite one because you just were in the instant for the day.
So,
like, I don't know, like, it was you could sit there in the fucking overcast day all day, but if this was out here in the middle of the desert, you wouldn't want to be. You would have taken 2 seconds to go back to your fucking air conditioner car to run up his name in the nice car, wouldn't you? Because you have a fucking rifle vest on, don't you?
Stop digging in the bag.
That was not a problem.
And I bet if he did have a fucking rifle vest on him, what the fuck is he worried about so much?
Okay, you said, am I have a gun? And I said, I get that. I said, I get that. I got that.
And to be fair, I heard him say that. That's why I'm so defensive. I already heard him say that, like, he was like, I get that, but I'm sure it's like if he didn't have the biggest, like, iPhone thing, like, thick brick. Look, he's in a dress attire. Do you think he's gonna put that in his slacks? Like, bro, I mean, come on, bro.
Are you intimidated?
I said, no, I thought you were afraid or something.
Okay, whatever.
I answered your question.
So then I asked for the badge so I can read it.
And I showed you several times.
You showed me once. He says that he just transferred over here.
He flopped it around 2 or 3 times.
Sorry. Do you have
I don't want to go back and do all this, but he definitely did. And it's another one of those things where when a cop is pushed in a place, because you can see this other officer here, like, now on the side of this guy, like, why the fuck am I even here? And can we, like, just figure this shit out? Like, what the fuck? Now we're sitting here, like, on, like, the upteenth hour of this person's day. Who knows how many times either one of these people are on shift, and they're sitting here in an intersection, and they could be doing other things with their lives. Like, could be doing other productive things and helping the community, but this guy in a disabled car was the problem.
Anybody, and if he did, he wouldn't give it to me.
Just another fucking reason why I don't like every single person that wears that shit. Like, I understand, and it will take a few communications with you for me to be able to start to trust you, and maybe you guys should know that. Maybe you guys should understand. If you understand, if you want people to be understanding to you, maybe you should understand. Because sometimes I don't think you guys do.
No. Hey, it's one.
And if this dude is fucking prior FBI, look at this fucking dude's regulations. So this is his regulation, right? Look at how he's dressed.
Supervisor phone number?
No, I do not.
Did I rewind it too far back?
Give it to
Anybody, and if he did, he wouldn't give it to me.
Dispatch just said they found, I think, something of him. Did you get something?
So you see how it was supposedly blurred on his face, but they didn't like him so much that they unblurred it.
several times.
You showed me once. He says that he's out of.
Did you fucking see what I'm talking about?
From Detroit. Do you have a supervisor phone number?
No, I do not. If I did, I wouldn't give it to you.
Anybody. And if he did, he wouldn't give it to me.
Dispatch
And if I did, I wouldn't give it to you.
They found, I think.
See, look. So it's all blurred. And then she's got the fucking badge. She's handling it now. It's not on his face right here. So we're gonna zoom in on him. So this dude is probably 30 years old. He's wearing a fucking iWatch with the most, what the fuck are those? Are you sure that that's all regulation? And oh, he had a vest. Do you see? He had a vest. So he was probably sitting there with his fucking gun drawn. How they do, they put their fucking gun right there on the, you know, above the holster. Like, oh, this is for my protection as much as yours, or whatever the fuck. But like, Lakewood police. This guy, and in this situation, his body camera, you could tell it's not on. Maybe he learned, he was like, man, I got myself in a situation that I can't get out of. You get what I'm trying to get at?
Did you get something?
Did you get something? He's like looking at something in his radio?
No.
No? No.
Hey, it's 160.
No, he's probably pulling his phone out of his pocket. It's good. No.
It's about clearance. They said they can't run another.
Yeah, it's clearance. You don't have a clearance.
What do you mean I don't have a clearance?
You know, they're just not going to get that information out.
I have top secret clearance.
Okay, well, apparently you're not getting the information.
The transit officer says that he has top secret clearance. I don't know why he would have top secret clearance. Is it possible? Yes. I had a top secret clearance when I went on embassy duty, and it's an extraordinarily extensive process. Transit police having a top secret clearance, maybe he's on some kind of task force or something like that.
This is what I'm trying to say, bro. Like, yeah, when you're in an AWACS fucking plane, you're qualified for top secret communications, okay? For the prior people who do not know, U.S. Air Force likely gives out top secret security clearances for people who do surveillance and reconnaissance. Why do you think I am watching thousands of these videos, watching our civilization spiral the fuck out of control? I think I got clearance to see this shit, but other people, no, like literally, like it's not, I'm not even like trying to pull that weird card too, but like honest to God, it is stupid to me that like somebody would just say that in a random encounter like that. Like even this officers right here is like, man, look at this shit. It's like, what was that one dude? That one dude that ran for Congress. No, that one, who was he? That fraud guy. That one dude that would claim like he all of this shit on his resume, man. I forget him, bro. But like it's basically because I hated him so much. I'll think about it in a minute.
It's just interesting that he mentioned that he's FBI and that he has a top
I
secret
bet you
clearance.
know
I don't
what
know
I'm
if he's
talking
being
about.
facetious or if these things really exist. In the comment section, please help me understand this more, because some of this doesn't make sense to me.
I still don't know.
So the only reason why somebody would have a top secret security clearance would be probably because they were cleared in a prior job atmosphere to look at sensitive information that is literally critical to not only, you know, the mission's prerogative, but AKA the nation. So if this dude's part of ICE, if this dude's part of different types of stuff like that that we just do not know, like on top of that, like that would be crazy.
If this is true or not.
He's like,
anybody could say anything.
Still come real life.
so anybody can say anything, probably meaning that he could say that he has top secret security clearance and he probably just doesn't have it.
I don't know you. I'm not somebody on the street. I'm a police officer.
Okay, well, you weren't acting like it.
You can request the body cam footage and you can watch.
He's planning on it. You could tell. Are you stupid? He's. I can't wait to get out of here to file my paperwork.
Back.
Oh, I will. You don't worry about me going through the numbers. I will. And
What's that?
probably here for some people too.
Okay. I hope so, because I have my FBI colleague who's looking you up. I'm going to contact your supervisor because the way you act is ridiculous.
Still under arrest, I see.
This dude's in cuffs, sitting in the back of a police car, debating whether or not this dude did this shit right, still to this day. But they said one of the officers has already said that they pulled up something about this guy, that he's probably linked to this. And that, like, what are you going to sit here and now he's like literally saying for sure you're going to get a call. And now, what do we got like 10 more minutes.
If you knew anything about the law, as you say you do, you would know that you're being...
Oh my God. Oh shit. If you knew anything about the law, bro. Dude, you're fucking up. Dude. How high and like what is the pride level? Like I'm a police officer, bro. I never pulled rank on somebody like that, bro. That is like fucking insane, dude. Like, yeah, you're a peace officer. This dude is a military veteran, and do you even know the extent of how many years he spent in there and what rank he was? And you're gonna try to pull rank on this guy. You don't even know, and you're gonna sit here and fucking go off like.
How many law degrees do you have?
You would know that you're being detained.
How many law degrees do you have?
It doesn't take a law degree to know the law.
I have a class and taught about how to really do an engagement like this. This seems like a really easy win, and this bro just like made every one of us look like fucking idiots.
That's great.
Okay, so
I'm very happy for you.
On the law.
I am going to lecture you on the law because you do not know it. And that I had to further investigate this. Until otherwise proven, yes.
You going to place yet?
I did, yeah.
Sorry?
Did you just buy this?
That vehicle, I'm restoring. It's a new engine in it. I ran, you probably see that I also have 2 BMWs.
So there's a lot of this back and forth about being detained or being arrested. So for those who want to know the difference, and I know all the law enforcement people know this, but a person being detained is when you're...
Yeah. Trivia time. So, what we need to do is, do you know what detained is? Detained is you are in handcuffs. You are possibly in the back of a police car. And you know what you are definitely not? Free to go. You cannot go anywhere until the cop says you are free to go and out of handcuffs. Preferably out of handcuffs. I've never seen a cop let the handcuffs stay on the guy and say, you're free to go. But shit, this guy the cop almost just dipped out of the engagement. He's just like, you know what? I don't want to deal with this. The dude's 70 years old, bro, and you're sitting there trying to fucking pull rank on a 70-year-old man. I am so fucking done with people like this, bro. I really am.
You're conducting an investigation to develop probable cause or see if there's...
For the love of fucking God. And arrested means they found probable cause and you're fucking going to jail and you're definitely not getting out of handcuffs anytime soon. That's the little difference. There's not too much difference there.
There's no probable cause for an arrest. Sometimes
That's
there's no
why
probable
the
cause.
dude's like, am I arrested or detained? Because you know why? They didn't really say very well.
Person go. And once you develop probable cause, then the arrest can be made and then the person is arrested. So detained during the investigation, arrested
that,
after
you're
the
being
investigation
arrested for
if you get
impersonating
probable
a federal
cause.
officer.
Anything about him being a lawyer? He said to Google, he was like, go Google me. I'm a big deal. Like, I do what you do, and this is bullshit. Like, I'm a federal agent. I'm one of the good guys. Right. Then I'm like, then you should have known to.
So I have my FBI cohort looking this up. She's going to find out what's going on. Contact a supervisor of yours. Meanwhile, I am going to write a report about this. You want to step out?
Did you do all the stuff in China when you were in the military?
I do know that. I was in China. So you find somebody. You find out about the Ukraine?
No.
Okay.
I didn't get that far.
Oh, yeah. I never go back to Ukraine.
Doctor of law.
Yeah. Yep.
Lots of teaching in China.
Yeah, and Ukraine.
Hold on.
Freedom fighter in Ukraine.
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
See?
I used to go there.
This is the shit I'm talking about. There is 5 minutes left and they are still trying to verify this shit. Getting him out of handcuffs. This is the most stupidest engagement I think I have ever fucking seen. Like, honestly, like, for real? Like, I want to know if there was literally other calls going on in this time that people were getting called and these two fucking dipshits were standing around here talking to this guy, bro. I really do want to know, because this is the shit that I'm getting irritated with. Like, it's all good and shit, bro, until you need the police and they're out there doing this shit, bro. Like, it really is. It's fucking irritating.
Supposed to be there next month. So like I said, I do this. Written a few books, yeah. Human rights. That's all I do.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about a few things. First, I want to address, and I know that a lot of people are going to comment about the female officer's hair. I'm not the hair police. I'm just going to talk about what's tactical and not tactical. I will say that that haircut is tactical. It would be difficult to grab a long ponytail because she doesn't have one. So I think that that hairstyle is tactical, and that's all I'm going to say about it. Let's talk about the federal agencies. We call them the alphabet soup agents because they all have all those letters. The most common is the FBI, the DEA, and the
CIA.
ATF. And contrary to popular belief, the CIA is not a law enforcement agency. They're an intelligence agency.
Yeah,
but there are
they're different.
so many others that exist. I'm going to guess that there are like over 100 different
But
ones.
they
The
work with the
Smithsonian
FBI and all
Institute
the
has
other
federal
agencies. That's why
police.
they
The
can't
Mint
be their
has
own
federal
agency.
police. HUD has federal police. There are so many different ones that if you were to just Google it, you would see all these different names of these different federal agencies. And they're legit federal officers that carry badges. And HUD, Housing Urban Development, is one of them. And that's why I'm even more inclined to believe that this guy is likely a federal officer. Why pick that as your agency if you're going to pretend to be?
Bro, like he's not pretending. Bro, he's not pretending, bro. Like oh my god, if you're still on this, come on. 4:20 minutes, I'm sitting here smoking weed, bro. Prior military. This dude right here is doing nothing wrong, and now all of a sudden he's impersonating an officer, and he's very flustered.
I found a badge.
too.
I'm going to put it on the screen. It looks like that same badge, and it says Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity Investigator, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. This is what is incredibly interesting about this, is that this badge that I found online is for sale online for $335. So this badge, $335, it's on sale. I'm not going to tell the site, but if you Google HUD badge, investigator badge, and one popped up. It has a badge number on it and everything.
I'm mostly known for the China stuff. I'm known for that, but I'm also known for the Ukraine stuff the last 4 or 5 years.
To push you out of the way, we can't be here. But
don't you understand? You're going to destroy the rim. The other officer understood that.
I don't know who that was, but he can't push you in front of a bus depot.
The reason why I didn't get the officer's name and number? Usually the officers are the good guys. I just don't usually get their name and number. So I don't usually look at their name and number. Only thing I said to him was thank you. We had a little conversation. I told him be safe, watch your back. I didn't get his name and number. I don't usually do stuff like that because I don't see you guys as the enemy.
Yeah.
So that's why I didn't give his name and number. I got yours.
We're still not. But the buses have to be able to move freely in here.
I don't know, bro. It doesn't seem like you're very happy that he's walking away right now because you can't barely. I don't think you guys could technically verify it, and it's like, damn.
I get that. But his thing was from the very get-go, you're a liar. That's the attitude that
we have to get past that.
Well, I can't get past that.
Well, you know why? Because it's you're tarnishing his character. Okay, You are. If you call somebody a liar and they're not lying, and you're sitting there and you're like, oh, for the love of God, oh my God, dare you to arrest me because you're getting sued. And so it's like, you think he has that poker face? I think he's actually dealt with this before. I think he's actually had to go to court over this shit before. And I think he wants to do it again.
You know what's going to happen if you don't? This is going to end up getting towed before you're ready.
Say that we came in here, we wouldn't be having.
Okay, number one, if it's supposed to already be getting towed 60 to 90 minutes, what the fuck is the big deal with waiting a little longer? And how the fuck is it just going to get towed magically, motherfucker? So you got state money to just steal this guy's fucking car, but not help him accurately move it. Like, I mean, this is the shit that, like, I don't like. Like, this is this disrespect that I don't like. It's not, the fucking buses can go around this guy's car. You can see there is literally 3 fucking lanes worth of car space. It's a one-way pull in and then turn around and you go out where that car is. Which shouldn't fucking be there too, but they're sitting there. This whole shit. There's a lot going on here, bro.
Okay. I said it has to be moved. I can push you. Then you got out. Are we going to relive this?
Well, at some point we will, but not now.
Okay. Either way, you weren't acting right, and your supervisor will find out about this.
I wasn't behaving right? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
I wasn't behaving like
Correct. When I requested your badge to check it.
Like a good little right?
I'm sorry. Do not use.
That's what I
You see, I could tell he was getting irritated because it was this whole like race thing. I really do. I could see it a mile away. And why do you think I went like that? Like earlier, it makes us look like. Because I mean, they're fucking doing that. It's not okay that he did that. But is it okay that like other people are fucking doing the same thing? And so can we shape it up as a society and stop fucking doing stupid shit like that? Like, no. Why do you think it makes headlines when somebody says the N-word, bro? Because people are tired of this, dog. They're tired of this shit. Can we give them a fucking break? Nah?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
That's what I think. Don't tell me what to use. That's
Don't
what
be
I take
disrespectful.
No. That's how I feel.
Do not be disrespectful to me. Get in your car, move it up there. Get in your car and move up there.
So, it offends you.
I'm tired of your attitude.
It offends you that I use that word, but that's how I felt. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing?
That's great. Get out.
Is that amazing?
Get out. Go. Move it towards there.
Oh, your car.
You're not getting it. Get out of here.
You can
PDR it.
What's your name?
You have it right here.
I see 2 names.
No, you
I
don't.
see one behind it.
Go.
One behind it. I want your name. I want your name. No, I want your name. What is your name, officer?
You see, no, there is two. I could tell the cops sometimes walk around with different names on because they just don't want to get the people checked. You know, it's the same shit like ICE, bro. Like, what the fuck? You can use your real name? And this dude's like, no, I want your real name.
I did. Merrill, after all that, he's going to move his car out of the entrance.
This seems so avoidable. Officers or potential officers, if a person asks for your name, it's so much simpler just to give them your name. Just give them your name. If you don't give the name and you get into this back and forth, it seems like you're going to be rude, discourteous, or whatever. Just give your name. They're going to get it anyway. Just give it to them.
Yeah. Just give it to them. They might forget and be like, all right, well, they're really fucking trying to not proceed further, I guess. But no, this way, just consistent mayhem.
Dude.
Because he was partially in the road, so I was like, hey, just get out of the road, pull over there.
In the entrance?
Oh, I said, or pull over there.
Oh, gosh. Car out of the entrance.
This seems so avoidable. Officers or potential officers, if a person asks for your name, it's so much simpler just to give them your name. Just give them your name. If you don't give the name and you get into this back and forth, it seems like you're going to be rude, discourteous, or whatever. Just give your name. They're going to get it anyway. Just give it to them.
It was you.
Yeah.
It was you.
Dude.
Because he was partially in the road, so I was like, hey, just get out of the road, pull over there.
In the entrance?
Oh, I said, or pull over there.
Oh, gosh.
Well, you created a real problem.
I guess so. What's his deal?
He does not like Merrill.
He said he's a federal agent.
He does not like Harold.
I still haven't confirmed it yet.
In policing, we have a saying, if you catch him, you clean him. So this officer that they're giving a hard time to, they're saying if you would have just got him out of the road into the right place, then we wouldn't have run into him and then we wouldn't have had this situation. And this kind of cop banter goes back and forth. This to me seems completely avoidable. And I see some challenges on both sides of the equation that this could have been handled differently. But it's a really good teachable moment for everyone. In fact, what I did was I was able to track down the guy's name. I Googled him and in 2 seconds, a ton of information came up about who he is and all the other stuff about him. This occurred in August of last year, 2025. Could that have pulled up a lot of information on him and not prolonged this thing? Probably. But again, I wasn't there, but I'm just saying these are opportunities for people to look at how can I de-escalate a situation or just completely avoid these types of situations. If you like this kind of content, like the video, subscribe to the channel, and click on the video that's on your screen for more content just like this.
I honestly think that, like, I guess he was pretty non-biased there, but like I said, it was like a lot of what the fuck is going on there.
Water main breaks and floods West Hollywood neighborhood. It's pretty bad.
I gotta
the footage you see, not necessarily
tonight,
from like a helicopter, is going to tell you the full story. This is like a mudslide, but it's not because of a natural disaster. This is just because poor management of LA's infrastructure by literal communists.
You won't watch me cook it, but you'll watch me eat it. Look at this shit.
This is in a city that's constantly experiencing droughts, water shortages, and like asking you to be environmentally friendly. Take shorter showers and don't wash your car, don't water your lawn, and then stuff like this happens and they're dead silent about it.
Look at the flood waters. Look at them roll down the street.
It's not even raining. What the heck? I mean, thankfully, they're in an El Nino year, and they're about to get a lot of water. But again, I think in Los Angeles, they still have not built the infrastructure to capture the surplus of rain. It's just going to go right back to the ocean so they can turn around and blame Trump again.
Damn. Bro, this guy right here is just like, what's going on?
You said, wonder what the smell is like. It's still, they have a lot of homeless poo. Yes. It's not clean water. It's everything
filled.
up there.
Oh my God, it's all like full.
A plague waiting to happen, which we are going to talk about the end of times in Los Angeles in a brief moment. But this is wild. It's bad enough it's in your streets, right?
Wild.
But then in these people's apartment complexes.
Look at this. That is disgusting.
Yeah, the amount of damage over here. I don't know if your renters insurance will cover this.
Live anywhere near
it's
where
a
this
lot of water
happen.
for a main break, exactly. How many gallons did they lose here?
What am I missing? A
and
crocodile floating downstream in West Hollywood.
It's not like
that is
you
what
see
we're
this and say,
folks.
okay, I'm still going to go to work. Well,
right,
who knows how high this water is going to go, how much damage is going to be, if you can even drive away on the streets. Like, this ruins probably a week of your life. And however many tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars of damage. It's water they needed. Because you see this over here, but also the day after, it's still going.
That's a big ass brother. Look at this.
Don't fix.
Look at it go. Massive water.
I would say don't drive in this because you never know how deep it is. But I guess it's better to just get out of there while you can.
Dude, he doesn't know what
and then
that
somebody
is.
temporarily gets washed away in these floods.
July 16, 2026.
No floods. We got it on camera.
My goodness, push it.
We got it
you see
on
that?
The sky
you see that? We're all the
God.
way in. That person just got swept away with the water. They tried to get out onto the sidewalk.
And again, so many people don't realize this. We covered this like a long time ago with the New York City flooding.
Jim, you're gone. No.
Knee-deep water that's moving is enough to knock you down and drown you. People see waist-deep water. Don't even...
This is so much water.
They know how deep the water is. I'm like, you know what? It's only 5 feet. Width-wise, I can get through it, having no idea how strong a current is and how nobody can save you in these scenarios. It's very, very dangerous and sad.
What the fuck are you doing? And it's mud because
Turn
it's
around,
all the earth around where the
if
pipe
it's a woman or not. You might have a better
that's
shot.
How much water is
but boy, they
up.
were swept away. They were a little further towards us. And look at that water. Looks like it's up to their waist.
Oh God, I'd be so
very
dead.
concerning moment.
Up to their waist, and they still voluntarily got into it, seeing that it's white water rapid levels.
Saved.
I don't want to say, oh my God, these people are idiots, because likely they weren't anticipating mudslides-looking floods in West Hollywood.
No, but for real,
under America and Minnesota, you could never assume the end of times oncoming for you.
There, thankfully, that person was able to stand up, get their bearings shortly after. This was the only concerning incident involving a person that we have seen.
That you've seen so far. You say it's not like California turned into a crap hole
LA
overnight.
is not a real
You watched it
place.
decline
You're
for
right.
decades
Well,
and
at
it's still
least we
there.
got some kind of
Exactly.
water
I've watched it
'cause
for
we don't
decades and I
rain.
left
You're
over
right.
there. But it's
you left.
I would say
you're left.
it's not
You're one
like
of the
you
left.
have
You're right.
leftist
You're
voters
right.
and right-wing voters over in Los Angeles. It is the people that want the best for themselves and their family versus harvested ballots the Democrat operatives get so they can force through things like Nithya Ramen number 2, increased tax hikes, more homeless shelters built for tens of millions of dollars that serve all of 5 homeless junkies that'll be out on the streets defecating.
Yep. And we need to spend
Until you fix the ballot harvesting scenario, you can't fix anything.
Now with a Fox News alert, and you are looking live at a massive water main break in West Hollywood, Los Angeles. The major flooding. Just look at that, turning roads into rivers. Los Angeles County Fire is on the scene.
Okay, this is entirely too much money.
Closed down, including major roadways like Santa Monica Boulevard and Sunset Boulevard.
For money because we don't have water, but you know what?
Is
When the
ongoing,
water
but
breaks,
not something you see every day
stop, folks.
in California, especially right before rush hour traffic is set to
never
begin.
stops.
Guys, over to you.
It's the Maine. You know what that is?
Already
we're not on the East Coast, folks. This is LA.
And I
I'm not talking
remember over in
about
the
Maine,
valley area.
Niagara
This isn't really
Falls.
near this part, but a sinkhole was in. I think it was Studio City, or it's not Value Village. I always call it Value Village. Valley
Look at the
Village.
cop.
A huge sinkhole
Yes,
just appeared
he needs to be there.
in the intersection. And it's like,
I know there's more
how did we
crime
get here?
going on, but
And you wonder.
I'm sure
what
you
part
put
of
up
West
every single
Hollywood,
one
if
of
not
those
multiple
cones.
parts of West Hollywood,
Sorry,
will have
sorry.
a huge
Just because
sinkhole.
that last
And then
video got me so
earthquakes
pissed off
are
because I'm a
going to
veteran. That shit's fucking
make this
irritating.
worse. And then, like you said, sinkhole issue, it's getting bad. And then, had this occurred in
Constant.
Florida,
It's constant with
I
these people.
imagine
They don't even
it would have
care.
been,
Like,
it could be
bro,
repaired
he could be telling the
in a
truth.
week or
No,
so.
he's just a liar. He's
Then more
just-
money too.
He's just a
but I
character.
think this is going to be another Basota pet project. Well, they'll see
Like,
this
as a
sinkhole. Okay, we got to
thespian-
repair this.
As a thespian, he was not even trying to be over-exaggerative, overbearing, anything like that. That, if you really thought for 1 second that that dude was gonna be like what, James Bond or something, or like what in the fuck was that cop thinking, bro? Like, this is what I don't understand, bro. He's 70 years old, dog, and then you're gonna sit there and call him a liar. He's gonna make your life a living fucking hell, dumbass. Oh.
First, let's survey how it will impact the environment
There you
to
go.
repair this sinkhole. Now let's see how it's going to
See,
impact.
this is why I have two screens.
blacks.
I can zoom in and
Now let's
easier.
see how it's going to impact trans.
I got you guys.
Puerto Rican mixed Korean youths. And
And this
add
is
that in
like
there. Let's
the
just
highest
get all
res I
our
can
pet
get
projects in there.
without
That can turn
upscaling
a
problems.
sinkhole repair scenario
just see the
into a
hole.
$10 million
I didn't actually see
project
that
that
first.
takes 2
Look at
years to
the
do
hole.
because F all the
And it
residents that
went
live right
down.
here. We're only concerned with getting the max amount of money
I'm
out
glad
of a
those guys
tragedy
are on the
every
upside
time.
of that hill. They'd be, look at that pipe.
From the water main
The
break
water
earlier
was
this
not
morning, it
coming
looks
out
like
of that
they're
pipe, but let me
starting to
tell you
hook up
what,
some
when the
pumps there and
sky
siphon some of that water
burns,
out so
folks,
they
the
can
water
get down in there
is
and start
gone.
working
I'll
on the
tell you
main
what
line.
it is.
And then you can see the street.
Completely gone. We don't know where the water
So
is, folks.
this is going to take
It
some
is
time,
all
probably
gone.
likely several days, to make repairs
The
to
magic-
this section.
I think KTLA is being a
happened
little
again. Where
a
did
little
the
bit
water
aspirational.
go?
I'm seeing at
Nobody
least a couple
knows.
weeks.
No, but for real,
It's
why
right at the
did it take
intersection
so
of
long for them to
Sunset
turn the
and
main off?
Holloway. And so expect Sunset to be shut down
Look at the
for
fucking
about a block in each
hole.
direction from Holloway.
It's huge.
We're not seeing
It's
a lot
a
of
whole
congestion as far
intersection.
as traffic on Sunset.
Yeah,
Because they pulled things
asphalt
on top.
there,
And this is a terrible,
hey,
terrible
look, we already
area
know where this
to
is
shut
gonna be
down.
needed.
Because what are you going to do? Move
But
all
they
this
need tons of
traffic
concrete first,
to
so
the
they can't
streets
even
below
start
it, or
pouring
move it up to the
asphalt.
101 above it? Like this is going to block so much over there.
To make our way down Palm Avenue, which is where that water was rushing down earlier this morning. There's still a closure here on Palm Avenue between Sunset and Santa Monica Boulevard. You can see firefighters that are here assessing the damage that occurred here on Palm. So we're going to make our way down to Santa Monica. Santa Monica was closed and was flooded earlier on this morning. So they have reopened that since.
I love how this ad right here is a sense of belonging. And the Marines is like, yeah, you can't afford to live here
that's what it is.
anymore. Give your life to the U.S. government.
Yeah,
so you can make your way through
give
on
the fuck
Santa
up.
Monica Boulevard.
Go shoot some people.
It's so bad over there, but then It's one thing they close the roads. It's another thing that you can't even move your vehicle anymore. All total. Salvage titles, every single one of them.
Yep.
Your core is done.
Yep. This is... Oh, sorry. Yep. Completely done. Dunskies.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but are these like the Airbnb keys where somebody bought like a condo and they're just renting it out temporarily? That's what it looks like to me.
It is.
Could be mistaken though, because who would get an Airbnb
with a random fucking key
in this area? I don't know.
Or you're trying to loan your car out for your friend. You're like, I'm gonna put my key in the drop box so you don't need to come up and bug me, bro.
Yeah, so bad, so you can't get to your car. It's not just one place; it was this other place as well. Los Angeles. Looks like a different parking structure. All the cars gone, but then also.
John, thank you very much. We're going to get a different view of this right now. We're going to get to Julia Dang, who's above this, and News Chopper 4 over West Hollywood. Julia, talk to us about what you're seeing.
Hey there, Adrian. I know on the ground, John was kind of showing us how deep the water is. From overhead, from News Chopper 4, we can show you just how widespread this flooding is. Look at this. We're looking down Palm Avenue. I'm going to show you that
easily these apartments probably cost you like $3,000, $4,000 a month for a 2-bedroom.
Metro bus yard. You can see how this is kind of just flowing. Show you what Lynette described as just a river. I mean, cars are having trouble getting through this. We did see a crew coming out here from Metro, just looking at this damage, trying to figure out how.
So they knew the water's coming.
Look at all the bus.
They have all their buses.
Look at them all
stationed here, and they didn't think to move them.
They're going to pull the buses out at this yard. I mean, if you look at the cars parked over here to the left of the Metro buses, these might actually be staffer vehicles. You can't even see their tires. That's how deep this water is. This appears to be standing water. You can see Metro staffers out here surveying the damage. But up here, you can see
it's all going to be paid for by our tax dollars.
Water still rushing down. This has been going on for hours now, and it looks like because of that topography, it's just rushing down from Sunset Boulevard and then collecting here at the bus yard.
Wow, it's pulling up.
It's completely flooded. Didn't think to move these, I don't know, multi-million-dollar buses, I'm guessing. But, so you mean to say the streets are blocked, everything else is congested, your personal vehicle is locked underneath one of these little water graveyards because every single one of these buildings has underground parking.
We never get flood damage.
Even the public transit option is flooded as well.
It sounds like Gavin Newsom's been stewing up his storm.
I can't imagine the filth that these buses are going to smell like in the future, because how are they going to clean them?
Yeah, so it's going to be a challenge. I mean, I don't even know how they're going to be able to manage this right now. I'm sure they're just trying to figure it out right now, but that gives you an idea of the height of how much the water and how widespread it is. I mean, it is an entire yard.
And why does it look like it's raining?
Person in the
buses,
bus?
we know how big buses are, just flooded right
There's
now.
a person in the bus, folks.
Obviously,
I don't think it's raining that day.
Major issues in terms of public transportation today. So we're just really starting to see the impact of this, how widespread it is right now. And with that water showing really no signs of slowing down right now, it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out throughout the morning.
Because we have the vantage point of News Chopper 4, if we can get back to Julia, I just want to ask you, Julia, if you can show us from your vantage point.
They're probably electric vehicles. I don't think they have an electric bus system quite yet. I'm sure they'd love to have it, but they don't have the money for it. I believe they're all
he doesn't need to ever see this again, he says.
Which I don't know if there's any more implications with the flooding on that type of
but still,
engine.
We'll go find more people stuck
more or
in
less
their
clean
cars.
than usual, probably more dirty than usual, because if the disgusting things you see the homeless people doing on the buses, it probably gets pushed down in the crevices of the floor, and now it's getting washed up to the seat cushions. Unless you do an entire detailing and replacing of the chairs in there, you are now sitting in whatever disgusting mess used to be on the floor of the bus.
How big this area is, how it's impacting residents, it's impacting traffic. This is a significant area.
Is somebody blaming Trump in the chat?
Is somebody blaming Trump?
2-1 point, guys. The bots are here, I guess.
Absolutely, Lynette.
Okay, to spin it on the bots thing, we wouldn't have this water if it wasn't for Trump. So yes. It is now his fault.
Lost you guys there for just a moment,
There
but you
wouldn't have
can
been any
see
water there
not rain, it's wind.
for it to be there. It is his fault.
And that's causing the water to move. It looks like there's bubbles in it, though.
now, before I widen out and give you that wide shot.
Oh, okay. I get it. Yeah, it's the
These people
shine and the little ripples of the white water. Okay,
nothing.
good catch.
The area showing the impact. You can see
They
these two
are
vehicles
finding
coming
more
into
people
the
trying
Metro
to get the
bus
hell out
yard.
of Dodge
This
before
paints
the
a great
vehicle
picture
completely
of just
ceases
This creates a
operation.
great picture of a city
Will
worker
they
that
make
doesn't
it
care
to
about
the
the vehicle
gates,
they're in
or
getting
will they
destroyed.
fail?
It's because it's not coming out of that check.
Just how deep the water is. This is kind of in the downhill area where
You would think
the
the cops
flood
would have cut the
water
chain
is coming
link fence to
downhill
let
from
these poor
Sunset Boulevard. I
trucks
can't believe
and-
this white van is
and,
even driving.
Yes,
buses
exactly.
It's all the way up.
apparently
I'm guessing this vehicle is
vans
probably more
out.
equipped for the rain.
Look,
Maybe
there
not this
is a
regular ass
skin-
van.
Open
To the
where they
front
could have left, but they
headlights.
didn't leave. What in
But
the hell
look
is
at this. I
going
mean, they've got
on?
the entire major artery of Sunset
See it to the
Boulevard
right,
in West
folks,
Hollywood shut
where the
down
cop
now.
cars are. It was
That's
all
in
open,
addition to
folks.
Santa Monica Boulevard. This
I
bus
guess he
yard
wanted
is
to wade
just
through the
off
shitty
of Santa
waters of
Monica.
LA.
Yeah.
And you can
Where the
see
mystery
cars
hidden lake
still
has appeared
driving
once in
through
a blue
this. That's the
moon.
interesting part. Despite
And yes,
those
I'm
road
talking of the
closures, people are
beverage.
coming by. They're
They don't know how to
trying
handle
to
it.
get
You
their
drink one blue
vehicles,
moon, and
and it
then
looks
all
like
of a sudden
people are
all
still
this
Yeah,
blake
no
has
shut off
appeared, and you're like,
overnight.
I don't think I'm ever going
It
to drink
almost
again,
makes me
Tom.
wonder, is
This
if the
is
infrastructure in
terrifying.
Los Angeles
And
is
I'd
so
be right there
bad
with them
they
because
can't
I
have
don't drink.
a water main leak and they can't shut it off easily? Or is it they saw it happening, like, you know what? Sinkholes, property damage, insurance claims, people moving out from the heart of the city. Not the heart of the city, I guess West Hollywood is in the heart of the city, but it's near like Century City. Did they see this as an opportunity to get more of their nonsense pushed through? So they let it become a tragedy, or they let it become worse.
buildings. I think because of the timing of this, because it was overnight, early in the morning, right, all these buses were parked in the yard and
Yes.
people were home in their apartments.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely right. The timing of this right around 3:15, so we're nearing 3 hours that this has been a major problem in the West Hollywood area. We have heard from fire officials responding to this scene. They said there are
Water main leak. Are they voting today? They don't even need that anymore, guys.
multiple utility companies trying to figure out where this started and trying to figure out how to shut this
How
thing
to
down.
turn
They
it
said
off.
it's a very complicated and a complex situation underground right now.
I forgot what it was. They're like, how come America can't get back to the moon? It's because smarter people develop something, and we've DEI'd our way into a situation where the new people, they can't even recreate what we've already built before. They can't even maintain what we built before. And that's what it kind of seems like. Like, there's not enough of the original innovators in your establishment anymore that can upkeep what we've already built as a society. We got too much admin nonsense in Los Angeles County that they can't even figure out how to operate the existing system, let alone build a new one.
So it is remarkable in the sense that we've covered
Lost
a lot of these
technology,
water
yes.
main breaks, and usually by now they do have it shut down, but this one, it's still going strong.
Because I think I saw something that was just a funny someone saying, like, why would you have a thing with, like, Lord of the Rings when they got dragons that can fly around, giant eagles, they got magic, but the main mode of transportation they still use is horses. Why would they do that in this fictitious novel? They're like, no. We live in a civilization that has nuclear energy, and the most common source of energy we use is burning coal still. Humans are idiots. But seeing this, mass flooding, it almost seems like the end of times when you think about the wildfires hitting Los Angeles, and not even these wildfires, the Pacific Palisades. These horrendous fires that plagued this city over a year ago now. Not even the fires, but the more recent fires where you had the... What is it called? What do they call it? The industrial warehouse carrying all the food.
Top of the facility, there hasn't necessarily been a major fire inside. Gil, I don't know if you have updated information on that or confirmation that the roof is really what is burning at this time, not necessarily inside the warehouse.
And remember, this happened a couple weeks ago. Massive fires over in the city. But then now, you got the floods. We had the plague not too long ago. The floods, the fires, and now we're getting, not necessarily locusts, but these swarms of insects. the cold storage facility. Now that everything's rotted, they couldn't turn it off because apparently they had the solar panels on top of that building. They were powering it. It was such a green initiative. It was so good for the environment. Well, they couldn't. You got the lithium batteries. You got the solar panels themselves. They couldn't figure out how to put out that fire. So why we didn't suddenly say, you know what, maybe stop installing solar panels on industrial warehouses because it creates a week-long fire and now a little biohazard with all the insects? And that's just pig's feet. But massive fires causing bug infestation. And look at them. They're so angry at the town hall. They're yelling at Mayor Karen Basota. You're lying to us.
Residents pushing their way past security to try and get into the meeting after.
And they can't like lay down the law and arrest these people going into a city building because like what is this like J6? Or is this just something that they have to deal with because they cater to this specific audience?
They were told there was no room for any more people, but they wanted to be there so they could express their outrage.
Oh yeah, so suddenly, our Democrat politicians in Los Angeles want walls. They want borders. They want enforcement.
It was more than 3 weeks ago that the fire broke out at the frozen foods warehouse owned by Lineage Logistics. It burned for 8 days, filling the air with smoke. And ever since, people have had to cope with a horrible smell of 85 million pounds of rotting.
I'm telling you right now, it was right next door to residential. Probably in 10 years, there was going to be lawsuits saying, hey, if you lived right there and you inhaled the soot and the ash from the literal lithium batteries and solar panels that were going directly into your lungs, you are not eligible to get some sort of class action payout. They weren't going to actually address it now. They're just kicking the can down when Basota is in her next position politically, and everybody that is responsible for it has since gone somewhere else. And again, it'll be the taxpayers that pay this out.
Meat and other food.
There will be multiple layers of environmental investigation.
Oh, well, yeah, so we have more money or more of our tax dollars to look at the failures of it. We're not fixing any of it, but I'm sure it won't just necessarily be look into what caused it, how to prevent it. It'll be things like, but let's just see how it impacted DEI initiatives. Let's see how it impacted minorities, because they always said, who was the one that was said? Was it Basota that said, how come these warehouse fires only happen in neighborhoods around people of color? It's like, well, maybe because you only get mixed industrial zoning and residential zoning in places that are going to be low-income housing areas. Maybe tackle that and not necessarily, are fires racist?
The crowd booed Mayor Karen Bass and the other elected leaders who tried to speak, yelling things like lies, and you weren't there, and we don't believe you. And they had a similar...
And it's almost like they just, oh, you guys can burn the Pacific Palisades, you can burn Altadena, we don't care when the homeless junkies burn down the rich people's areas. Not even like the rich people's areas, like Pasadena. Oh yeah, it's just burning, homeowners. But now that you're burning, you're allowing a industrial frozen food facility to burn for 8 days. Now it impacts me. It's like, well, you knew this is what she does. You knew this was part of the plan, and yet you still voted for it.
When the chief operating officer of the company that owns the warehouse, Jeffrey Rivera, spoke, he had trouble getting through his presentation.
Yeah, what are we here?
Because I want you to know there was no ammonia pipes.
It's like they probably smell it themselves, and he's sitting here saying, hey, CNN would let you know this, so I'm going to go ahead and put the lie out here on paper.
I understand the uncertainty, the frustration,
no, you don't.
And the disruption that it's caused.
But here's my script.
And I am sorry.
But of course, that's how it always is. And I like how Spencer Pratt said, notice how Nithya Raman just completely disappeared after they blocked us out of the general election. She's not campaigning at all. Like a pickpocket disappearing from the crowd, just a ghost. I told you her campaign was a scam, colluding with Bass from the start. I don't think he's wrong, but I also think that it's not necessarily the voters that are here coming in and yelling at them saying, we demand more. Of course, there's going to be a lot of Basota voters in that audience right there, but I would say Again, this isn't Los Angeles battling liberal-leaning Los Angeles residents, conservative-leaning citizens. It's just the people versus the harvested ballots the Democrats have been able to get. And once they realize they no longer have to support people that actually vote for them and see something like the Pacific Palisades fire, see something like the flood, see something like the water not being collected last El Nino season, they don't have to placate them. They just have to harvest more ballots and cancel out more of the actual citizens that are going to vote against this.
Governor Sherrill says the non-citizens will now be removed from the voter roll. She also says they've hired an outside firm to investigate the incident.
Okay, so by now, I'm sure you've heard the news that thousands of non-citizens have registered to vote in New Jersey, and the DOJ is actually now investigating New Jersey to figure out what exactly is going on. But here's where things get interesting. On the same day we are finding out all of this news about New Jersey, massive news, Governor Gavin Newsom decides to put this speech out on the same day.
Donald Trump's going to do everything to try to steal this election. He was unhinged the other night. That was 25th Amendment stuff. He was unhinged. I mean, thank God for the, broken clock, but even the Wall Street Journal editorial board, the New York Post even recognized that, which is extraordinary. He was unhinged. Unfounded allegations of election fraud. It's madness.
Unfounded allegations, election fraud, on the same day, 24 hours ago, the same day we find out the governor of New Jersey admits out of the 6,000 non-citizens that have been registered to vote accidentally, and again, the DOJ is investigating that, 400 of them voted. Here you have Newsom saying, unfounded evidence. And by the way, New Jersey, just like California, was on a public list to let everyone know publicly there are some red flags in your voter systems, and it looks like New Jersey confirmed it. However, over in California, the response is the Trump administration is trying to rig the election. And by the way, we do have some similarities between New Jersey and California because Harmeet Dillon posted this. I note that New Jersey is one of the states refusing to allow the Justice Department and civil rights to help them avoid exactly such errors, basically allowing to go into the voter rolls and make sure everything is good to go. So again, we have a lot of overlap here between New Jersey and California, but the biggest difference is, again, in New Jersey, they responded to all of this and they are confirming, well, the Trump administration was right. But if you know anything about the election fraud conversation and the debate, the big question is, what is widespread fraud and when should we really take this very serious? And this was talked about over on CNN.
What's your tolerance for this?
Hold on. This is not about tolerance. This is about, is it widespread or is it something that is relatively rare,
You're
Scott?
Pounding him over the word widespread. I just would ask you, Scott, what is your tolerance for any fraud at all?
Is it widespread?
Absolutely. Over 6,000 people.
What is your bar for widespread?
She said, my bar is I want no tolerance. Okay. I have zero tolerance.
So what is your tolerance for American citizens?
By the way, this isn't the only place this is happening.
What is your tolerance for American citizens whose valid voter registrations are invalidated by incorrect databases? What's your tolerance for that?
I don't have tolerance for any mistakes in the electoral system, including putting non-citizens on the rolls.
Okay.
So if you're subscribed to my channel, and please make sure to subscribe, also make sure to please like this video because it helps out a ton. This has always been the conversation. On day one, when the Trump administration said we are looking into possible voter fraud in California, the biggest pushback was, well, we might have some voter fraud here or there, but there's no evidence of widespread. And then the conversation developed into, well, what is the threshold for widespread? If you have 1 million voters in New Jersey, and 6,000 of them are non-citizens, can you really call that widespread? Or if we bump it up to 60,000, is that widespread? 600,000, now that's the widespread. These thresholds are really extending for some people, and for others, just one is enough to be a problem. J.D. Vance has said, why are we talking about widespread? One should be enough.
Why are we not keeping the same energy for that as we are for this?
I do have energy. As you know, I've come out here and long argued that every time we don't clean up the voter rolls, that every time a non-citizen makes it onto the voter rolls, it invalidates some legal person's vote.
What about when an American is not allowed to vote when they are eligible to vote?
I don't have any tolerance for that either. An American citizen should be allowed to vote. But American citizens are invalidated
why
when illegal
are you okay
aliens
then with the
are glitched onto the
administration?
system.
And remember, this is only New Jersey. We only have 4 states to work with: California, New Jersey, Nevada, and Pennsylvania, as far as there are non-citizens on the voter rolls. That is the publicly available data that was given to us by Homeland Security, so that's really all we can work with. But the presumption is there might be a lot more out there if only 4 states have been notified and the stats are given publicly. And by the way, while everyone was sleeping in the United States, President Trump posted this. 35,152 is the new number I just released by Homeland Security of non-citizens registered to vote in New Jersey. I have no idea how we went from 6,000 to 35,000, but this is coming straight from the source, the President of the United States. These are just the ones that got caught. The real numbers will prove to be many times this amount. They are all Democrats. Republicans get smart and straighten out our crooked election past the Save America Act. So look, I have, again, no idea where this number came from. If there was another internal audit, I don't know. But what we do know is this number is also probably being contested. Are we going to say this is widespread fraud or not yet? Do we have to reach a higher number? Now, I really want to nail down all of the different talking points for you and not just be a generic, there it is, there's fraud. There's actually a little bit of a nuance here, and I hate using that word, but it is true. So it is true, according to the governor, there are 6,000 non-registered voters in the New Jersey voter system, but 400 voted out of the 6,000. So again, the conversation is, well, I understand 6,000 were registered, but only 400 really voted. So is that even going to be an issue? Are we going to call that widespread fraud? Again, very nuanced. To a lot of you, I would probably assume you wouldn't care either way. But again, when you have individuals on national television and public figures who are saying this is not widespread, understand it's being investigated. Today, New Jersey Governor Sherrill stated that 400 non-citizens voted in elections. This is unacceptable and illegal. The Civil Rights Division, Justice Department is investigating this unlawful dilution of American votes.
So I think it's important that people go to the polls. I want every American to vote, regardless of party, and I want them to feel confident in the outcome. And we just can't have that when we have 2/3 of the states refusing to cooperate with the Department of Justice's efforts to get the voter rolls so that we can help clean them up. In the states that are cooperating with us or where we can get the commercially available data, Department of Homeland Security has found almost 300,000 non-citizens on the voter rolls. And
yeah, again, this is very crucial to the story. The only reason why we have the numbers we have so far is because of voluntarily working with the Trump administration to voluntarily give the voter rolls, to voluntarily work together. That's the very big difference here, which is why you might be a little surprised or like trying to figure out why is Governor Gavin Newsom on notice, yet he's like pushing back and saying the Trump administration is trying to rig the elections. Well, that's because the other states have voluntarily worked with the Trump admin. California has not. And again, as far as this election conversation, it's very low-hanging fruit to just say, look, California, they're rigging it, they're just a bunch of Democrats, they don't know what they're doing. That's not what the conversation is even about. We're talking about a conversation that DHS has specifically put California on notice alongside New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Nevada as far as knowing that there are issues there. But again, the story is, this is out publicly, everyone in America knows this, yet California is still denying there are any problems as far as widespread issues.
But he's setting it up. He's setting you all up. You know what he's doing. He's doing it in plain sight. He's socializing all of this to normalize all of this. And he's going to have masked men in and around polling places, just as he did in Los Angeles last November. BORTAC teams that were sent out before the polls were open. Border Patrol tactical units. He said on that same election day that the election was rigged. No evidence of that. Sent out Department of Justice personnel to find some anomaly, and then went to try to get to the Supreme Court to throw out the election. This guy's not screwing around. That's what he will do this November at scale. He doesn't believe in fair and free elections. He believes...
Okay, now hold on. Unless you know the context, this can all be very confusing, because Governor Gavin Newsom is referring to someone known as Bill Asalee. Bill Asalee is an attorney for the Trump administration who is overseeing the FBI and other federal elements looking into possible voter fraud. The issue is he has no way to know if there is widespread fraud because the voter rolls have been blocked, and as we talked about before, we don't have the voluntarily handing over the voter rolls. But the conversation is different now because DHS has entered the conversation and is now telling everyone publicly, well, actually, there's a lot of non-citizens that are on your voter rolls, and we want to work together, and we want to make sure they're not there, yet everything is still blocked off from the Trump administration.
Competitive authoritarianism. He wants to have an election, but he wants the election that Putin has, where he gets 87.3%, and the next guy gets 4.6%. That's what Trump believes. He doesn't believe in fair and free. He doesn't. That's what the SAVE Act, that's what it's all about. He wants to pick and choose who votes. So, we have to be vigilant. This is the same guy who did vote by mail. I mean, this is pathetic that anyone is defending the ramblings of this madness, this madman on this topic. It's the core of who we are, fair and free elections. He's doing everything to undermine that. So we're going to be forthright, vigilant, continue to call this out.
Okay, so I'm not surprised Governor Gavin Newsom is calling this out, but again, I have to keep reiterating this. This speech was posted on his social media on the same day New Jersey admitted the Trump administration was correct and actually responded to the initial DHS letter that, hey, New Jersey, you have some issues here, just so you know. New Jersey confirmed it. Over in California, we still have nothing. We have this speech. So I think a lot of Americans just want to know, hey, is something going on or not? Is the Trump admin lying? Are you lying? What's happening here? Here's New Jersey Senator Andy Kim.
But it does represent a pretty big screw up and probably the largest breach of this kind that I could ever cover. What was your reaction to seeing that news today?
Yeah, I heard about it for the first time today as well. And I have to say, look, I mean, this is unacceptable. And this needs to be fixed immediately, and people need to be held accountable for that, especially if they've known this since it's happened a couple years ago. So, yes, when there are mistakes, when there are things that are broken, we need to fix it.
Again, this conversation has now completely changed. We're talking about an interview on MS Now where even he said this is a pretty big screw-up. Now, I wish he had said whether or not he thinks this is widespread in New Jersey, but still to say on MS Now this is a pretty big screw-up. Again, this idea of it's not happening, it's never happened, now this has really turned into it might be a possibility for some, or at the very least, no, it did happen in my state, specifically this senator right here. Okay, now going back to the CNN debate, I forgot to mention there was another argument as far as pushback with the 6,000 non-citizens. Here's Abby Phillips' perspective.
Widespread.
Yeah.
6,600 people who were inadvertently registered to vote, the vast majority of them never cast a ballot, and you're calling 400 maybe ballots cast by people who were registered as Republicans, as Democrats, as Independents, as widespread in a state where there are 6.8 million registered voters?
Yeah.
Okay, so first things first, she is saying, well, those are 6,000 non-citizens who were inadvertently put in the system, but then only the 400 voted. So again, the 6,000 inadvertently, that's the other conversation that's being had as, well, do you blame this as widespread fraud or, just an error?
I'm with the governor of New Jersey on this. I think it's a pretty big problem.
That math doesn't math. Jesse.
Well, I didn't say it invalidated Mikey Sherrill's election result.
I didn't say you said that, but I also dispute the idea that there's any proof that this is widespread.
I think there are thousands of non-citizens on the voter rolls in New Jersey, and I'm pretty concerned about that. I would call it a widespread problem. I think the bigger problem here is that...
What's your definition of widespread, by the way? Is it 1%? Is it 2%?
I don't know, more than 100? I think it's a big problem. What's yours?
What's your tolerance for this?
Hold on.
And again, we simply just don't have this legal definition right now as far as I am saying this is widespread fraud. It really is coming down to the individual American who seems to think this is widespread fraud, which is why I think many people now are really paying attention to election integrity, and we're all finding out, to some people, 600 is a lot, and to others, Abby Phillips on national television is brushing this away and is well, how is that widespread? It's not even 1%, that type of conversation. Here is Congresswoman Kat Kammack. She represents Florida.
But wait, we were told that this doesn't happen. Remember, that's the reason why the left is fighting the Save America Act so hard, because apparently non-citizens don't vote. Let us not forget that 19 states, they issue driver's licenses to illegals. And of that 19, 15 do automatic voter registration when you get your driver's license. Marionette Miller Meeks in Iowa won her race by 6 votes. So it's complete bullshit when people say that the Save America Act is somehow going to disenfranchise individuals. It will not. It will ensure the integrity of our elections, and it will make sure that real Americans, U.S. citizens, their votes are not being canceled out by people who should not be registered to vote and subsequently voting in our elections. Photo ID and American citizenship are not controversial. We need the Senate to pass the Save America Act now.
Yeah, so it also really matters what perspective you're looking at this, as far as, are you only thinking about illegal voting for presidential elections, or should you be thinking about this also on the local level, for mayors, for members of Congress? And again, citing that one individual won their election by 6 votes, this is not really that uncommon to win by like hundreds of votes, maybe even. But if we use what happened in New Jersey, that means an election, technically speaking, could have been influenced by these individuals who decided to vote.
I know how important public service is, and I've worked to serve this country most of my life. I've taken several oaths to support and defend our Constitution. As a Navy pilot, a federal prosecutor, and an elected official, election integrity is core to that oath. It's my duty as governor to make sure our elections are free, fair, and secure. In the months ahead, I'll keep working with our election officials, local, county, and state, to do just that.
Okay, so what happens next? Well, the DOJ will be investigating New Jersey, and what they're going to be looking for is whether or not this was done with intent, on purpose, knowingly happened, or if New Jersey just has a super flawed system and the voter registration systems are just terrible and it was hacked. I don't know. They're going to look into it. But the main distinction you need to understand is whether or not this was done on purpose, because Harmeet Dillon has already gone on national television and said the biggest issue for the DOJ is not finding the fraud, it's finding out whether or not it was knowingly happening and the election officials were allowing it to happen. Then the DOJ has a case. Otherwise, it's very difficult to prosecute someone if they're just super incompetent and they're not paying attention, as opposed to paying attention and allowing it to happen. That's what the DOJ is going to be looking into, the intent and whether or not it was done on purpose and knowingly was happening.
Initial analysis shows that fewer than 400 newly registered individuals voted in an election due to this software error. They were registered as Democrats, Republicans, and the majority unaffiliated, and were scattered across the state. But let me be clear, this entire situation is unacceptable. It's unacceptable that the vendor released software with such a glaring error. It's unacceptable that the MVC took a year to get this issue fixed.
So again, as far as the DOJ investigating this, are they going to look into the vendor? Are they going to look into the specific areas where this happened? And I do find it very notable that the governor had to describe what was happening. This wasn't a concentrated area. It was Republicans and Democrats. I wish we had the actual number, but the majority non-affiliated. Again, there are a lot of questions out there the DOJ has to figure out. But again, Harmeet Dillon has always said the number one thing they're looking for is whether or not people knowingly allowed this to happen. And I think it's going to be interesting to find out what happens next, because 6,000 is a lot.
Governor Sherrill says the non-citizens will now be removed from the voter roll. She also says they've hired an outside firm to investigate the incident.
And I already know what some of you are asking. Are they going to be removed from the country for illegally voting as well? I have no idea, but we do know that ICE is active in New Jersey. But we also know there's pushback against ICE agents in New Jersey as well.
The White House releasing a statement of its own saying, quote, Democrats and their media allies have repeatedly said it is impossible for non-citizens to register to vote, let alone cast a ballot. Time and again, they have been proven wrong. As President Trump has said, there is nothing more important than the integrity of your elections, and this latest incident underscores the absolute necessity of the Save America Act. Now,
Okay, so I think this is a good place to stop. Let me know how you feel about all of this, and I hope I was as fair as possible in representing all the different sides here. Again, there's still a lot more to uncover. We're still waiting for, like, Pennsylvania to fully come out as far as what is going on with the non-citizens on their voter rolls. We sort of had a response from Nevada, who came out with their own response saying, we have fair and secure elections, and this is why. We covered that a couple of days ago. As far as California, again, we're getting that vibe of pushing back. Governor Gavin Newsom actually wrote "try us" like 3 days ago, and we know that Governor Gavin Newsom, we know his stance. We know that he thinks the Trump admin is trying to rig the elections, but at this point, again, the conversation has really changed now that New Jersey has come out and said they were right, we did have issues. What's going to happen next? Are we going to see more states volunteer their voter rolls? I have no idea, but we're going to be covering it. So thank you again so much for everything. God bless all of you. Make sure to please pray for peace. Make sure to please pray for unity. Pray for the leaders, even the ones you don't like. And I thank you guys so much for everything. God bless you, and please seek Christ. Thank you.
At Incheon International Airport in South Korea, dozens of Chinese tourists were seen ignoring airport rules at Terminal 1. Instead of following the designated queue, they lowered their bodies, pushed their luggage carts through the barriers, cut in line, and rushed straight toward the check-in counters. The scene quickly became chaotic. Some airport staff members were pushed and bumped while trying to maintain order. After videos of the incident spread rapidly on social media platforms, people initially suspected the footage was AI-generated. However, South Korean media confirmed that the incident happened in the early hours of July 2nd. According to Yonhap news agency, similar incidents involving Chinese tourists have happened at least 5 times in July alone. The incidents were mainly linked to some Chinese purchasing agents who carry large amounts of goods across the border. These travelers often have to complete departure procedures quickly, so they cut through the lines and rush to the front to get processed first. Reports said some airport staff members were injured by the crowds, and they needed requiring medical treatment. In response, Incheon International Airport said it would strengthen efforts to maintain order in passenger queues. The airport is also considering installing plastic panels between the stanchions. The video went viral online and sparked anger among South Koreans. One person wrote, "What should we do with people who refuse to follow the rules?" Another angry comment said, "Anyone who cuts in line should be refused check-in." Some people blamed the situation on the government's pro-China policies. One person wrote, "When will the visa-free policy for Chinese visitors be withdrawn? Ordinary people are suffering, but the government is ignoring their concerns." Another said, "The farther you stay from China, the better it is for you." South Korea still doesn't understand this. South Korea currently does not offer full visa-free entry to ordinary Chinese tourists. However, it has introduced a temporary visa exemption program for Chinese group travelers from China. The policy was introduced in 2025 by the government of South Korean President Lee Jae-myung. Chinese group tours of 3 or more people who register through designated travel agencies can receive visa-free entry for up to 15 days. They must enter and leave South Korea on the same flight or the same ship. Meanwhile, Chinese citizens traveling individually or in groups to Jeju Island can stay visa-free for 30 days. In March this year, Choi Hui-young, who made his first visit to China as South Korea's Minister of Culture, Sports, and Tourism, said that to make it easier for more Chinese tourists to visit South Korea, the government would issue 5-year multiple entry visas to Chinese visitors with previous travel records to South Korea. Starting March 30th, South Korea also began issuing 10-year multiple entry visas to residents of 14 Chinese cities. South Korea is one of the most popular overseas travel destinations for Chinese tourists. Since 2025, relations between China and Japan have become increasingly tense. The Chinese authorities have restricted travel to Japan, forcing many Chinese tourists to switch their destinations to South Korea. Data showed that in 2025, 5.48 million tourists from mainland China visited South Korea, an increase of 19.5% compared with the previous year. During the 2026 Chinese New Year holiday period, the average daily number of mainland Chinese visitors traveling to South Korea increased by 30% compared with the same period the previous year. However, under the rule of the Chinese Communist Party, social ethics have declined, leading to a continued export of problematic tourists to the international community. South Korea has become one of the countries most heavily affected. At the same time, the perceived inaction of South Korean officials has angered many citizens. In June this year, a bizarre incident occurred at the Incheon International Airport. A male Chinese tourist who had just entered the country was suspected of entering a female employee's restroom area and defecating there. The incident sparked public outrage, while female airport workers criticized officials for allegedly trying to downplay the matter. According to South Korean media reports, authorities confirmed that the incident happened inside the female immigration officer's staff lounge. On the afternoon of June 5th, a female airport employee entered the lounge to use the restroom and discovered obvious traces of feces in the wash area. She immediately reported the incident to airport security. After reviewing surveillance footage, officers found that on the night of June 4th, a male Chinese tourist who had just arrived at the airport had entered the restricted area without warning. The lounge where the incident happened is a tightly controlled airport security zone. Ordinary visitors and arriving passengers are not allowed to enter. However, the investigation found that the electronic door lock at the entrance was malfunctioning at the time. The incident triggered strong concerns among female employees. Some affected workers also expressed dissatisfaction with how immigration authorities handled the matter. After the incident, management did not immediately notify police or take legal action. Instead, they only placed temporary safety barriers and warning signs outside the lounge. Female employees criticized the authorities for trying to quietly handle the matter, saying it left female staff feeling extremely unsafe. In response to the criticism, the Incheon Airport Immigration Office said the arrival hall was an open area with heavy foot traffic, and suggested that the Chinese tourist may have needed to use the restroom urgently and was unfamiliar with the layout. Later, following concerns over security and backlash from employees, immigration authorities classified the case as a serious incident. They said that although the identity of the Chinese tourist involved had not yet been confirmed, they were considering reporting the case to police and filing charges under the Minor Offenses Punishment Act. Earlier this year, 2 Chinese tourists visiting Seoul not only ignored security guards' warnings and crossed restricted areas, but also assaulted guards on duty. The 2 men returned to China the following day. South Korean media reported that the Jongno police station in Seoul is investigating a man in his 50s and another man in his 60s on suspicion of assault. Both are Chinese nationals. The 2 men allegedly attacked security guards at the Gyeongbokgung Palace in early January. The security guard who was attacked said that the 2 men entered a restricted area in order to take photos. He repeatedly asked them to move back behind the security line, but they ignored him. One of the men first pushed into the guard with his body and later pushed him in the chest. After receiving the report, Seoul police arrived at the scene and took the 2 Chinese men to a police station for questioning. Because the security guards were not police officers, the case did not qualify as obstruction of official duties. After the investigation, the 2 suspects were allowed to return home and left South Korea for China the next day. Police said that if they were later fined through summary prosecution, a warrant could be issued to enforce payment, and the investigation would not be affected. The victimized security guard was unhappy with how police handled the case. He said, "During the investigation, I repeatedly asked for the 2 men to be banned from leaving the country, but in the end, they left without facing any punishment. That is completely unacceptable." After Jeju Island opened visa-free entry for Chinese tourists, there have been growing reports of Chinese pickpocketing cases. In April this year, several Chinese nationals were arrested for alleged thefts on Jeju Island. Police had to set up special investigation teams at local police stations to deal with the cases. According to South Korean media, a male Chinese tourist in his 40s entered Jeju Island through the visa-free program. On April 9th, he allegedly approached an elderly passenger on the bus, stole a wallet containing 200,000 Korean won, and fled. He was arrested by the police on April 15th. However, the man denied committing the crime. Police applied for an arrest warrant, citing factors including his lack of a fixed address and possible risk of fleeing. But prosecutors later rejected the request and released him, saying the case was minor and the evidence had already been secured. Around April 14th, 3 Chinese nationals allegedly stole a bus passenger's wallet and 60,000 Korean won in cash before escaping. In another case, 2 Chinese nationals allegedly stole a wallet from a victim's bag at a market in Jeju Island. The stolen items were estimated to be worth 1 million Korean won. One of them was also accused of stealing 80,000 Korean won from an elderly person at another market. Many South Korean users criticized the situation. South Korea's prosecutors actually released a pickpocket who was caught in the act, claiming he was not a flight risk. Would they treat a local citizen the same way? This is the ultimate example of bowing to foreign forces. They allowed Chinese citizens to enter without visas just to make money from tourism, and now they're facing the consequences. What about spies hiding among them? Do you really think there are no spies now? In recent years, there have also been increasing cases of Chinese tourists using drones to film South Korean military bases, raising concerns that the footage may be linked to intelligence gathering by the Chinese Communist Party. The Jeju Provincial Police Agency said on August 21, 2025, that a Chinese man and woman were suspected of illegally using a drone to film a naval base on Jeju Island. After receiving a report from the Navy, police were dispatched and arrested the pair. On January 10, 2025, the Jeju Provincial Police Agency also said that on the afternoon of December 31, 2024, a Chinese tourist used a drone to film an airport without permission. Police investigated the person on suspicion of violating the Aviation Safety Act. In recent years, some Chinese tourists involved in similar cases have been convicted by South Korean courts. However, critics say the alleged force behind these incidents, the Chinese Communist Party, has not been held accountable. The influence of the CCP has also extended into social issues. At around 6 p.m. on June 2nd this year, Falun Gong practitioners held a gathering in front of the Shila duty-free store in Yeongdong, Jeju City. Falun Gong is a popular spiritual meditation that the CCP has violently persecuted since 1999. At least 3 Chinese men allegedly attacked practitioners who are raising awareness about the persecution. They forcibly took away their display boards, assaulted people, and acted aggressively, causing damage to property and injury to participants. The 3 men were later taken away by police, and the incident shocked many people in South Korea. Of course, apart from legal and criminal issues, the growing number of Chinese tourists has also raised concerns about traffic safety. As travel from China to South Korea continues to grow, the issue of whether Chinese visitors should be allowed to rent cars and drive themselves on Jeju Island has once again become a topic of debate. Local authorities believe improving travel convenience could boost tourism spending. However, after the proposal became public, many residents raised concerns about road safety. According to the Korea Times, more than 10 years ago, Jeju Island proposed changing regulations to allow Chinese tourists to rent cars, but the proposal was not approved. The main reason was that China is not covered by international driving permit systems under the Geneva Convention on Road Traffic. South Korea currently does not recognize driver's licenses issued by China. Opponents mainly argue that rental car use among tourists in Jeju is already high, and traffic accident rates are higher than in other parts of South Korea. They worry that allowing more visitors unfamiliar with local traffic rules would increase accident risks. They also warn that responsibility disputes, insurance claims, and law enforcement would become more complicated. Some stress that Jeju Island is not a driving school, and short-term training would not be enough to guarantee safety. Supporters argue that China is the largest overseas tourism market for Jeju Island. If independent travelers cannot drive themselves, their travel options would be heavily restricted. They believe that with proper education, regulation, and insurance systems, it may be possible to balance safety, tourism quality, consumer spending, and local economic growth. The visa-free policy for Chinese group tours introduced by Lee Jae-myung has angered South Koreans. Protests calling for no China have appeared in Seoul, while some demonstrators even tore up Chinese flags and images of Xi Jinping. The martial law controversy involving former President Yoon Suk-yeol sparked intense political conflict between South Korea's ruling and opposition parties. It also raised awareness among many young South Koreans about concerns over alleged Chinese Communist Party influence in South Korean politics. Many people at pro-Yoon Suk-yeol rallies expressed opposition to the Chinese Communist Party. In June this year, there was a controversy over missing ballots. Many young South Koreans questioned whether the CCP had interfered in the country's elections and expressed opposition to what they described as the communization of South Korea. Earlier, some South Koreans were heard chanting anti-communist slogans. Down with communism. The Communist Party has harmed China. Without the Communist Party, there would be a new China. As South Korean society has become increasingly concerned about alleged CCP influence, anti-communism appears to have become more popular among young people. A video circulating online shows a bride holding flowers and walking onto the stage wearing a white wedding dress. The dress appeared to have a vertical banner printed onto it. At the top was what looked like a tiger head, while underneath were 4 traditional Chinese characters with the slogan, "Heaven destroys the Chinese Communist Party." Amid cheers and singing from family and friends, the bride walked toward the groom through a formation of South Korean flags. The couple eventually stood together beneath the national flags. The video showed that many wedding guests were young people. The new South Korean government's closer ties with the CCP has drawn attention. On July 5th this year, the South Korean president visited China for the first time in 6 years. Shortly after meeting Xi Jinping, Lee Jae-myung raised his phone and invited Xi and his wife to take a selfie together. The phone was reportedly a gift presented during Xi Jinping's visit to South Korea 2 months earlier. This phone diplomacy drew attention because it also reflected a sense of security anxiety mixed with humor. During the summit, Lee once jokingly asked, "Is communication secure?" Xi Jinping responded, "You can check whether there's a backdoor." Commentator Yang Bo said that many countries today are engaging with China based on economic interest, and tourism is one important excuse. However, he argued that some countries have not truly recognized the Chinese Communist Party as an aggressive and ambitious regime. He said the party would use every available resource to serve its own expansion. Since late last year, high-level exchanges between the CCP and North Korea have increased, with relations becoming closer. During Xi Jinping's visit to North Korea in June, he did not mention North Korea's denuclearization. Instead, he spoke about military exchanges for the first time. Experts said Xi Jinping's decision to not discuss denuclearization had deeper implications. They warned that increasing military cooperation between China and North Korea could affect South Korea's security and serve as a wake-up call for the current leadership.
On July 20th, a strange scene unfolded in Shunhe Town, Neijiang City in Sichuan Province. Floodwaters suddenly surged into empty streets. Videos circulating on Chinese social media showed muddy, fast-moving water rushing into the streets within seconds. Furniture, electric scooters, and other items were swept away, and a child was briefly carried away by the current. Local residents were caught off guard. A man filming the flood from inside a shop said,
"Look, the water is rising. I don't know where it came from. The water is rising."
By then, the floodwaters on the street had reached his calves, and the strong current had flooded ground floor shops along the street. Another video showed residents trying to rescue items from the flood. A woman watching the sudden flooding repeatedly said, "It's terrifying, it's terrifying." A man filming the flooding from outside his home said in the video, "It's so strange. This water is so strange. It didn't rain upstream and the river level hasn't risen. Where did this come from?" A woman filmed the scene for her family members living elsewhere and said, "Son, look at our situation. Somehow water has suddenly filled the streets. It's very deep. Cars have been damaged. One of our new cars was pushed into the street. Look how high the water has risen. It's incredible." The footage showed dark brown muddy water pouring into residential areas and a farmer's market at a rapid speed. A shop owner said, "Look, we don't know where this water came from. The farmer's market has been hit badly. The losses are huge." The flooding reportedly lasted for more than an hour, with water reaching thigh height in some areas. Many vehicles were submerged and some residents tried to move to higher ground. Many ground floor homes were flooded, leaving furniture soaked in water. A supermarket near the river was also flooded, with water rushing down like a waterfall into the river. Many residents in Shunhe town said the water arrived in a very unusual way. An official statement said a fish pond embankment at a local farm collapsed, sending water into the streets below. Authorities said they were repairing the fish pond to prevent further flooding. So far, local authorities have not released information on casualties or property losses. Many people question the official explanation that a fish pond embankment collapse caused the flooding. One commenter remarked, "I have never seen a fish pond with this much water." A user on X posted an image criticizing the authorities, saying that during disasters, the first response is often not rescuing people but warning residents not to share disaster information outside the firewall. Others commented, "It was clearly a dam collapse or a water release, but when waters flow into a town, there is usually time to respond. Any responsible government would use communication channels to warn people and evacuate them as much as possible." Another said, "Reports inside the wall say it was a fish pond collapse. It was obviously another reservoir secretly releasing water." According to a September 6, 2017 report by the cover, Shunhe town has a small reservoir called Tiangong Reservoir, which is mainly used for irrigation along with flood control and aquaculture. The reservoir has a total storage capacity of 2.4 million cubic meters, a normal storage capacity of 1.5 million cubic meters, and a dead storage capacity of 200,000 cubic meters. Its main river channel is 10.3 kilometers long and provides irrigation water. The reservoir is located just 25 kilometers from downtown Dongxing. Many local residents believe the flooding was caused by the reservoir releasing water without warning, or even a possible dam collapse. Recently, many parts of China have been hit by heavy rain and flooding. On July 6th, the Liulan Reservoir in Guangxi collapsed, destroying many homes downstream. Residents were caught off guard, and some were swept away by floodwaters before they could escape. Many others lost everything and became homeless. However, Chinese authorities described the reservoir collapse as a breach or leakage, which critics said downplayed the disaster. On July 21st, the Emergency Management Bureau of Yunbiao Town, Guangxi, issued a notice on the situation at Baifenshan Pond in Duzhu Village. The embankment has a 60 to 70 meter leak with a dam height of 4.5 meters and 0.8 to 5.5 meters wide. Water is leaking at about 0.05 cubic meters per second, and the pond holds about 50,000 cubic meters of water. If the embankment collapses, it could destroy 30 mu of farmland, and flooding could reach Duzhu Reservoir, threatening the dam's safety. A person familiar with the local situation criticized the description, saying, "Stop calling signs of a dam collapse ordinary leaks." A 60 to 70 meter long section of the dam is leaking, and another reservoir is connected downstream. This is not just a problem with a small pond, but a possible chain of risks. The person added, "The priority now is not just putting data into a notice, but lowering the water level, strengthening the structure, moving people downstream to safety, and continuing to release updates from the site." Many disasters do not happen without warning. The most painful part is that risks are often reported early, yet accidents still occur. Just days earlier, China's 3 northeastern provinces were hit by severe flooding, with reports of unannounced reservoir water releases. On July 13, Liaoning province was hit by once-in-a-century heavy rain. Some areas received rainfall equal to half a year's total. Combined with releases from multiple reservoirs, it triggered major flooding. Dadianzhi town in Tailing was among the hardest hit areas. Residents said the Fan River, a tributary of the Liao River, flooded many villages along its bank. Floodwaters only recently receded, and residents said upstream reservoirs released water several times without warning, destroying homes and farmland along the river. A resident of Dadianzhi town in Tieling, Liaoning province, named Wang, said the whole town was badly damaged. Losses exceeded 100 million yuan. Roads, bridges, and infrastructure were destroyed, and rebuilding will take time. Some houses were damaged or collapsed. Homes along the river were left unrecognizable, with foundations washed away. Farmland was destroyed. Every household suffered heavy losses. Everything inside our homes was soaked and ruined, and we still don't dare to drink tap water. A resident of Wangqing County in Yanbian, Jilin province, named Li, said, "We all rent farmland along the river to grow crops. My losses were to rice fields and dry fields because of the water release. Most people in the village are elderly. Their houses were flooded, and they lost everything. I worked in factories for 6 years, but I was owed 14 months of wages, and my social insurance payments stopped. This is my first year returning home to the farm, and it has started badly. A resident of Ning'an City, Heilongjiang Province, named Li, shared with a reporter, "The rain was extremely heavy today. Releasing water after heavy rain only makes things worse. A surge of water came down and flooded us badly. Some villages along the river lost their houses, rice crops were almost completely destroyed, and all the vegetables in my garden were gone." Another Ning'an resident said more than 20 villages along the Mudan River had been underwater for many days. Water levels only began to fall in recent days. Northeast China has only one growing season each year, and after rice fields and cornfields were flooded, the crops were completely lost. As floods continue across China, Henzhou in Guangxi has been among the hardest hit areas. Videos posted online showed many affected residents leaving their homes because they lacked food. Some criticized the authorities' rescue efforts as ineffective. More alarming claims have also emerged. On July 20th, blogger Luo Xiang, breaking through the curtain, who follows major social incidents in China, said a person claiming to be a Three Gorges employee had submitted information about the Guangxi disaster and the Three Gorges Dam. The blogger said, "After reading it, I was really saddened." According to several messages submitted by someone claiming to be a Three Gorges internal employee, the person alleged in Henzhou, Guangxi. Police are now stationed there, and outsiders are not allowed to enter the affected areas to cover up the truth. This came from orders from above to prevent public attention risk. If rescue teams later discover piles of bodies, officials could lose their positions and face criminal charges. Now even rescue teams are not allowed to enter. The submission also claimed that authorities did not issue warnings before releasing water because relocating villages will require housing and food, which would cost money. It said local governments understand their own financial situation, so not issuing warnings had become an accepted practice. The submission added that although this lacked humanity, it was the reality. The vlogger also claimed that the Three Gorges Dam faces major risk. There are already multiple leaks at the bottom of the Three Gorges Dam, with some leaks reaching 30 cubic meters per hour. Local officials left with their families long ago, calling it going elsewhere to study while telling us to stay and hold our positions. They treat us like disposable tools. The person also claimed last year 1.3 trillion yuan was invested in national water projects. After multiple deductions, some units received only 10 to 20%. Officials also demanded payments and benefits. This is not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. The Three Gorges Dam collapse is only a matter of time, and the number of affected people could reach at least 470 million. Commentators said rumors about the deformation and leaks at the Three Gorges Dam have existed for years. In July 2019, satellite images allegedly showing deformation of the dam drew attention. Chinese authorities initially denied the claims. Three Gorges Group staff said the dam had no deformation and blamed distortions in Google's satellite images on algorithm and coordinate errors. China Aerospace Science and Technology Corporation also released Gaofen 6 satellite images, claiming they confirmed there was nothing wrong with the Three Gorges Dam and called the claims rumors. But days later, the Three Gorges Group's official WeChat account, Three Gorges Xiaowei, acknowledged that the dam had deformation, but described it as elastic deformation and said all indicators remained within design limits. The official explanation changed from no deformation at all to deformation exists, but it is normal. For a major project involving the safety of hundreds of millions of people, the changing explanation within just days failed to ease concerns and instead weakened public trust in official information. Critics say authorities have focused on debates over deformation data by citing normal deformation of gravity dams while avoiding the more serious issue of leakage. Data from the China Three Gorges Construction Yearbook show that some horizontal displacement at the dam crest and vertical displacement at the dam's foundation exceeded ranges later released by authorities. The north and south high slopes of the ship locks also recorded cumulative displacement of more than 70 millimeters and 50 millimeters, far above the few millimeters to more than 20 millimeters highlighted by officials. But displacement is not the only concern. More importantly, authorities have not fully released sea page monitoring data for the dam and ship locks. Yearbook data showed the foundations of the Phase 2 and Phase 3 dams have long had sea page of hundreds of liters per minute. After water storage reached 175 meters, the combined maximum leakage from the north and south ship locks exceeded 0.1 cubic meters per second. Critics say this level of leakage cannot simply be explained as normal deformation of a gravity dam. The Three Gorges Group carried out major repairs on the north and south ship locks in 2012 and 2013. Critics say this showed management was aware of the leakage problem. After repairs, leakage decreased, but combined with sea page from the Phase 2 and Phase 3 dam foundation, the total still exceeded 2 tons per minute. This suggests the ship lock quality issue were not fully resolved. Some experts have also argued that the Three Gorges Dam's quality problems were linked to the goal of setting a world record. On April 10, 2006, Xinhua published an article titled Three Gorges Phase 3 Project Quality Excellent, Right Bank Dam Without Cracks Creates Miracle. It said the State Council's Three Gorges Dam Project Quality Inspection Expert Group concluded after its 15th inspection that construction quality was fully controlled and the Right Bank Dam had no cracks, creating a world miracle. Pan Jia-zhen, then head of the expert group, was involved in the conclusion. However, the statement contradicted comments made years earlier. In 2002, 6 academicians, including Pan Jia-zhen, said cracks in concrete gravity dams were normal and that no cracks would be abnormal. The later claim that no cracks created a miracle drew questions over the conflicting statements. Water experts Liu Chongxi and Wang Jiaqing wrote in The Current Situation and Problems of the Durability of Dam Concrete that the belief that concrete never cracks had long existed in engineering circles, and that this misunderstanding created safety risk in major projects. Liu Chongxi previously submitted a report estimating the Three Gorges Dam's service life at about 50 years to former Chinese leader Jiang Zemin through Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference Vice Chairman Chiang Wei-chang. Jiang later passed the report to then Premier Li Peng. Li, citing his experience as director and chief engineer of the Fengman hydropower station, argued that the Fengman Dam had operated for more than 50 years, showing dams could last longer. However, years later, the Fengman Dam underwent reconstruction and demolition due to aging, challenging that argument. Many people have asked why the U.S. Hoover Dam was designed to last about 200 years, while the Three Gorges Dam is believed to have a lifespan of only about 50 years. Liu Chongxi said the difference mainly comes from construction quality control. The Hoover Dam used high-quality Portland cement, a lower water-cement ratio, ice-cooled concrete mixing, and built-in cooling pipe. Construction temperatures were also strictly controlled. Its 2.5 million cubic meters of concrete were completed in 21 months, with Chief Engineer Frank Crow taking full responsibility for quality. By comparison, Chinese search engine Baidu Baike listed the Three Gorges project's completion of 5.5 million cubic meters of concrete pouring in 2000 as a world record. The project had planned to use the Hoover Dam's cooling technology, but it was later dropped in pursuit of a world record for concrete pouring speed, making construction process the top priority. In recent years, several people involved in Three Gorges construction have raised concerns about issues such as poor workmanship and layers of subcontracting. Liu, a former construction supervisor, said major quality problems occurred during concrete pouring, but the information was tightly controlled by the State Council Three Gorges Project Construction Committee. Water expert Zhang Guangdou, a former technical advisor to the State Council Three Gorges Project Construction Committee, also wrote to its former deputy director Guo Shunyan saying, "The quality is average. It cannot be called a shoddy project, but it is not very good either. The key issue is that the construction moved too fast. Critics say the push for speed was aimed at creating a world record while construction quality paid the price. According to recent internal claims, multiple leaks have appeared at the bottom of the Three Gorges Dam, with some leak rates exceeding levels recorded before earlier repairs. This suggests the repairs did not fully resolve the risk. Some water experts have warned that the risk of a Three Gorges Dam collapse is significant and demolition would be the last and only option. With dams across China continuing to fail, the question now is when it will happen to the Three Gorges Dam.
At around 2:30 p.m. on July 21st, a vehicle caught fire inside the Jiaodong-ao tunnel on the Ningbo-Dongguan Expressway in Ningbo, Zhejiang Province. Videos from the scene showed many drivers panicking and fleeing on foot to a safer area. Look, they're all running out. This is terrifying. Other videos showed thick smoke billowing out of the tunnel, with alarms blaring at the scene. A large crowd gathered outside the tunnel, anxiously waiting for updates. We were lucky to survive. Our car was the first one right behind the vehicle that exploded, and we were right next to it. Videos also showed a long line of vehicles backed up outside the tunnel. According to Chinese media reports, traffic on the affected section was gradually reopened. Videos also showed large numbers of drivers and passengers re-entering the tunnel to look for their vehicles. However, police officers and sanitation workers were still inside the tunnel, clearing the scene. A video filmed by a person at the scene showed the truck involved in the incident inside the tunnel. The front of the vehicle appeared to have been completely burned down. Look, it's been moved over to the side of the road. There's still cargo on top. Wow, it's all burned away. Look. A commenter said the fire burned for 4 hours. The footage showed what looked like a semi-trailer carrying steel coils. The driver's cab was reduced to a metal frame. Reports claimed the driver had died. Regarding the cause of the fire, comments under the video claimed the semi-trailer's brakes failed. This caused a rear-end collision that led to the fire. One commenter complained, "This highway tunnel keeps having accidents. First, there are too many heavy trucks. Second, the speed limit suddenly changed on this highway. Sometimes it's 110 kilometers per hour, sometimes 80, sometimes 100. Basically, every section has a different speed limit." Another person replied, "You're right. Constant speed limit changes increase the risk of rear-end collisions." On X, a person claiming to be the cousin of the truck driver involved in the accident told vlogger Lo Sham PMTQ that, "My cousin was driving a truck in the Jiaodong-ao tunnel in Shangshan, Ningbo on the afternoon of July 21st, 2026. The truck scraped along the roadside barrier for about 2 kilometers before he failed to get out and was engulfed by the fire. He had received 4 doses of the Sinovac COVID-19 vaccine before his death, and I suspect the accident was caused by side effects from the vaccine." The claim cannot be verified. However, a person on Douyin also posted a video saying, "I heard the driver didn't make it out. The vehicle kept moving for such a long time. It feels like something may have happened to him physically." More commenters criticized the tunnel's design, saying, "This tunnel has problems. It has accidents 4 days every week. Every time I drive through here, my heart starts racing. The design is flawed, and the speed limit keeps changing unpredictably." One local resident from Shangshan said, "Even as a local, I feel nervous every time I drive through here. I encounter accidents almost every time I pass by." Public information shows that the Jiaodong-ao tunnel is located on the Ningbo section of the Yongguan Expressway in Yinzhou District, Zhejiang Province. It's more than 2 kilometers long. As some comments pointed out, the tunnel has seen previous incidents. On April 26 this year, a vehicle caught fire inside the tunnel. Videos showed a car engulfed in flames. Its doors were open, and the occupants were already out of the vehicle. Another video showed the tunnel filled with smoke. Many vehicles were trapped inside. Drivers and passengers had left their cars and were running out of the tunnel. The vehicle involved was reportedly a Citroën C4L. Some commenters wrote, "When a gasoline car catches fire, you can calmly get out and even take a photo. But with an electric fire vehicle, if you can't escape within 2 minutes, you'll be burned where you stand." Another commenter said, "A gasoline car is still better. Not only can people get out, but they can also take their belongings. The fire hasn't even reached the cabin. When a whole family is standing safely by the roadside waiting for a ride, it's a gasoline car. When the whole family is still trapped inside, it's an electric car." China has an extensive tunnel network. The latest figures show that the combined length of highway and railway tunnels nationwide has exceeded 50,000 kilometers. However, accidents inside tunnels have continued to occur. On July 18th, a traffic accident occurred inside the Gaoshaling Tunnel in Lushui, Zhejiang. A large truck collided with several vehicles ahead. It crushed multiple cars that were waiting in line to pass. Several vehicles were severely damaged. On July 9th, a person posted a video. It said that while passing through the Yasangguan Tunnel in Hebei, drivers were forced to get out of their vehicles and wait due to an emergency. When someone asked what had happened, a person replied that an electric vehicle had caught fire inside the tunnel. Videos show that after a truck caught fire inside the tunnel, a large number of people were urgently evacuated from the scene. One commenter said, "I drove through there once before. I'm not sure if it was this tunnel, but it was a very long one. A diesel truck was crawling along in the middle of the tunnel, and all the vehicles behind it were held up. The entire tunnel filled with thick smoke, with almost zero visibility. I was riding a motorcycle and almost choked. Because traffic was completely blocked, even motorcyclists could only move forward slowly. Just as I was about to collapse, I finally passed the diesel truck. Suddenly, I could see clearly, my lungs relaxed, and I survived." Another video showed that around 9 p.m. on July 17, a driver named Zhu was traveling from Shenzhou, Zhejiang to Langxi. When he reached the Baifengling Tunnel on the Yongjin Expressway, smoke began coming from the vehicle's hood. The engine made unusual noises. Zhu pulled over and got out to inspect the vehicle. Fortunately, patrol officers arrived quickly and put out the fire. On February 23rd, a truck caught fire inside the Gujiashan Tunnel on the Guangshan section of the G5 Beijing-Kunming Expressway in Sichuan Province. 3 loud blasts were heard, and thick black smoke filled the tunnel. Many people feared there had been an explosion. They panicked, abandoned their vehicles, and ran towards the tunnel exit. A person who witnessed the incident later posted a video. They said they were safe. The person said they did not even have time to put on their shoes. They ran out carrying their child. While waiting afterward, they received slippers and towels from kind strangers. On the morning of November 29, 2025, a vehicle caught fire inside the Chendong Tunnel on the Shaxia Expressway in Fujian Province. It sent thick smoke through the tunnel. Beyond traffic accidents, tunnel construction in China has also seen frequent deadly incidents. Some people say, "I've heard tunnels have restless spirits." Digging tunnels always comes at a cost of human lives. Here are just a few examples. On March 30th, the Taifengshan Tunnel in Wanzhou District, Chongqing, built by China Railway 12th Bureau Group, reportedly experienced a suspected flammable gas explosion during construction. Authorities said 4 people were killed and 9 others injured. On December 4th, 2024, a ground collapse occurred at the construction site of Section 5 of the Shenzhen-Jianmen Railway. It killed 13 people. The accident was attributed to inadequate support measures and improper emergency response during a hazardous situation on a shallow underground tunnel excavation. On December 10, 2023, a suspected gas explosion occurred during the sealing work of the No. 1 auxiliary tunnel of the Xingaopo Tunnel in Bijie, Guizhou Province. It was being built by China Railway 19th Bureau Station. 6 construction workers were killed. On July 15, 2021, a serious water inrush and collapse accident occurred during construction of the Sujingshan Tunnel section of the Zhuhai-Xinye Express line. It killed 14 workers. On February 21, 2021, a shield tunneling machine working on the first phase of the Foshan Metro Line 2 suffered a sudden water inrush and tunnel collapse. It left 11 people dead and injured 1. Many other tunnel construction accidents have also reportedly been concealed by authorities. Some people claim that an explosion occurred at a tunnel construction site in Longqi Town, Sichuan, on March 23rd this year. Casualties were unknown. Nearby houses were reportedly damaged. However, authorities have allegedly suppressed information about the incident. One commenter said, "The smoke from the tunnel explosion in Longqi Town, Sichuan, has been burning for 4 months under government silence. Human lives, suffering, and the dignity of the deceased are treated as sensitive information that can be erased at will. Every explosion that has been covered up is quietly building pressure on the next bigger crack." Another person said, "The most frightening thing about incidents like this is not the accident itself, but the information being covered up. Casualties and damaged homes, at the very least, local residents deserve a clear explanation." One commenter wrote, "China's speed is the speed of people dying. The CCP's nature is to disregard human lives. When a major bridge was being built in Chenzhou, more than a dozen people fell to their deaths. The scene was so shocking, yet the information was suppressed to the point that even family members could not find out the casualties. The so-called work safety responsibility system has turned into a responsibility covering system." On November 10, 2025, a sudden water and mud inrush accident occurred during the construction of an underground tunnel project on the Sichuan-Yangjiang Expressway. Water levels inside the tunnel rose rapidly. Staff monitoring the site were accused of failing to respond in time. Surveillance footage appeared to show them laughing repeatedly during the incident. After the footage was exposed online, it was quickly removed from platforms. This led to speculation that authorities had attempted to suppress the information. The incident received little coverage from mainland Chinese media, but some Hong Kong and overseas outlets reported on it. Staff from the Emergency Management Bureau in Ningnan County, Sichuan, later confirmed the water inrush accident. They said there were no casualties. One commenter said, "This proves that under authoritarian rule, disasters are everywhere, and so are man-made tragedies." Another person said, "Loving your country means wanting it to become better. In China, many people have a misunderstanding that simply obeying the government means being patriotic. But this is a fallacy. As a ruling party, the CCP has often introduced policies that do not improve people's lives. Instead, they harm their interests. Blindly following those orders only helps wrongdoing. It gives them more confidence to continue harmful actions. Of course, compared with tunnels, accidents on highways are more common. They are harder for authorities to conceal." On July 19th, a large truck caught fire near the Sando Reservoir section in Linguo Town, Lujiang District, Luzhou City. On July 21st, a person posted a video. It said that on National Highway 351 in Changchang County, Zhejiang Province, near the road in Tongkung Village in Huibu Town, smoke could be seen from a distance. The person warned others to stay safe while traveling. One commenter said, "Once summer arrives, the risk factor for electric vehicles rises sharply. Would you still buy an electric car?" On June 26, a vehicle caught fire on an expressway in Shanghai Guan, Qinghua-Dao, Hebei Province. It sent thick smoke into the air. At a press conference on July 21st, Xu Chengguan, China's Vice Minister of Transport, said that from 2026 to 2030, China will focus on upgrading transportation infrastructure and digital transformation. By 2030, around 80,000 kilometers of facilities will undergo upgrades. Meanwhile, 500,000 kilometers of rural roads will be newly built or renovated. Xu also said China will prioritize the construction of major cross-regional and cross-basin transport corridors. The goal is to increase the completion rate of the National Integrated Three-Dimensional Transport Network's main framework to 95%. According to a previous statement from the China's Ministry of Transport, from January to June this year, China's rural highways receive 144.3 billion yuan in fixed asset investment. They completed 34,000 kilometers of new or upgraded rural roads. However, critics say that behind the Chinese government's ambitious transportation achievements and plans are construction practices that disregard worker safety. They have produced large numbers of substandard projects. On July 16th, large rocks fell inside the Qinling-Guan Tunnel on the G59 Hebei section of the Hebei Inner Mongolia Expressway in Yichang. Both directions were blocked, and a vehicle was smashed. Due to the risk of further rockfalls or a secondary collapse, the tunnel was completely closed in both directions for emergency repairs. Authorities said there were no casualties. Some commenters mocked the incident. They said it was, quote, another accident caused by cutting corners and using substandard materials. On the evening of May 20th this year, heavy rain hit Shenzhen, Guangdong province. It flooded the underseas tunnel of the Shenzhen Zongshan Link. Many vehicles were trapped. Witnesses exclaimed, "It's like we're swimming inside an underseas tunnel." Videos posted by multiple people online show that around 8:40 p.m. that night, severe flooding occurred inside the underseas tunnel of the Shenzhen Zongshan Link. Water reached calf level. Many vehicles were trapped. The footage of the flooded underseas tunnel drew widespread attention. Some commenters said, "The drainage pumps must have failed. Under normal circumstances, how could an underseas tunnel flood? This is not something to laugh about. It could pose a safety risk." Another said, "Just a few days ago, they were still praising it. It leaked after barely any time. Is building a proper drainage system really that difficult? With this level of construction quality, they still dare to charge tolls?" Another commented, "China's infrastructure may be cheap, but its lifespan can be deadly." In recent years, various types of accidents have occurred frequently in China. Many are blamed on human factors. On May 22nd, an explosion occurred at the Lu Shenyu coal mine in Qingyuan, Shanxi province. Authorities said the accident killed 82 people, injured 128, and left 2 missing. It was the deadliest mining disaster in China since 2009. A preliminary investigation found major violations at the mine. At the time of the accident, 247 miners were working underground, but about half had not officially registered their attendance and were not wearing emergency tracking devices. Authorities punished several officials, including Qingyuan County Magistrate Ma Chaozong and Deputy County Magistrate Wei Aishang. China Affairs commentator Yang Bo said that punishing only companies or lower-level officials after accidents is common practice under the Chinese Communist Party's rule. He said that unless accountability reaches officials at the vice-national level, it will not prevent similar disasters from happening again. Zhang Guoqing, China's vice premier in charge of workplace safety and accident prevention, attended the launch ceremony of China's 2026 National Work Safety Month campaign in Beijing. This was on May 28th, just days after the Lu Shenyu mine disaster. In his speech, he claimed that China would follow Xi Jinping's so-called instructions on production safety, investigate various risks, and maintain a bottom line for safety development. However, critics say that despite repeated slogans from senior Chinese officials, man-made disasters continue to occur. Various safety mechanisms have become little more than formalities. In Xinjiang, Fujian, on July 16th. According to people familiar with the incident, the building on fire was a recycling site in Qidian Town, Xinjiang. No information on casualties has been released so far. On the morning of July 20th, a major fire broke out in Suji Ancient Town in Leshan, Sichuan Province. It destroyed large areas of the town's traditional-style buildings. Footage from the scene showed rows of buildings engulfed in flames. Fire hoses appeared to have little or no water. A large section of the ancient town burned before people's eyes. Some commenters said, "Not long ago, Suji Ancient Town was flooded. Now has been hit by a fire. These imitation ancient buildings are made of wood, which makes them prone to fires." Others joked, "It's truly caught between floods and fires." The Suji town government in Leshan's Shizong district issued a statement. It said that no one was killed or injured in the fire, and the cause was under investigation. However, because Chinese authorities have often been accused of withholding information, whether there were truly no casualties remains to be independently verified. China Affairs commentator Yang Bo said the Chinese Communist Party leader Xi Jinping claims that the party puts, quote, "the people first and life first," but its actions contradict those words. He said that when it comes to public safety and people's lives, the CCP is not genuinely focused on protecting people. Instead, it places greater importance on maintaining regime stability. He cited the COVID-19 pandemic as an example. During more than 3 years of the pandemic, Xi repeatedly emphasized balancing epidemic control with, quote, "maintaining social stability." The authorities implemented the strict zero-COVID policy centered on lockdowns. This resulted in many people being left without food or dying while unable to access medical care. Even a woman 8 months into her pregnancy reportedly suffered a miscarriage after being denied entry to a hospital because her COVID test certificate had expired by a few hours. On the night of November 24, 2022, A fire broke out at a high-rise residential building in Urumqi, the capital of Xinjiang. It killed 10 people and injured 9 others. At the time, much of Urumqi had been under lockdown since August 10 due to COVID-19 restrictions. Many people on Chinese social media questioned whether the lockdown measures had hindered rescue efforts. They expressed anger and frustration. The incident sparked the anti-lockdown white paper movement and ultimately led to the end of Xi's zero-COVID policy. Independent commentator Du Zhen wrote in Taiwanese media that people's current assessment of Xi Jinping is, he says all the right things, but does all the wrong things. Du said that in Xi's view, preserving the regime and maintaining his own power come first. He's willing to engage in endless struggles to achieve that goal.
Early puberty anyway.
We let them do it.
I don't know why it's different when it's a trans person.
Yeah.
And that's where I think if this is a mechanism that's going to keep a kid alive rather than not, as an intervention.
Let me change my gender or I'm going to kill myself. Oh, right. Yeah, that's called a mental disorder. Yeah, if you want to kill yourself as a kid, you need to be committed to a mental institution.
You know, why not? Why wouldn't
doing?
we do that when we do that to another 8-year-old who's having early puberty,
An
which is where that
8-year-old?
medication comes from, right?
Yeah.
So why wouldn't that be different?
Oh my
I think it is
God.
quite different. Like if in the CAST report it says that puberty blockers are likely to cause things like osteoporosis within young children and
The
stunts.
CAST report has been debunked by many scientists at this point. So I don't think it's something that we need in Ireland to bring in and stand over. I think we need to do Irish research for our Irish.
See, I think that the moment that these people make an appeal to an authority, like, oh, it's been debunked, I wish that they would ask follow-up questions like, well, what if it did cause these things? Like, would you still support it? And the answer actually for all of these people, that they'll meander around it, but the answer is actually yes. So while they do try to use the authority as a justification, they don't require a justification. They would do it anyway.
Community and for all of our people who
They
live here,
still say yes.
I think there is a fair
It doesn't
amount
even
of
matter.
research available and people doing research in this country that we can look to the best models of healthcare. So, for instance, I know people who are going to Iceland to look at their model of healthcare just because they're our neighbouring country who
Isn't Iceland subsidized by Denmark? Iceland's massively subsidized by Denmark.
have a model of healthcare that is failing significantly the trans community. I don't think that's the place to look, and I don't think we need to import that here.
That's Greenland? Oh, sorry. No, you're right. That is Greenland. Excuse me. I was wrong.
Honest, you know?
Prior to the CAST report, there was countries like Sweden stopped prescribing puberty blockers to children because they seen it was doing a lot of damage. What do you make of that?
Isn't it crazy that Leif Erikson actually, wasn't he the one that named it? 700 years later, he's still getting people. He's still getting them. That's crazy.
Sure. I mean, I'm not a scientist or a medical person. I'm a parent. And, like, my job as
wrong.
a parent is to advocate for my child's safety and life.
Got
and
him.
if puberty blockers
Ice
might
in
lead to
some country, it
osteoporosis down the line versus a dead child really soon, I know where I'm going to go.
There's also another study that shows that after someone transitions, the suicide rate actually goes up. So the argument that, a dead child or a trans child doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Well, there's significant studies that would say, like the Trevor Project will say that one adult in a trans life who stands beside them significantly reduces the suicide likelihood. So, I mean, I guess, again, I'm not a scientist, I'm a parent. So what I know about science is that we can probably take science to show whatever we want to if we want to be biased to something.
These people don't actually give a shit about science. Whenever they quote studies, whenever they say, oh, well, this is what's proven, they don't actually care about that. They think that you care about that. That's why they're saying it. These people are weird freaks that want to genetically change children. They should be put in a fucking prison.
So really, you have to keep in mind that every time they try to make a play for rationality or scientific method or anything like that, they only do this in the process of trying to basically skinwalk your ideology against you to allow them to do whatever disgusting weird shit they're trying to do.
And I mean, it's to each parent's prerogative, right? Of how they decide, how they bring their kid in, how they talk with their kid, how they engage in informed consent and advocating for their child, with their child, of their child. And I mean, that's a really individual. It's each parent for what their priorities are and how they live in their lives and their families. I wouldn't say that it is an overarching, this is what must be done or not be done. But we need some health care in this country for our trans kids, because currently we have none.
Yeah, you do. It's called a mental institution, and you need to be in it with them too. The kid and the parent needs to be in it. The kid needs to be in an institution so they can be rehabilitated from the abuse that they had to deal with from the parent, and the parent needs to be in the mental institution because they wanted to mutilate a child. It's actually really simple. I agree.
You know, you're looking at extensive wait lists to the point that they're like non-available, right?
Well, wouldn't a good argument for that be because it's become such a social trend, like onset rapid gender dysphoria becoming?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. No.
Even though the numbers for trans children has skyrocketed in recent years.
No.
So why do you think the numbers have grown so significantly?
I would say probably things like more language available, more education. You know, in the 80s, there was, I don't know how many people in this field were queer and didn't have the language for it. And maybe it's, like, not too different to that, you know? And maybe there's a safety mechanism of people understanding that I can come out or I didn't come out because I didn't have the safety, I didn't have the household, there wasn't the space for me, or I didn't have the words.
But children as young as 8 and 10, they don't really have the capability to understand that language in the first place, so people understand them now.
I think they do. I think they do know things. I think
She thinks that kids understand the nature of being gay and being trans, and they understand the political ramifications of it. And they have like fucking three-dimensional reasoning of like why it would be more okay to come out as trans now versus before. Like, I'm sorry, but like if you're a parent and you have an 8-year-old kid and you think that your kid is trans and you're dressing them in the other gender's clothes and you're trying to get them on puberty blockers and stuff, you need to have that kid taken away from you and you need to be brought up on charges for child abuse. This is an insane, disgusting thing, and the fact that we're allowing people to do this at all will be looked at historically as an evil. It is an evil that we are allowing. Like, we need to immediately shut these people down, and we need to do so in a way that is punitive. It's not enough to simply remove the problem. We have to punish the people who created it. It's grooming and it's sick. Yeah, these people, they're basically pedophiles.
People are really disparaging sometimes of children. And, like, I mean, if we're running around and we've got, like, people giving baby grows to a little boy being like, I'm whatever, and then on a little girl, their little thing is I'm so cute and kiss me and all this. I mean, it's the same, but in a different, it's dressed up differently, right?
Yeah,
you know?
well, I suppose so, but like if I had a son who was like 2 years old and I put him in...
The difference is that like they're actually a boy though, right? Because they're born a biological male. So, like, that's kind of like a pretty big difference, though, right? Because, like, you know, you're going to get a boy clothes for boys because he's actually a boy. Like, I feel like that's a pretty big, like, little fine point there.
Think, saying, I'm a girl, whatever. It wouldn't actually be a girl, though.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
No? Oh.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that we emblazon and we live our lives surrounded in a heteronormative patriarchy. And so those social norms are projected on.
You know what the fact is? The fact that this stupid, retarded Karen is able to go out and talk about this proves that we're not living in a patriarchy. Because the patriarchy that I dream of would never allow a person like this to do this. I wish you were right. I do. I wish you were right. And back when you were actually right, the world was a better place.
To children without the children having any consent to that anyway. And so how is that not...
This is also, and this is another really big component to like what their ideology is that biological realities children can't consent to. So it implies that they can allow children to consent to other things because they can't consent to a biological reality such as puberty. It's a false equivalence that's created in order to open the door to allowing children to consent to sexual behavior. That's what they're doing.
How is that okay? But a child who has the language to say, this is how I'm feeling today, this is how I'm feeling tomorrow, why don't they have the language? I mean, if our job as parents is to lead and inform and educate and listen to our kids, if they're going to tell us something, certainly to my mind, from my job as a parent in my house, this is the only place that it matters to me. It's my job in my house to listen to my child, and it's another parent's job.
Well, why don't you just give them infinite candy? Why not, like, whenever your kid says, I don't want to exercise, I just want to sit all day and watch TV and sit on the iPad and eat gummy worms for every single meal, why aren't you giving him gummy worms? Why are you telling them that he has to go to bed at a certain time? So why is it that, for example, a child can't make a decision on what they want to eat on a day-to-day basis? They can't make a decision on when they need to go to sleep on a day-to-day basis. They can't make a decision on, you know, like what they're going to wear to school, but they can make a decision on their gender. How does that make any sense? There's no reasoning to this at all. Why would you default to an 8-year-old's judgment or viewpoints on something as important as their gender? It doesn't make any sense.
In their house to listen
People
to their
are
child.
lunatics.
And as I say to my kid, our rules are our rules. Their rules are their rules. Just because they do something doesn't mean that we're going to do it or you're going to be allowed what your friends are doing, right?
Yeah, so you can do whatever you want. So I have my own rules, and one of them is you can change your gender.
Fair enough, but would you let a child get a tattoo?
Well, no child is allowed to get a tattoo until they're 16.
These people need to be oppressed. They're begging to be oppressed. They're saying, we need to be put in a fucking institution, in a jail, in something.
Or 18.
Oh my.
So they need consent already. That's already looked after.
Why is that? Is that because it's a lifelong decision?
Well, it's probably health and safety. There's consent. There's informed consent there. You know, we're not talking. I mean, I know you're going to try and hone in on the puberty blockers piece, right? Social transition is the first part of this, right? Do you know what that is? Social transition?
I do. The CAS review also found...
Yeah, that's when all of the adults in your life try to groom you into being a girl whenever you're not a girl. That's what a social transition is. If you're socially transitioning somebody in a public school, I think that you should have your education license taken away, and any of the administrators that were aware of it or enabled it should all be brought up inside of grooming charges, federal grooming charges. It's because, again, guys, it's not enough for them to lose their job. You have to destroy their life. You have to completely and absolutely destroy their life. And only then will they start listening. And maybe that might not even be enough. You might have to go around after the people around them in order to create a culture of fear to make other people enforce this on each other. And I'm not above that.
The socially transitioned child,
I think we should
in
do
most
that.
cases, would lead to that child going on puberty blockers or hormones later in life.
Some kids, yeah. Not all kids.
It's found that the majority of kids that were socially transitioned.
I mean, maybe that's right for them, right? And like that.
Maybe that's right for them.
It's a slow, gentle process. Like, a kid doesn't come in...
You know what else is a slow, gentle process? Grooming. Grooming is this. Isn't it crazy how you could have this? You could literally just change the vocabulary. You could change one word, and this person would be advocating for themselves going to jail. It's a simple process it's a slow process getting a kid to believe they're another gender. Oh my God. 100% if you have the ability to screw with a child's mental capacity at all. To prove a point or conduct some kind of social experiment, something's wrong with you, something is wrong with you. There is something fundamentally wrong with these people. There are. This isn't going to happen because the politicians don't care about common people enough to make it happen. I really think that a person who's willing to go after these people and like really actually like seriously go after them, I think that they would get a huge amount of public support. I think they would. A crazy amount of public support. The moment that they just came out and they said, these people are dangerous, deranged, pedophile freaks, and we're going to treat them that way, which means destroying every aspect of their life systematically, and then throwing the book at them and putting them in institutions and removing all of their rights. The moment that you have a person come out and say that, I think that they are going to have an insane amount of support. I think people are tired of these weird freaks running around trying to run society. I think they're completely tired of it. I know I'm tired of it. I don't think I'm the only one. I think there's a lot of people that they see some weird fucking, I don't even know what this is, this person, going around advocating for this stuff, like molesting children, trying to groom them into being another agenda, trying to have adults that aren't even the parents doing it as well. I think that the moment that you actually take a firm stance against these people and you make it not justice, but punishment and retribution, because that's what they deserve. It is.
8 and go.
Do you have an issue with trans adults? No, I don't have an issue with trans adults at all. I don't think that you can. Yeah, I don't think a trans woman is a woman. I think they're a trans woman. But I don't have an issue with a person transitioning as an adult. That's my perspective on it, right? I'm not going to tell you that, like, I'm not going to say that, like, you're not allowed to not say that. That's just my opinion.
I want to go on puberty blockers. A kid might come in at 8 and go...
Exactly, they'd be led down that path by an adult.
No, they're not led down any path by any adult. An adult might listen to them and say, ooh, let's think about this. What feels right? What isn't right? How does that look for you? Now, I'm going to have to go because we're...
How is that any different than grooming? That's the exact same thing as grooming. It's one for one.
We're up on stage now. Right, so thank you very much for your time. Cheers, thanks very much. Cheers. Yeah, take it easy.
Oh my God. And so there, as we stopped filming, my cameraman was chased out of the park with a man wearing Daddies for Trans t-shirt. I was threatened with legal action. Told my career would be ruined if I released the footage, and a group of people would not let us leave. This is also another reason why you need to go after these people, is because they'll go after you. At the time, I agreed to not publish it because the situation had become increasingly confrontational and I didn't think it would be worth it. I've changed my mind. If journalists are willing to interview people that they agree with, they also should be willing to ask difficult questions about the people that they disagree with. You hear claims about the Cass Review, the most comprehensive independent study of the pediatric gender medicine date. It's been debunked. You also hear Eisen presented as a model for children's gender care. These people deserve scrutiny. Yes, exactly. I think it's true.
Hi, I'm
And
Sanji.
so-
My pronouns are she, her.
Because I'm people think of grooming, they're thinking of a creep trying to flirt with an underage girl. They don't know the actual definition of a word. Well, whenever there's a creep trying to flirt with an underage girl, it's fundamentally an adult trying to coerce a child into sexual behavior or into some sort of sexual activity. This is the same thing. This is an adult trying to coerce and trying to lead a child to a conclusion, a sexual decision that they don't fully understand. How do we know that they don't fully understand it? Because they're 8 years old. That's how you tell. They're pedos. The people that are targeting 8-year-olds with this absolutely are. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Of course, adults hold significant influence over children. Yeah, definitely. It's called grooming. Age of consent depends, but I do fully agree with you. Age of consent does depend, but I'm not talking about 16 to 18, okay? I'm talking about 8. 8 is a very different conversation than 17, okay? Like, I think that we all know that. And obviously, like, 20 years old is, that's your own decision. You're not being groomed at that point, right? Unless it's some kind of, like, weird fucking government thing, like, you know, like MK Ultra or something, right? The problem is that you allow or okay with adult people being trans. You have to be okay with trans kids because it's the adults that make the kids trans. Well, how about so you think that it's the adults that make the kids trans? I think that there are people out there. So this is my opinion, right? I think that there are people out there who genuinely believe that they're the opposite gender. I think that if you just kind of do some thinking about like what really is the scope of human psychology, right? People think all kinds of crazy things. There's people that are schizophrenic, people that think they talk to ghosts, etc. Is it really outside of the ordinary to expect that a person thinks they're another gender? I don't really think that that's too outrageous to believe. So really, and again, like you could say that you shouldn't enable it. You can say that I don't agree with it. You can do any of that stuff. But I don't think that it necessarily means that trans adults are trying to talk to kids about being trans. And I don't think that they should do that. And to the extent that they do that, that means that I think they should be put in jail. So in any of the instances where you are accurate, our solution to this problem is probably the same. I just don't think that it's a 100% ratio. That's all. Too much risk of society, probably 85% the parent encouraging their kids. Well, it's women. It's mothers encouraging their kids to be trans so they can use them as social
They can say what they want.
I think that's it.
They can say what they want to say. Even if they're...
Oh, this is... Man. This is, he's trying to pick a side with this. Oh, God.
I'll have a vanilla latte, please.
Hey.
No. No.
I'll have a... vanilla latte, please.
Hey, this guy wants a vanilla latte.
I'm not a guy. Guy. My pronouns are she, her.
I'm sorry. She wants a vanilla latte.
Hey, did he want this iced or hot?
She! I am a she!
Shit, I am so sorry, dude. I mean, man, ma'am.
She!
What are you doing? Are you crazy?
I'm sorry, I can't help it. He looks like a dude.
If you don't stop, this guy's gonna shoot up our shop.
Sorry again, enjoy your coffee.
Please come again. Have a good day, sir. Oh, shit.
Oh my god! Jesus Christ! People are really having fun with this character, huh? I wonder if this character is going to enter the AI cinematic universe. I wonder if they will. Because it's been, people really like this a lot. They do. And act exactly like that, I guess so. And it's just fucking ridiculous, but that's the way that people are.
For the past 3 decades, a single discovery in the field of physics created a massive unresolved question that essentially challenged our understanding of the entire universe. And that's because this one particular discovery that came out of Italy potentially suggested that we finally discovered what causes the idea known as dark matter, a mysterious substance that seems to make up approximately 85% of all mass in the entire universe, but that refuses to be discovered and whose mystery persists even today. Yet despite of this, many years ago, there was this one exciting discovery that potentially resolved everything, assuming it was correct. But because we're talking about the field of science, here these extraordinary claims required extraordinary evidence. Evidence that basically took over a decade to produce and that has now officially created a new mystery. And that's because science is always about consensus. And for years, this one specific experiment, referred to as Gamma Libri experiment, presented us with a very strong claim that they seem to have discovered the dark matter particles. But the problem was that this experiment was so complex that it was just extremely difficult to replicate it, and we finally got the results from 2 separate teams in the last few months. And so today we're going to discuss these newly released results and the overall analysis of all of this, talk about these 2 new major experiments referred to as ANICE 112 and Cosine 100, and basically discuss if this saga is finally coming to an end, or if this is just the beginning of something entirely different. But I guess first, a super quick refresher, in case you have no idea what I'm talking about. The refresher in regards to dark matter. And well, its existence is known to us because of what we observe in regards to how it seems to affect everything around us when it comes to gravity. For example, by looking at various galaxies, we see that they seem to spin a lot faster than they should, as if they contained way more mass compared to what's seen in them. On top of this, various gravitational lensing effects and various clusters also produce gravitational effects that seem to be just a little bit too strong to be just explained with visible stars and hidden gas. Because here the gravitational effects are much stronger and seem to be caused by something else. And so without some kind of an extra invisible mass, a lot of this is very difficult to explain. And so for many decades, one of the main explanations for this was the existence of some kind of an invisible particle, sometimes referred to as a WIMP. Weakly interacting massive particle, which would be, as the name implies, really massive, but would not actually interact with normal matter and mostly pass through it without any effect. In some sense, I guess kind of similar to neutrinos, but just way more massive. But occasionally, they can bump into the nucleus of an atom and produce a possible visible effect, which is what a lot of these experiments were kind of based on. And so back in 1995, a team of scientists in Italy started what's known as the DAMA experiment. And here, even starting in 1997, a team of scientists in the underground lab in Italy started to report something unusual. As they were observing the signals coming from their experimental chamber, instead of observing random signals, or basically what they actually expected to see, they noticed that the signals seemed to create a kind of a pattern that seemed to rise and fall with seasons. And well, the explanation here was somewhat intriguing. Basically, as the Earth orbits the Sun, and as the Sun moves through the galaxy, the Earth is essentially they were observing the signals coming from their experimental chamber, instead of observing random signals, or basically what they actually expected to see, they noticed that the signals seemed to create a kind of a pattern that seemed to rise and fall with seasons. And well, the explanation here was somewhat intriguing. Basically, as the Earth orbits the Sun, and as the Sun moves through the galaxy, the Earth is essentially flying through a kind of a wind of dark matter particles, where sometimes it sees more of them, and sometimes it sees less. For example, in June, we're moving much faster relative to that wind, and so the bumps would increase in number, whereas in December it was the opposite, and so the bumps would suddenly drop. And so here this DAMA experiment, in this case made out of sodium iodide crystals, seemed to record a lot more hits in the summer and much fewer hits in the winter, as if it was basically caused by this dark matter wind. With this even being reported with a ridiculously high significance of 12.9 sigma, which in physics usually means that, okay, there is definitely something going on here and it has to be investigated. Usually anything over 5 sigma is considered to be a definitive discovery. But I guess the question is, so why did nobody celebrate, and why did nobody announce this as the confirmation for dark matter particles? Well, apparently some scientists did celebrate, as this picture here shows us, but for a practically opposite reason. Because here we have new data coming from 2 separate experiments in 2 other locations that essentially find nothing. And that's because even back then there was a kind of an issue with other similar experiments that were already going on. Experiments like LUX and Xenonit also initially found nothing, creating a new kind of a tension that could not be explained. But here there was potentially one explanation. A lot of other experiments actually use materials like xenon. And so here the argument was that dark matter, for some reason, might just have a special affinity for sodium and iodine, and tends to bump into these crystals much more often. Which meant that this had to be tested, because if this is true, it would completely change everything when it comes to cosmology. And that meant that someone had to build exactly same setup with exactly same material, sodium iodide. And because this is science, all of the procedures and all of the experimental data was easily available for anyone to try to recreate. The problem was that this was a really expensive attempt and did require some very specialized equipment. But that's exactly what 2 separate teams were able to achieve. Here, Anais 112, that was now set up in the mountains in Spain, and Cosine 100, that was built underground in South Korea, for the past few years, essentially tried to recreate this in order to discover if they actually see the same bumps. And as a side note, that Cosine 100 experiment is only like 1 hour away from where I'm actually located. The problem is that nobody's allowed to go there, because just by visiting the location, you can technically completely invalidate a lot of the data. And so one day it'd be fun to see what's going on there, but as of today, this underground location is going to remain mysterious. And so for years, these 2 teams collected a lot of data and tried to recreate everything as described in the original study. With the most recent studies released in 2025 and 2026, finally combining all of the data and creating a joint analysis that essentially tries to create as accurate of a picture as possible. And as always, you can find all of the relevant studies in the links in the description below. And so following this thorough analysis and years of data collection, the overall consensus is that there seems to be nothing that has been found, or essentially they found no evidence of any kind of annual modulation, or any kind of a bump, and any kind of a seasonal change. And by adding even more data from some of the more recent observations, the overall bumpiness seems to decrease even more. Or, I guess in plain English, these new detectors that use the same crystals and the same experimental setup seem to see flat lines instead of any kind of a wave. With the obvious question being, okay, so what is happening here and why is there such a discrepancy? Well, if dark matter is not causing the DAMA signal, there has to be something else that's going on, with new studies now suggesting that this could be some kind of a statistical artifact, or maybe some kind of a background noise that's not accounted for. With at least one other study even trying to take a look at maybe some kind of other physical effect, or even some new physics going on here, that could potentially explain both results at the same time. And intriguingly, the discovery here also suggests that, in some sense, all three experiments seem to actually be correct, despite having results that don't match. With one potential explanation being, maybe this is actually something to do with chemicals used and their overall response to seasonal changes. For example, maybe the iodine atoms used seem to create additional peaks in the winter, with the sodium atoms peaking in the summer. Although in this case, this explanation still doesn't really make much sense, because here it's just unlikely to happen in such a way where the other two experiments were not affected. In other words, the conclusion right now is that, well, the two recent experiments discover nothing, but that first experiment seems to have still discovered something we still do not understand. In other words, the claim for dark matter particles is not very strong anymore, but there could still be some kind of a physical effect discovered in the original experiment that just does not have a good explanation yet. And well, the thing is, it might remain a mystery for quite some time because these additional experiments have now been officially concluded. As a matter of fact, that's exactly what these scientists are celebrating. They've now finished the experiment, and as of January of 2026, began dismantling everything because their mission here is complete. In other words, for the scientists behind the ANIS 112 study, the one in Spain, they agreed that they seem to have just enough data to definitively say that the gamma signal was extremely likely not dark matter, or at least not dark matter represented by weakly interacting massive particles. And for science, this is, I guess, good news because it sort of removes a kind of a long-standing obstacle that confused the cosmological field for the past 25 years. In other words, based on these studies here, we can now stop trying to force our models to fit this anomaly and instead focus on new candidates and new explanations. Because for all we know, the Gamma Libre experiment just had some kind of a statistical anomaly. And the thing is, because a lot of these experiments focusing on WIMPs or weakly interacting massive particles have now been basically finding nothing, a lot of cosmologists and a lot of physicists have now been switching to additional explanations, with the most accepted new explanation being the idea you can learn about in one of the videos in the description referred to as axions. Essentially incredibly light particles that seem to act more like a field or a wave and not as a typical particle or a grain of sand. Or alternatively, maybe Stephen Hawking was right, and it's all just a bunch of primordial black holes. Now, as we've discussed in one of the videos in the description, at first there was a potential discovery of such a black hole in a nearby galaxy, but that turned out to be possibly incorrect, and once again you can learn about the explanation in the video right there. Which I guess, in a sense, brings us back to where we were a few decades back. We still have no idea what's going on, there are still a lot of unanswered questions in cosmology, and the search for dark matter continues. But even though the mystery of dark matter remains unsolved, that gamma anomaly has now been officially resolved. And in this case it was done precisely how it should have been done, by trying to recreate the same experiment in two separate locations, and by essentially discovering nothing in the process. Science at work. And so here, the ANIS and cosine collaborations show us the power of scientific method. The method that contains this self-correction mechanism. But I guess until we have some new discoveries about dark matter, or until someone else proposes something else interesting, that's all we have. We'll come back and discuss this more in some of the future videos. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support this channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Bro, I did not know. I did not know this guy. Listen to this guy. The goat? Yeah, I was not aware of.
Kicked out 8 people in the last 2 weeks. What were the reasons? Someone told me that you kicked out 8 people in the last 2 weeks. What were the reasons for that?
I think that's right. 8 people in 2 weeks. God, I'm below par.
Why did you do it?
Is that all? They must have knocked off an O. They must have knocked off an O.
Why did you do it?
Why did I do it? Well, basically, I'm here 18 hours a day, 6 days a week. This is like my house.
Yeah.
This is like my home. When I cook every night, it's cooking for people who hopefully are appreciative. And as I say, 95% are very appreciative.
Yeah.
You've got that other 5% who are incredibly rude, obnoxious. They click their fingers, they arrive late. And I don't want those people in my house. If I came to your house for a dinner party and I was obnoxious, I was rude, I was late.
See, this is what... See, whenever I talk about, like, not dealing with antisocial behavior and bad behavior, this is what I'm talking about, bro. Is based. Yeah, bro, fuck this shit. Like, we just gotta put up with the... Like, what is this shit? Yeah. Like, this is the way it needs to be everywhere. He gets it,
You
yeah.
don't tolerate me? You're gonna ask me to leave, aren't you? But just because they're paying for it, they think they can be rude and obnoxious. Well, in Harvard, they don't get a bill. You just ask them to leave. I don't want their money.
No, I didn't make Gordon Ramsay cry. He made himself cry.
Oh, I did not know... Guy... Listen to this guy. The goat? Yeah, I was not aware of...
Kicked out 8 people in the last 2 weeks. What were the reasons? Someone told me that you kicked out 8 people in the last 2 weeks. What were the reasons for that?
I think that's right. 8 people in 2 weeks. God, I'm below par.
Why did you do it?
Is that all? They must have knocked off an O. They must have knocked off an O.
Why did you do it?
Why did I do it? Well, basically, I'm here 18 hours a day, 6 days a week. This is like my house.
Yeah.
This is like my home. When I cook every night, it's cooking for people who hopefully are appreciative. And as I say, 95% are very appreciative.
Yeah.
You've got that other 5% who are incredibly rude, obnoxious. They click their fingers, they arrive late. And I don't want those people in my house. If I came to your house for a dinner party and I was obnoxious, I was rude, I was late.
See, this is what... See, whenever I talk about, like, not dealing with antisocial behavior and bad behavior, this is what I'm talking about, bro. Is based. Yeah, bro, fuck this shit. Like, we just gotta put up with the... Like, what is this shit? Yeah. Like, this is the way it needs to be everywhere. He gets it,
You
yeah.
don't tolerate me? You're gonna ask me to leave, aren't you? But just because they're paying for it, they think they can be rude and obnoxious. Well, in Harvard, they don't get a bill. You just ask them to leave. I don't want their money.
No, I didn't make Gordon Ramsay cry. He made himself cry. That was his choice to cry.
Doesn't anyone want to help me? No? You've all got better things to do? Well,
Jesus!
Well, if it's necessary, yes, then yes. If it's not, then no. Don't ask me a stupid question. Basically, these lobsters have come fresh from the sea this morning, and I suppose if I was a lobster, I'd prefer to end up in my own hands than someone else's hands. Can you imagine? I mean, at least I'm going to get a good Christian death here, do you know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Carved liver and onions.
Great marriage. Can you get your act together, boys, for sake? Come on, you, get out the Hey, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. What the is this shit? Hey?
You made changes to it since you started doing it?
Jesus!
No.
Evidence food is good? Yeah, it is. It's right here.
Lloyd's coming in for lunch. Does he eat at Harvey's a lot?
Yes.
You've become quite friendly with him, haven't you?
Yes.
There's nothing like monosyllabic answers, is there?
No.
There's no point in doing this, Marco.
Well, fine, you can go.
There's no...
The door's over there.
No, but if you're not going to cooperate,
You know, all I've got to do is
make...
all I've got to do is make the sauce.
Yeah, but how...
That is what I'm being paid for.
Yeah.
Not being paid for anything else, to make the sauce.
But I was engaging you in something. So
Sorry,
that
I didn't want to cut myself.
But you can listen and you can cooperate. There's just
No, I
not
can't.
much point in doing
I can't,
it.
I'm sorry.
I understand your grammar and I understand your
If you wish me
needs
to
in a
cut
kitchen.
myself on screen, then I don't mind. I'll do it for you. I'll do what is ever expected of me to do.
Okay, well, just
If you want me
carry
to
on.
chop the chicken, I'll chop the chicken. If you want me to chop the mushrooms, I'll chop the mushrooms. If you want me to make the sauce, I'll make the sauce.
Okay.
Oh my
But don't expect me to sell my heart.
Wow. Oh.
Never accept that.
I think we should get rid of the film crew. They're such an intrusion, aren't they, to...
I've been doing that for years. At the end of the day, we've got to get results, and I don't care how we get them. I don't care how many boys we've got to go through to get them.
Yeah.
When would you like to come, madam? I can't do you. I'm full.
Oh.
I've got to do you. I'll tell you what I can do for you. I can do you at 9:30. You're desperate, are you? Would you like to give me your number? And your bedroom number? That sounds rather nice. Room 20. I'll have you a nice table. Bye-bye. Who is calling? I'm sorry, Marco is in Paris today. He is. He will not be back until Tuesday the 30th. Yes. You can ask me anything.
Who is this guy?
But whether you get
Oh
an
my
answer is another
God.
question. Harvey's restaurant, good morning. Have you got the right number for the head chef? Who would you like to speak to?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we've got 3 of them on the Monday. Thank you. Bye-bye. It is Marco White speaking, yes. Bye-bye, sir. Hello, Harvey's restaurant. Will you please stop ringing up, Harvey's? You drive me crazy, okay? Bye-bye.
He is so bloody unpredictable. He can phone me in the morning and scream and shout down the phone, this isn't good enough, that isn't good enough. What are you going to do about it? And slam the phone down on me. And he'll phone back up 10 minutes later and said, how are you, darling? Well, you know, it's great.
This is the guy, by the way, that trained Gordon Ramsay.
It's one big game.
I've never seen one before, you know
Yeah.
that?
I'm surprised you haven't used it.
Yeah, if you didn't know.
That content's not high enough.
I see, it makes a lot of sense, yeah.
You've got the serious Marco, you've got a problem. If you've got the other Marco, then you know, you can have a good time with him, he's good fun.
A difficult guy to work with, though.
Impossible, I would say. I mean, obviously you've got to be a very special person to work alongside someone like that. Someone who's very eager to learn and willing to take Marco's tantrums.
Man.
I'll agree with you there, because I came from poverty and now I live a rich lifestyle.
How long for my 17 kingfish? How long for my 17? How long? 4 minutes, Marco!
And I love how, like, they just cut from, like, this is some show from, like, the 80s or the 90s, and then now it's a new show, and he's still an asshole. He's still doing the same shit. Fucking 30 years later.
Fish! Fish! Fish!
We're all too scared to tell him that we've run out.
Harry, where's Harry?
He's the master chef, yeah.
You're gonna kill me. Harry, what are you doing? Have you run out of fish, Harry?
I know, Marco. I counted. There was more than 85, but I have no idea where they are.
They just swam off, didn't they?
If you gave that to your mother, would she be happy?
Not with the way it is right now.
Oh my God. Jesus.
One of the few, because you've been married a few times, is there on it. I'm not being smart.
I'm very lucky.
I'm not, but you are very lucky.
I'm very lucky, Brendan.
Oh my God.
I found 3 ladies who wanted to marry me.
Yeah. This plate is dirty, this plate is dirty, this plate is dirty.
Ignore them! Ignore them! Ignore them!
This is dirty. There you are. I wiped it for
Go
you.
and speak to someone else.
I like speaking to you, Ro. At least something comes back.
Things have gotten... What a legend. Yeah, bro, that shit was so funny. Like, I did not... Because you see how, like, at the beginning, bro, like, he didn't put up with some, like, weird-ass bullshit. Like, people showing up at the restaurant, starting trouble, being obnoxious. Bro, he just kicked him. Get the fuck out of here. Like, that's the way it needs to be, man. Keeping it real for decades. Yes, exactly. And it'd be better. And, yeah, this guy's Ramsey times 10. Yeah, this guy was the original, I guess. And I always wonder that Like, you know, this is like, you know, color television, right? I wonder if there was another guy that trained this guy that was actually an even bigger asshole than this guy, but we didn't have television around then, so nobody really knows about him. Right? It's like, yeah, it's like the one that even came before this. That could be? Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, another even bigger asshole French cook. And
DMV officials say they may push for a criminal investigation after the agency found irregularities with thousands of written driver's tests. Earlier this month, the DMV notified some 11,000 drivers that they must retake the test or risk losing their license. It was later revealed the DMV suspects those people of cheating, but did not say how this was determined. Then last week, DMV Director Steve Gordon sent a letter to state lawmakers. That letter said the agency would not disclose details of the ongoing investigations because of potential criminal implications. The letter also says several cases have been, quote, referred for prosecution.
Uh-oh.
Transgender registered sex offender will escape prosecution after he allegedly tried to kidnap a child from a Colorado schoolyard. Now, this is due to a controversial law that is
Pathetic. You got out-finessed by a 9-year-old. You try to put a 9-year-old in the trash bag? It's pathetic, man. You got juked by a kid.
driving some fierce criticism. Alexis McAdams has the details for us. Good morning, Alexis.
Hi, Dana. So, yeah, this is going on out in Colorado, right outside of Denver, where the suspect could be back out in the streets any day after the court says the registered sex offender cannot face charges. Why? Because they say he's mentally ill. There he is on your screen.
What is this? How does this happen? Why are we putting up with this? I don't know. Why are we putting up with this? This is crazy. What's going on? Why don't we just put the mental people away? I don't know.
That's Solomon Galligan. He's a transgender woman who now reportedly goes by Carmen. Galligan was
This is real. Oh my fucking God. How is this? What is this? I'm surprised that person been on. Yes, this is insane. It's hilarious. I'm nowhere near this creep. Oh my God. I don't even know what to say. Bro changed his class to exploit the game.
arrested last year after he was caught on camera.
What? Last year? What?
There he is on your screen. That's Solomon Galligan. He's a transgender woman who now reportedly goes by Carmen. Galligan was arrested last year after he was caught on camera and accused of trying to kidnap a child near an elementary school in Colorado. You can see it there on your screen. We kind of freeze it, but here he comes running by. The kids are running away screaming for help as investigators say Galligan was able to grab one kid before he slipped away. The family of one of the children who was targeted, Dana, is demanding justice to stop this from happening again.
And I want to be a community advocate, not only for what happened to my son and his friends, but also for the community at large, because things like this affect us all in the community.
You got to get these Nevrons under control. You do. This is insane. People like this should be taken behind the barn. I think that it's very easy what you do is that you just put them in, you put them in some sort of facility and you make them work. You make them work. Like his job now is, I think that if you gave this guy a hammer and you told him to take the big rocks and make the big rocks into little rocks, I think he could do it. I do. I think he could figure that one out. And so, and if he can't, like the thing is, smash his own head in, some problems solve themselves. So it's insane, man. Like I really don't understand it all. Yeah, you get to, no. This is actually a good idea. After yesterday, I can understand better where your comments are coming from. Everybody will come to agree with me. This is a smart idea. You get him to generate electricity on a big hamster, so you could make these. You could turn these. That's a good idea. Yeah. Not useful in any capacity? No, you get him to do that. The thing is, though, like, he tried to run after that 9-year-old. Like, he was gassed out after, like, fucking 1 minute. Like, not even a minute.
One of the children who was targeted,
like,
Dana,
he can't,
is demanding
you
justice
literally got
to stop
juked and
this from
outran by an 8-year-old.
happening again.
And I want to be a community advocate, not only for what happened to my son and his friends, but also for the community at large, because things like this affect us all in the community.
So according to local reports, this was not the transgender suspect's first arrest. The 33-year-old...
What? Wait a minute. Hold up. No way. Say it isn't so. Wait. How many? What do you guys want to guess? I'm going to say 6.
Family says to reporters that Galligan's been in and out of jail so many times for more than a decade, and even with the history of...
They don't even have a number! So let me get this straight. I want y'all to understand this. That the government has spent collectively over $1 million. I guarantee you, over $1 million in court fees, services, jail time to micromanage this retard. $1 million. Wait, Bobby, million. How does this happen? This video is the ultimate I told you so? Yes. Can you believe this?
Serious offenses like assault. The law in Colorado said...
What?
Says to reporters that Galligan's been in and out of jail so many times for more than a decade.
They don't even know.
And even with the history of serious offenses like assault, the law in Colorado says the case has to be dismissed if the person is, quote, non-restorable. But the assistant district...
Wait, shouldn't that mean you just kill them? If somebody's non-restorable and they're violent, shouldn't you just kill them? Like, I don't know. Like, I'm just... Wait, what do you mean? Like, how do you do this? Like, he gonna go... What do you think's gonna happen to that kid if he captures the kid? What happens?
Attorney himself says that law has to be updated.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it begins with legislative change. If we are going to allow a case to be dismissed under the criminal statutes, then we need to have stronger civil commitment.
So according to reports, this is the fourth time prosecutors have dropped felony charges against Galligan due to competency.
So I want you to keep in mind, this is the 4th time that they've dropped charges for this one reason. You understand that, like, These are two different levels of, like, you know, concentric circles. And there are also times where he went to jail. So very clearly it was more, probably he's a 31 pluser. I think we've got ourselves a genuine 31 plusers. Oh my God, why kill him when you can let him loose in the public and have him abduct and assault kids? I can commit an ass murder, but if I start flinging shit at the officers and drawing on my wall with it, then they can't arrest me. I don't know, dude. This is amazing. I think that any of the, you know what they should do? They should make this guy, they should say, listen, if you, like, for any of the lawmakers that are dealing with this person, and if any of them say, like, oh no, we can't do this, we have to approach this person with compassion, I would be like, I completely agree with you. This person now is going to live with you. And the police are not going to investigate or deal with any problem that this person may create in your house. Yep, the judge needs to house them. Yep, put them in their house. The Karen Collective supports them. This is your new nanny. That's right. You want to be compassionate? Yep. You're going to get it.
Issues, and there's no guarantee if he will even be held long term. So we'll keep an eye on it, Dana.
That's
wow,
great.
Alexis, thank you. Yeah. Right there in my old stomping grounds.
Yes, indeed.
I'm Steve. I cannot fucking believe this shit,
Transgender.
man. I cannot fucking believe. This is so ridiculous. It's insane. Why aren't we keeping our kids safe? Because the people that are making the decisions to not have this guy, to have this guy go back out, don't send their kids to the school that this guy goes to. That's the reason why. It's because they have no issue with this at all, because they never have to deal with it. The most compassionate thing you could do is put him in an asylum, not to keep him living on the streets. Yeah, like, what do y'all think? Do you really think that, like, after they let him out, after they inevitably let him out after this one, do you really think he's going to say, damn, I'm going to start learning about chemical engineering. I guess I'm going to have to be a doctor because this whole crime thing isn't working out. I've got a feeling that's not what's going to happen.
LA's graffiti towers are finally getting cleaned up. Graffiti abatement teams have begun work today at the unfinished buildings at Oceanwide Plaza. These are live pictures from Sky 5, where crews are starting to paint over some of that graffiti. So this is a crucial part of the $470 million sale of those towers approved in bankruptcy court yesterday. The abandoned towers have become one of LA's most recognizable eyesores. A spokesperson for the property's new owner says cleanup is already ahead of schedule.
We're trying to do our best to meet our obligations to the city of Los Angeles. And we think that within a very short period of time, we promised 90 days, but we think it'll be sooner, that the graffiti will be completely removed from Oceanwide Plaza.
LA Mayor Karen Bass's office says the goal is to have a clear plan to resume construction and have significant progress by the Olympics.
Ejército de Sandino. No crean que porque no hay guerra estamos en paz. No, ellos vienen conspirando ahí, conspirando, organizando, buscando cómo organizar partidos. ¿Para qué? En una elección que ellos se suponen entonces que esos partidos ganen las elecciones. Y aquí se acabó la historia de que los partidos puestos por los yanquis, puestos por los somocistas, volverán a llegar al gobierno. Jamás, jamás, jamás. No volverán a haber elecciones. No volverán a haber elecciones. Para que por ahí intenten ellos atrapar el gobierno, atrapar el poder.
Soldados, mineros, estudiantes, empleados y obreros, cumpliremos con nuestro deber.
The woman who received the most taxpayer money from daycare reimbursements in Minnesota last year just pleaded guilty to fraud.
So as fraudsters get convicted and learn actions have consequences in 2026 America, someone else is on the run. And that someone is Representative Omar, who's now refusing to answer questions about her $30 million net worth drop. Meanwhile, scams just like those in Minnesota seem to be expanding across the country, revealing that what many people thought was just an isolated incident is actually a scheme to plunder all of America.
5 months after she shut down her daycare, booked a flight to London, and was arrested by the FBI.
Ms. Mahmoud, are you here to plead guilty today?
Since your net worth dropped on the new forms, the new financial disclosure forms, could you tell us if your husband still has the consulting business and the wine business?
This guy who was arrested was allegedly one of the orchestrators of the massive Feeding Our Futures fraud scheme, and his name came up a lot during the trial of the now convicted ringleader of the scandal, and that trial also exposed multiple communications they had with Congresswoman Ilhan Omar's staff.
And how come you guys are the daycare that receives the most amount of money here in Flushing, Queens?
We have a lot of members.
How many members do you guys have?
I don't have to tell you.
Because here it says you guys have 7,899. Oh, it's actually from the public databases of CMS and HHS. Are you committing fraud?
It's not like a one-off. She has relationships with many of those who have been convicted or charged in this scheme. So I think it's absolutely relevant that we get to the truth of what those communications with her office were.
So if you tell the entire world and the US government that you're worth $30 million and then you turn around and tell them you're not, something fishy going on here. But what nobody's talking about is while Ilhan Omar's office had direct contact with people who are now headed to prison, that type of behavior emboldens scammers all throughout our country. In fact, we're now witnessing scheme after scheme in sanctuary city after sanctuary city, while at the same time average, hardworking Americans who obey the law are dealing with affordability issues never before experienced, while these communist politicians who say they care about you get richer than those they claim need to be punished. But it's not just the politicians who are allegedly enriching themselves, the scammers are too. They're voting Democrat, they're living large, they're taking luxury vacations, they're opening new clinics, and there are so many of them. But now these places are getting exposed, and that's terrible news for the corrupt interests who, at a minimum, enable the existence of these fraud compounds by using emotional energy to tug at the hearts of Americans and make us feel like we're not doing our fair share, just so the scammers can get more of everyone else's money, or worse, directly communicate with these fugitives who are now behind bars, knowing that they're orchestrating such schemes, but turning a blind eye because it's convenient.
And now they're unionizing those folks, which now creates a separate flow of money. Union dues translate into political support. So it's basically political patronage.
But here's the real reason Ilhan Omar is back in the spotlight. Every single time somebody gets busted for something that may allegedly lead back to her, she revises her net worth. She's done it a couple of times now. It's very strange.
A financial disclosure showed that the estate of the Minnesota Congresswoman jumped from almost nothing to $30 million while in office. Then, amid all the scrutiny over her personal finances, Omar and her husband updated their financial disclosure to state that their estate was worth less than $100,000.
But as we're learning, she's not the only politician in America allegedly benefiting in some manner from fraud. Or else we wouldn't see these schemes popping up all over the place in various sanctuaries like Queens, New York City, which is on the other side of the country, but also happens to be in a state which has been taken over by the communists, where the king of the Democrat Party is now remaking that city in the same manner with which they wish to afflict all of America. But before we look at some of these new schemes that are going to make your head spin, Ilhan Omar's in real trouble and she knows it. Watch this.
Since your net worth dropped on the new forms, the new financial disclosure forms, could you tell us if your husband still has the consulting business and the wine business? I remember you were saying it was an accounting error before, but the new forms are even lower in terms of the net worth.
So in case you're confused, Ilhan Omar's net worth rose by 3,500% when Joe Biden was president. But now that people are getting convicted, now that there's a new sheriff in town, now that the country has an anti-fraud task force, it's come back down quite a bit. And if you had a business that could skyrocket your net worth 3,500% in just a few years, you'd probably keep that thing going, right? But here's where things get even worse. Watch.
Al also exposed multiple communications they had with Congresswoman Ilhan Omar's staff. For example, in February 2021, there was an email chain between Bach and Omar's office with the subject line, "Help with USDA food programs," the same programs that were targeted by the fraudsters for more than $250 million. A couple weeks later, Bach sent Idle an email with the subject line, "Ilhan's office." There was also a string of text messages between Bach and Omar's staff. What did all of those messages say? Well, we don't know that because they were sealed by the court. And when Minnesota lawmakers investigating the fraud requested Congresswoman Omar to turn those records related to her office's contacts with individuals who've been charged or convicted in the scheme, she refused.
Oh, she refused. So she doesn't want anyone to know what messages were being sent, what they might contain, because the more people start digging into this stuff, the more wealth revisions she might have to end up doing, and that would be bad for business, wouldn't it? But while this type of behavior only fuels speculation about what's going on in this specific case, we're learning a lot about how these fraud networks operate by what's happening on the other side of the country. Watch.
And how come you guys are the daycare that receives the most amount of money here in Flushing, Queens?
We have a lot of members.
How many members do you guys have?
I don't have to tell you.
Because here it says you guys have 7,899.
Where did you get this information?
Oh, it's actually from the public databases of CMS and HHS.
Do I have to tell you the number?
But this place doesn't look like it can hold 7,000 people.
Can I have an ID or something? You're asking me some about...
Well, this is public information because it's public tax dollars that you guys are receiving.
I don't have to tell you, right?
Yeah, but do you guys have 7,000 members, for instance?
That's crazy.
We don't have 7,000
members. He admits it.
Okay, well, that's what it says. You have 7,899 in 2024. And
the people committing fraud in places like New York City, they don't even know how much fraud they're committing. It's so out of control. This business is licensed to have almost 8,000 people in it. Think about that. But look at what the sign on the wall says. Right over here, it says, second floor occupancy by more than 177 persons is dangerous and unlawful. So the amount of people that are supposed to be in here is legally impossible and would cause this place to get shut down by the fire department.
So that's not true?
7,000?
Yeah. So you guys, are you guys overbilling then? Because you guys are getting paid per patient $1,600. And that's how you guys got $12.9 million in 2024.
I don't know how they calculate.
You don't know how they calculate.
I don't remember all the numbers.
He doesn't remember all the numbers. He doesn't know how they calculate any of this stuff. But for some reason, he feels the need to get incredibly defensive and invasive, and he doesn't want to answer questions, and he doesn't want to talk. but he's taking this authoritative stance like he has answers. He just doesn't want to give them out. Do I have to tell you? Who are you? What are you doing here? How dare you investigate me? Yeah, it's not suspicious.
I don't remember all the numbers.
But did you have 7,000? I think you'd remember if you had.
No, I don't. We don't have 7,000 members.
We don't have 7,000 members.
How come you guys billed for 7,000 people then?
Do I have to tell you?
Well, you like $12.9 million on 7,000 patients, and you say there's not 7,000 patients. Are you committing fraud?
Oh, no!
Like, are these numbers wrong?
Please, sir.
$12.9 million? That's
Now
a
he
lot
has
of money.
to leave.
12.9 million. All right, we will leave. You
Yeah,
could have just answered the questions. Now,
I said I don't want
now
to.
people are going to be wondering if
I
you're
said
committing
I don't
fraud.
want to, but why you keep asking me? I said I don't want to tell you the information.
Yeah, that's not helping. You see, the thing with these fraudsters that is so amazing to me is they don't want to answer any questions. They don't care if they're obviously doing something wrong because they've been doing it for so long. That's why this is so brazen. That's why this is out in the open. This is not a brand new establishment that they're in. It's not full of brand new stuff. It wasn't just renovated. It didn't just pop up overnight. These schemes have been going on for a long time. These people have been doing this for a long time, not suffering with the affordability problems everyday law-abiding Americans have to deal with while scammers rob all of us.
Well, these are taxpayer dollars, so.
For what? So I don't have to tell you the.
We're sick of people defrauding our taxes.
Wow.
This guy received $12.9 million, and right here it says they had 7,899 patients.
But before you tell yourself that this is just a one-off, that, hey, they found some place where there's obviously something strange going on, people don't want to answer any questions, just look at how many of these establishments might be floating out around there in America's largest sanctuary city. You are not going to believe this.
Hey, New York City, Flushing, Queens. We take you to the front lines wherever we're going. Here, social adult daycare centers, the biggest fraud you've never heard of. I walk through here and I wonder, how is it possible that you would have this many pharmacies in such close proximity to each other? And we're going to start counting. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. So we got one here.
One right there.
Number two. Look at this. This is the durable medical equipment supplier. Those are all the things they sell, wheelchairs and automatic scooters. These are expensive. Then we have another pharmacy.
Yeah.
I'm losing track. Yeah. It's like a game show. You get a pharmacy. You get a pharmacy.
And we have a all-life social daycare right here.
Another social adult daycare center. But over here, we have a bunch more.
Look at that.
Across the street.
The whole neighborhood is pharmacies and places that sell medical equipment and daycare centers. That is incredibly bizarre. And look at the foot traffic on the street. You got a few people out there who are just going about their business, but you don't have 7,000 people going into this place and 10,000 people go. Like, there are so many red flags. Anybody who went here and even looked inside these places would know there's something funny going on. But there's a reason all of this is happening. It's because someone is benefiting from this type of mayhem. And we're gonna look at exactly who that is. But before we do, check out this next business and tell me if the actions of the people getting investigated raise any red flags.
Fraud. Give me a rough idea. How many patients do you see here, do you think, today?
That's per day?
Yes.
Today?
Yeah.
We have the registered already, but hold on. I have a phone call. Sorry.
Well, just give me a quick idea, because I think there's no one reading.
The
fake phone call.
Today,
a fake phone call.
Because you need
just on average.
Yeah. Average.
Average.
50. We have 2 shifts. Yeah.
58 people
per shift.
Would it even be possible for you guys to have 8,000 different patients?
8,000? 8,000?
Yes.
8,000 patients?
Yes.
Actually, I have no idea for that number.
Would it be possible to have 8,000 patients here?
That's crazy.
8,000 patients here when? I'm not sure.
Throughout the year?
Last year.
Actually, I don't know. I have no idea for that.
Would it be possible for you guys who run this daycare to handle 8,000 different patients in 1 year? Theoretically.
This is so wild. So the people that work at these places, they don't even comprehend the magnitude of the fraud that is being committed here. These companies, these offices, these adult daycares that are all over the place, they're billing so much money. It just blows the minds of the people that are there who don't see anywhere near 8,000 different people coming in the door. at these operations, but there's a reason that that's happening. And that, once you understand what it is going to make it very easy to understand why there are so many of these schemes all over the place.
The boss, the owners, I'm not sure.
They don't know who owns it.
You must know who owns the business.
We just have the managers and the owners. I really don't know.
Have you ever met the owners?
No, not yet.
Oh.
Who's managing the business?
The director is the ladies. But I really don't know.
Doesn't know who they are.
You don't know who employs you?
No. I just hired them last month.
Well, who hired you?
The managers too.
And how long have you all been working here?
A month.
All a month? What happened to people who were here before last month?
I have no idea.
They all left?
Yeah.
So you have a business that's obviously been here for years, but the entire crew of people working there are all brand new people. The guy that's like in charge here with the Toyota t-shirt, he says he's been there a month. So has everybody else. Now, this is a little bit different than the other place we looked at where the guy doesn't want to answer any questions and is obviously somebody in a position of authority who knows a little bit more than they were willing to reveal. But these folks, they claim they don't know anything. They claim they've all been there for 1 month. They don't know where all the old employees went. And this place obviously had employees working there before because look at it, it's not a brand new place. They didn't just build this place. It's not some brand new establishment. And wait till you hear what they say next.
Why would everybody leave in 1 month?
You mean the patient or the members?
The people working here. If you all started last month.
The staff.
The staff.
When I came here, I just met them, and they are already set up. So I really don't know about that.
And did you all started working here last month?
More than a month.
No.
Those are the veterans.
This lady and that lady's not.
A whole new staff.
So it sounds like you guys got a whole new staff here.
Why would they have a whole new staff every couple of months? Could that be because if anybody wants to come and do some sort of investigation, the investigators will learn nothing because the people working there know nothing? Check this out.
Care that had a pharmacy on one side and another medical facility on the other side, which goes to show the perfect example of a location that uses an adult daycare to carry out other forms of fraud.
And so
They're all the
might
same.
be working together. Often that's the case. One of the clues we have is if the social adult daycare center is running a lot of other businesses, a good example might be they're doing transportation. And so it makes us concerned. So this one was actually shut down, the original one, and didn't take long for another one to sprout right up again. This facility was shut down, back up again. It makes you wonder if the person that you went after was really the appropriate culprit, because maybe they're just, the frontline guy who's doing the beckoning of the boss. The minion here is following the orders of the Don. And when the Don says, okay, you're out of business, you move on to some other endeavor, I'll take care of you, let's put new people in place of it. It's very hard for law enforcement to catch up.
So what they're doing is they have a whole bunch of these businesses, which in some cases may all be right next to each other, and they're moving their workforce around. You're working a little bit here at the adult daycare, and then a month later, hey, go to my transportation company, and then a month later, hey, go run my medical services, and they keep switching everybody up. So you got different people all over the place. This is like what they do at the Lockheed Skunk Works, where they got people on different floors working on different elements of the same project, and things are so micro compartmentalized that nobody really knows what anybody else is doing, and they don't understand that they're building some new stealth bomber or something. They have no idea. They're just making some little component or something. That's what's going on here. It's the same thing. You got this decentralized operation, so none of the people on the ground, if they're ever caught or interrogated, could divulge any of what the scam is up to. But now we got to get to who it is that might be benefiting from this. Obviously the people running it, but who else?
You realize there are much bigger powers at play. And the reason I started thinking that, and I think a lot of others are now, also sort of wondering the same questions I'm having, is how is it possible we let this happen?
Right.
Is this really a flaw in the system, or is it a feature? Are there good things that might happen if you're running government if you have this kind of fraud? So in this case, these guys bring together all the seniors. They say, here's the deal. I'm going to give you some money, but I want you to pretend like you're getting personal care services at home. Now, personal care services, remember, these are things your family would do for you, right? So let's just say, for example,
there's a connection.
That you've got someone carrying the groceries for you, or driving you to an office, or taking care of some issues your family would normally manage for you. It's hard to police that. But what it does do is it creates jobs. So now all of a sudden you've got basically the federal government hiring people to take care of all the people who come out of here. And all those services, although the state initially pays for them, the federal taxpayer picks up the tab. That's who pays the ultimate bill. And now you have a jobs program.
Yeah.
Listen carefully. The most common job in the state of New York by twofold is personal care services that are hired when you go to one of these programs. Think about that. Twice as many jobs as any in the entire state are created by personal care services, and now they're unionizing those folks, which now creates a separate flow of money. Union dues translate into political support, so it's basically political patronage.
And it's the most popular job in the entire state by twofold, he says, which means the entire state's economy in New York is built on fraud and is being supported by the rest of America. And then these places unionize. And which politicians do they support? You think they're going to go out there and support the politicians that want to see investigations? You think they're going to go out there and support a president and a vice president who want to crack down on fraud and save the rest of America money? Not at all. And that's at a minimum. At a maximum, there are politicians who know about this and know that it's going on and plan to allow it to happen and are in direct coordination with fraudsters, as is alleged in the case of Representative Omar, who had a 3,500% net worth boom and then a drop of equal magnitude. But check this out. I saw a map here the other day of states that are driving economic growth in America. And I was looking at it. You have Florida down here, 3.1% economic growth, South Carolina. These are like the two leaders in the country. North Carolina's doing really well. But what stuck out to me is you have New York at 2.9%, California 2.5%, right? So these states apparently are leading economic growth in America for some reason. But then we find out that the most popular job, the biggest job sector and biggest part of the economy in New York over here is this home personal care. So yeah, there's economic growth. They hire more and more personal care. More and more of these fraud-related businesses are opening up all the time, and that's driving economic growth. But it's actually all supported by the rest of the country. The rest of the country is paying for these numbers. So you're going to hear people that say during this midterm election cycle, oh, New York, I mean, we got robust economic growth, 2.9%. We're one of the leading states. They say all our jobs are going to Florida. We're doing just as well as Florida's doing. California, same thing. We socialists know how the economy runs. We know everything. But the reality is these economies are being subsidized by every American. If you were to take that subsidy away and get rid of all those jobs, the numbers would not look like this. So you have fraudulent economics in these places, which is propping them up and will be used as a talking point to tell you that you should get out there and vote for more of this, so that more of it can happen, so that we can have more socialism, so that more of your money can be taken away and given to people who are scamming, who say they have 8,000 people, different people that visit a room the size of the room I'm in right now. What do you think about that? See you in the next video.
Today I'm making a dish with an absolutely terrible name, muscle pulp of beef, which is probably why they changed the name to Salisbury steak. Now, when I think of Salisbury steak, I think of TV dinners and school lunches.
It's Salisbury Steak Day.
But it actually got its start during the American Civil War. So I am going to recreate the school lunch version of this dish from the 1980s as I uncover how the American Civil War led to one of America's first fad diets, the Salisbury steak. So thank you to Hungry Root for sponsoring this video as we enjoy Salisbury Steak Day, this time on Tasting History. So Salisbury steak is named after its creator, Dr. James Henry Salisbury. He's the one who originally named it muscle pulp of beef. Gross. But he developed the dish as a treatment against diseases like dysentery, which were ripping through the Union Army during the Civil War. So Dr. Salisbury's solution was to feed these soldiers a diet entirely of lean beef with all of the connective tissue and sinew removed. This beef would then be chopped into a pulp, and the pulp should not be pressed too firmly together before broiling or it will taste livery. Simply press it sufficiently to hold it together. Make the cakes from ½ inch to 1 inch thick. Broil slowly and moderately well over a fire free from blaze and smoke. Then he says that if you wish, you can add a little bit of butter, salt, or pepper, but no other seasonings. Then you can top it off with either Worcestershire or Halford sauce, mustard, horseradish, or lemon juice. Celery may be moderately used as a relish. Not entirely different from what we think of as Salisbury steak today, but a lot simpler. And so I have opted for a later recipe, specifically the one that I grew up eating in the Madison School District of Phoenix, Arizona. Actually, pretty much all of the school districts in the United States in the 80s and 90s used this recipe. It comes from the USDA's Quantity Recipes for School Food Service. Now, I've cooked from this cookbook before, namely the Sloppy Joe and the Rectangular Pizza, and I do so because, frankly, it's just nostalgic for me, and so let me indulge. But there is an issue because all the recipes are either for 50 or even 100 students, and I just don't need that much Salisbury steak, so I'm going to cut this way back to about 12 portions, for which you will need 34 ounces or 960 grams of ground beef, 3/4 cup plus 1 tablespoon or 85 grams of rolled oats, 1 egg, 1/4 cup or 60 milliliters of water, 1/4 cup or 60 milliliters of beef stock, 2 tablespoons non-fat dry milk, 2 tablespoons dehydrated onions, 1 tablespoon parsley flakes, and a half teaspoon of black pepper. Now you may note that there is an ingredient that seems to be missing here, namely salt. The recipe does not include any salt. I mean, there's going to be some salt in the beef stock, but not very much. And it's not like they thought that the lunch lady would just know to add salt, because salt is added in other meat recipes, but not in this one. So while I'm going to follow the recipe as written, I would not fault you for adding a couple teaspoons of salt to your meat. Either way, start by mashing the ground beef up in a bowl and then add in the seasonings. You got the pepper, the parsley, and the dehydrated onions. Then add in the egg and mix thoroughly. Now you can actually just take everything and put it in a stand mixer and mix it all at once, but if you are doing it by hand, I find one ingredient at a time is the way to go. Next, I went with the rolled oats, just a little at a time, and then the dry milk. Finally, add in the water and the beef stock and continue to mix until everything is fully combined, though the recipe does warn us not to overmix. Then it says the steak should be measured out into 1/3 cup portions, and you can just pat the meat into a patty and place it on an unlined baking pan. Now, some people shape their Salisbury steak into an actual steak shape, kind of like the emergency steak that I made from World War II that was meant to look like a T-bone, but the kind we always had in school were just shaped like little fat ovals, so that's what I'm doing. Once you've filled up a baking tray, set it in the oven at 350 degrees Fahrenheit, 175 Celsius, and cook for 25 minutes. Now these Salisbury steaks are pretty simple, so they don't take that long to make, but sometimes I make things here on the channel that take hours, really all day to prepare and film, and so at the end of the day, the last thing I want to do is make dinner for myself. And I don't want to do takeout every night, so I have come to rely on the delicious and quick meals from today's sponsor, Hungry Root. Hungry Root is a great way to get nutritious meals at home without having to spend a lot of time cooking or shopping. And they screen out over 200 additives like high fructose corn syrup and artificial sweeteners and preservatives. Then with over 50,000 chef-crafted recipes to choose from, there are options for everyone, whether you're vegetarian, vegan, trying to get more protein into your diet, or if you just like good food. Personally, I always get at least one of their pasta dishes. They're always fantastic. It literally takes 10, maybe 12 minutes from start to finish, and it tastes great. And I know you're going to love Hungry Root just as much as I do, especially because right now, for a limited time, you will get 40% off of your first order, plus a free item in every box for life. Just follow my link in the description or head to hungryroot.com and use my code TASTINGHISTORY to get 40% off of your first box, plus a free item of your choice for life. That's hungryroot.com with code TASTINGHISTORY. Now the steaks are going to just take a few more minutes, but you can't serve these things plain. They have to be served with a sauce, and the cookbook says that you can either serve them with meatless tomato sauce or, as was common in my school, brown gravy recipe G3, which calls for 2 tablespoons of butter, 1/4 cup plus 1.5 teaspoons or 35 grams of flour, 2.5 cups or 590 milliliters of beef stock, a half teaspoon of onion powder, and 1/16 teaspoon of black or white pepper. I'm using white pepper because I just rarely have a chance to use it on this show. So start by melting the butter in a saucepan and then add the flour and stir it in. You're going to be making a very dry roux here. Let it cook on medium, stirring often until it is golden brown, about 8 minutes or so. Then add in the beef stock just a little bit at a time, and then whisk the roux into the stock, and once all of the liquid is added, add in the onion powder and the pepper. Continue to stir over medium heat until it starts to boil, and once boiling, reduce the heat to medium and simmer for 6 to 8 minutes or until it is thickened enough to coat the back of a spoon. And as it thickens, I just wanted to let you know about the second channel that I recently started. It's in conjunction with YouTube. Essentially, it's marathons of old tasting history videos. It's a way to give old dead videos a second life. But this video needs no second life because it's not old, it is new, and it comes with a new history lesson, namely about how the Salisbury steak started out as medicine for Civil War soldiers. In the years leading up to the American Civil War, James Henry Salisbury developed a fascination with numerous diseases of the gut. Now, this was really the dawn of germ theory, and while Salisbury was an early proponent of the theory, treatment was not really available for most of the associated diseases. This is, after all, a time before it was standard practice to wash your hands before performing surgery. It was kind of a newfangled idea at this point. So while some diseases, like smallpox, had vaccines already kicking about, most ailments, especially those of the gut, relied pretty much entirely on a person's diet as a way to cure them. And so that's what Salisbury really kind of focused on. But he found it difficult to figure out what foods did and did not cause discomfort or issues when you were eating a varied diet. So in 1854, the idea came to me in one of my solitary hours to try the effects of living exclusively upon one food at a time. This experiment I began on myself alone at first. On this account, I opened this line of experiments with baked beans. I had not lived upon this food for 3 days before light began to break. I became very flatulent and constipated, head dizzy, ears ringing, limbs prickly, and was wholly unfitted for mental work. But after a while, this diet of exclusively eating baked beans started to have some positive effects, and so he decided to expand the experiment and paid 6 men to also live on a diet exclusively of baked beans. Then the next year, he tried this same kind of thing out with different foods on different people. Foods including asparagus, corn, rice, potatoes, beets, turnips, and tapioca, among other things. He also tried a diet of lean beef, which seemed to be the most effective. This is the muscle pulp of beef, prepared as heretofore described, when it affords the maximum of nourishment with the minimum of effort to the digestive organs. Nothing else but this food, except on occasional change to broiled mutton. Salisbury was able to expand his experiments in 1861 when the American Civil War broke out. See, he was put in charge of a number of patients in Union hospitals and watched as more men died of dysentery and diarrhea than they did of gunshot wounds. Now, even though he was a proponent of germ theory, he did not yet make the connection that many of these people were getting sick because of the germs in dirty water, nor did he think that it was the germs necessarily on food, but he did make the connection that it was the food itself causing these issues. And he pinpointed numerous foods that seemed to cause bowel issues of all sorts, none worse than hardtack. Upon a careful and extensive examination, it has been found that when soldiers are on the march, they are obliged to live mainly upon the army biscuit, from the fact that they can only carry cooked meats for a few days' rations. To prove these foods to be particularly deleterious, he had 3 men put on a monotrophic diet of nothing but hardtack. October 12th, at noon, began feeding the men exclusively upon army biscuit. For drink, used water, to which at dinner and tea about 1 ounce of good whiskey was added. Then he spent the next month cataloging, in rather graphic detail, the bathroom habits of these men, or rather lack of bathroom habits because they were plugged up. At the same time, he put several other men on diets of other foods and wrote down what was going on with their bathroom habits. Some of the foods, namely peas and beets, would have ill effects within just a couple of days. Other foods could take a week, even 2 weeks, or up to 45 days to show issues, things like bread and rice and tapioca. But then there were certain foods that seemed to never produce bad effects, mainly beef and mutton. Many of them have continued this as an exclusive diet from 3 to 4 years before bringing breads and vegetables into their diet list. Thus, his muscle pulp of beef became one of the most effective treatments for dysentery during the Civil War, and even after the war, he continued trials and experimentation and really went whole hog on this idea that meat as an exclusive diet was the way to go. He said that if you did eat fruits and vegetables, it should be no more than 1/3 of your diet, preferably 0, but no more than 1/3, because vegetables, especially when raw, produced kind of noxious fumes and gases inside of your body that, when built up, could lead to heart failure or tuberculosis. I think he said tumors, or even mental illness. In addition, he considered the human tooth to be physical proof that meat was meant to make up the bulk of our diet. By the 1880s, Dr. Salisbury had become a mashup of Dr. Atkins and the Liver King. In 1888, he published his book on the subject, and while it wasn't exactly riveting, one of his acolytes, the British author Elma Stewart, wrote a bestseller called What Must I Do to Get Well, and How Can I Keep So? In it, she claimed that Dr. Salisbury's diet cured her of a 9-year illness, and it went viral, and really his name became well known throughout the English-speaking world. Part of this was not just because his diet, a 12-week diet of his meat and hot water, could cure all sorts of bowel issues, but also because it would help you lose weight. His New York practice was huge, with people traveling from all corners of the globe to eat his meat pulp and drink hot water under his watchful eye. And as his fame grew, so too did his dietary claims. He said that the diet could cure all sorts of other non-digestive issues. It would make your skin glow, it would give you lots of energy like when you were a kid, and it would even make you just more attractive in general. This led some people to think that maybe he was a bit of a charlatan. Like in 1894, newspapers ran an article titled "A Nest of Cranks: How Dr. Salisbury of Hot Water Fame Starves His Patients. Hollow-eyed human dupes who imagine they are being cured. Would I be beautiful and have all the world at my feet? Would I leap upstairs 2 steps at a time? Would I purge my body of all sin and disease? Then must I take the hot water cure and eat Salisbury steaks." For several columns of the newspaper, the author ridicules the emaciated men and women slowly wasting away as they drank their hot water in Dr. Salisbury's facility, but the opinion does seem to have been a minority one, because Salisbury steaks had become really quite popular even outside of the medical world. I do think that it helped that in 1890 his muscle pulp of beef did get a rebrand, as newspapers now printed recipes for Salisbury steak. Now, these early recipes were as plain could be. Most included nothing but ground meat with maybe a little flour, salt, pepper, and browned in butter. And then they often appeared alongside recipes for Hamburg steaks, which were typically seasoned with onion, sage, and thyme. Now, by the early 20th century, you do start to see some of the Salisbury steak recipes become a little bit more elaborate. Perhaps my favorite is from San Francisco in around 1910, and it includes onion juice and is served with mashed potatoes and a cream sauce with horseradish. But perhaps most fascinating is that each steak is topped with a baked banana. Though I think this is a one-off because I never saw that again in any of the other recipes. What I do find interesting, though, is that today we think of Salisbury steak as a lunch or maybe a dinner, not as a breakfast. But in the late 19th and early 20th century, it often appears on breakfast menus as well as for lunch and dinner. And it is often paired with the more flavored, more seasoned Hamburg steak, the precursor to what we call a hamburger today. But that did change, at least for a while, in 1918 when the US went to war with Germany. See, when we first entered World War I, a number of foods got a name change because they were associated with Germany. And so Hamburg steak was often rechristened as Salisbury steak. It's now Salisbury, not Hamburg steak. New name for Hamburg steak. This is an American restaurant. More ridiculous, I think, though, was that for a time, sauerkraut was renamed Liberty cabbage and bratwurst became Liberty sausage. Now, while Salisbury steak had become a staple of the diet by this time, its creator was very soon forgotten. Even by 1910, only 5 years after Salisbury died, a newspaper article credited a totally different doctor with its creation, a Dr. Burke. Salisbury steak is a near relation to hamburger. It is one of Dr. Burke's fads, obtained from Salisbury of England, who, together with fruit, employed it as a cure-all. Sort of a slap in the face because, one, he was not from Salisbury, England, Dr. Salisbury, but also Salisbury would never have paired this with fruit. He thought fruit was bad. So, yeah. It does seem that people pretty much forgot where the name came from pretty quickly. A lot of stories in the 20s, 30s, 40s, up through the 50s usually credit it to coming from Salisbury, England, or a town called Salisbury in North Carolina. Whoever first concocted the dish known as Salisbury steak never got the recognition. Chances are that some now forgotten dining car chef bashed up the first chopped meat labeled as Salisbury steak on a dining car that ran between Asheville and Salisbury. Dr. Salisbury did get a bit of a nod as the creator when another doctor, Frank McCoy, published an article in hundreds of newspapers in 1931 where he said that Salisbury's diet could treat both rheumatism and Bright's disease, which is a kidney ailment. He said that people should just try it for 1 week. 3 times daily, eat a ½ pound of Salisbury steak with as much celery or sliced tomatoes as desired, but no other food. A half hour before each meal, drink a pint of warm water and also sip another pint of warm water while eating the meal. Also, take 2 daily enemas to assure free cleansing of the bowels. I'm shocked that that didn't take off. Now, Salisbury steaks did start to lose popularity in the 1940s and 50s, namely because hamburgers made a real big comeback. By the 60s, it was seen as a really old-fashioned dish, kind of food of a bygone era. A comeback for Salisbury steak. Salisbury steak, relic of late Victorian cooking. Once in a while, this dish is listed on a restaurant menu, but it's not often come upon in home kitchens. That article tried to bring back the Salisbury steak, but what really did it was the popularization of the TV dinner. Originally introduced in 1953, the TV dinner was all the rage by the early 60s, and by 1970, one of the most popular options was the Salisbury steak. And this is also when it became a staple of the school lunch across the United States. Eventually, Salisbury steak would kind of lose favor because it was often seen as a processed food, but it's not really. It's no more processed than steak, except that it's chopped up. It's pretty simple, actually, and so I don't quite get why it lost popularity, but it did. But right now my kitchen smells rather nostalgic, rather second and third grade lunchtime. So I'm going to give this Salisbury steak of my youth a try. And here we are. Salisbury steak with gravy from the USDA's Quantity Recipes for School Food Service. So within just several minutes of pouring the gravy on top, it kind of has congealed, and at first I was like, oh, gross, and then I was like, wait, that is how it's supposed to be if I'm trying to do this school lunch, because it was always a little congealed by the time you actually paid and got it to the table. Anyway, I'm going to give this a try. Tastes like the Salisbury steak of my youth. Could definitely use some salt. A little salt would really go a long way, I think. But the flavor is actually quite nice. It just could use a little oomph of this from the salt. I don't pick out any of the parsley or the oatmeal. I'm not sure what the oatmeal It uses rolled oats and doesn't say to mash them or anything. I would think if they were ground up, it would maybe work as a binder, but you don't really need them, so I don't quite know why they're there. They're not bad, it's just superfluous. It's a pretty simple dish. It's pretty good though. Also, just to be cheeky, I made some potatoes and scooped them out with a ice cream scoop, just like they did at school. And they aren't regular mashed potatoes. They are the kind that use dehydrated, like flaked potatoes, which is what the recipe in the cookbook calls for. Yeah, tastes exactly like it did 35 years ago. Anyway, do you need to make this? No, it's fine. You could though, because it's really, really easy. But maybe add some more spices. Definitely add some salt, I think. There are so many other recipes out there for Salisbury steak as well, but it is usually a pretty, I don't want to say bland, just a pretty simple dish. It just is. So I can see why it kind of lost popularity. The sauce on top is really what's going to give you more flavor. The gravy, or if you're putting some other sort of sauce on. So yeah, make it if you got nothing else to do, but otherwise, go buy a Hungry Man dinner or something. Now that is processed food, I'm sure. Anyway, it's nostalgic, it's fun, and I will see you next time on Tasting History.
Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing something somewhat unusual, but something that you probably have seen before. This, amber. This beautiful golden substance that we often use in jewelry, or if you're a fan of science fiction, the source of dinosaur DNA in movies like the Jurassic Park. But it turns out that the reality of amber is a lot more interesting than what's usually described in fiction, and it actually tells us something really important when it comes to the evolution of plants. And as recent studies we're going to be discussing today uncovered, some fragments of amber seem to be significantly older than we even thought was possible, pushing back the official record of these somewhat unusual features by at least 65 million years. And so today we're going to discuss exactly what amber is, why there is so much of it in various deposits everywhere, and of course, why it evolved. Although I guess just to give a bit of a spoiler, this is basically a type of plant defense, a way that the plant usually protects itself. And so let's talk about all of this in a little bit more detail, but let's start with the obvious question. So what is amber? And how exactly does it form? And also why does this piece of amber contain a tiny little frog from 100 million years ago? Well, based on what you might have seen in the Jurassic Park, and based on certain misconceptions, a lot of people think that it's basically tree sap. But tree sap that's millions of years old. And well, that's not entirely correct because, in essence, tree sap is mostly made out of water and sugars. So it's actually something that trees use to transport nutrients. It's kind of like their blood. In contrast, amber is this. It's fossilized resin, a much stickier and much thicker substance produced in specialized cells inside plants, usually when a tree is injured. In other words, it is a defense mechanism that usually only occurs when the plant itself is somehow damaged. And specifically when, for example, an insect starts boring into its bark or the branch ends up breaking, those specialized cells suddenly start to produce resin as a healing mechanism. And unlike watery sap, it's usually made out of something referred to as terpenes, designed specifically to heal wounds, block pests, and deter predators. Mostly because it usually also contains a very specific smell that some predators tend to avoid. And so in that sense, it's actually not that different from what our bodies do when we get injured as well, and when the immune system starts to respond in certain ways. And though not all plants can produce resin, those that do produce it usually contain these resin canals that you see in this image represented by white dots. And so here inside these canals, specialized cells secrete resin and can even be used to analyze the overall health of a tree. For example, trees with much larger and much more dense resin canals, or basically these structures you see right here, tend to be much healthier and produce much greater resistance to a lot of different stressors. But once again, not all plants produce this, and these types of canals are actually only common in various types of conifers, or basically trees very similar to pines, redwoods, and spruces. So your typical trees containing needles. And while over millions and millions of years, these trees essentially evolved a kind of a biological bandage that helps them heal from various pathogens and various types of damage. But after millions of years of being buried somewhere in some kind of a sediment, and usually sediment that's oxygen-free, for example inside clay or mud, this resin undergoes a process referred to as cross-linking, where molecules basically bind together, and the substance itself hardens, eventually becoming almost like a rock, which is what we then refer to as amber. But I guess the main question is, why did the plants evolve this ability, and why even start producing resin to begin with? Especially because this is actually a relatively complex and expensive defense system, and it seems to have evolved very early on. And the answer seems to come from several studies you can find in the description, with at least one study now discovering the oldest sample ever found. This is what you actually see right here, and it's approximately 385 million years old, which is nearly 200 million years older than the dinosaurs, and is at least 65 million years older than previous record holder. And while this actually changes our understanding and the overall timelines quite dramatically, because here it actually tells us that even early trees seem to have already used this ability to protect themselves from something. And so here researchers working in the Hujir site formation in China discovered hundreds of tiny amber fragments dating back to the Middle Devonian. But none of them are actually large, or basically none of them are the ones that you've seen previously, where you can basically hold it in your fingers. Here, a lot of these fragments were super tiny, with the biggest one being approximately 1.5 millimeters across. In fact, they were so difficult to find and so difficult to see that researchers had to use UV light to try to find them inside the sample by making them fluoresce. And that's because amber fluoresces with this beautiful blue glow if you shine UV light on it. And though at first this may seem like a very trivial discovery, this is actually super important in helping us understand plant evolution. Because 385 million years ago, seed plants, or any kind of conifers, had not evolved yet. And we used to think that this type of a defense mechanism was more or less modern invention and mostly related to seed plants like conifers. With this discovery officially proving that much earlier non-seed vascular plants, so essentially plants that potentially resembled something like this, these somewhat primitive ancestors of angiosperms, seem to be already capable of producing amber as a type of a complex defense mechanism. And while the obvious question here is, why? What exactly were they trying to protect themselves from? And what was damaging the plants? Because once again, they only release resin when they're damaged by, for example, insects, or when something breaks off a branch or damages the plant. Well, we know that during this time, during the Middle Devonian, the world was going through a major transition. For example, plants were actually becoming much taller and were also developing wood and deeper roots, and were finally forming some of the first forests on the planet. And though most of the fun stuff was mostly happening in the oceans, as this was basically the age of fishes, here, even on the surface of the planet, things were evolving extremely fast. But interestingly, at this time insects were not a problem yet. They had not become major plant eaters. And instead, something else was the main threat. Very likely, wildfires and fungi. And as we've discussed in some of the previous videos, some which you can find in the description, at this point on the planet, fungi were most likely the dominant species. And so the constant damage and attacks from parasitic fungi mixed with the high volcanic activity and the changing atmospheric gases eventually caused some of the early plants to start developing new types of defense. And so by evolving resin, these early plants very likely found a very easy way to seal up any wound and to heal any physical break. Something that was probably very dangerous to even earlier plants, and something that fungi very likely abused all the time. And so in essence, this was a kind of a competition between plants and fungi, with plants eventually prevailing. And so this survival strategy eventually helped early vascular plants to dramatically expand across the continents and to then physically change the structure of the planet as they started to transform the atmosphere and of course the soil underneath. But while resin seems to have started relatively early, there was one specific time in history when it basically went into a kind of an overdrive and seems to have been produced by a lot of plants everywhere, because there's actually an entire deposit in the ground where we usually find a lot of amber at the same time. And scientists call this period Cretaceous Resinous Interval, also known as CREI. And this is a very strange period that lasted for approximately 54 million years, ending approximately 72 million years ago, with this period basically characterized by a massive global increase in resin production and eventual production of huge amounts of amber in various types of sediment. And once again here the question was, why? What happened during this period that possibly damaged the trees so much? Well, during this time, once again the world was much warmer and much more humid. As a matter of fact, the atmospheric CO2 levels were at least twice as high as today, which naturally made plants a little bit happier because it allowed them to grow much faster and eventually led to these massive conifer forests all over the surface. As a matter of fact, it was these forests that very likely dominated the entire planet. But at the same time, there was also way more oxygen in the air, up to approximately 30% compared to 21% that we currently have right now. And high oxygen means one thing: more fire. And so Cretaceous was very likely filled with intense wildfires that happened all over the place. And we know this very likely happened because charcoal, which is naturally produced when the tree burns, is almost always found in the same deposit as this Cretaceous amber. And so the stress from multiple fires, combined with the attacks from various newly evolved herbivorous insects, very likely triggered trees to produce massive amounts of resin, resulting in so much of it that we've actually never seen anything like this during any time in Earth's history. Which is why most of the world's famous amber deposits, like those in Myanmar, Spain, and Lebanon, come from this very specific window of time. And obviously we do find amber here and there from other periods. Most of it, and here we're talking about the vast majority of amber, comes from this very specific period just over 80 million years ago. And a lot of it very often looks like this. Lots of different insects and lots of different creatures, including once again this poor little frog that also got stuck inside. And for scientists studying this is a really important time capsule, because in most cases resin, and specifically amber, is exceptionally good at preserving these samples with extreme detail and, most importantly, in 3 dimensions. Unlike a typical fossil that's usually just 2-dimensional because it gets squashed by pressure, everything we found in amber so far is always 3D. It basically traps things that normally rot away, including soft-bodied insects, spiders, tiny frogs, but also flowers, feathers, and in some cases even tiny lizards and pieces of dinosaur skin. And so here anything that's trapped inside is eventually stabilized, allowing us to see the internal anatomy and even evidence of past animal behavior, like for example pollination or parental care. So definitely a really intriguing way to study the past without actually going there. With some recent studies even using chemical composition inside amber to track atmospheric changes for millions and millions of years by basically extracting the little bubbles from inside amber and by then analyzing the air. And this allows us to reconstruct the climate with surprising precision. But this new discovery in China now basically sets a new precedent and a new benchmark for the history of life on land. And that's because here it shows us that this unusual biological technology evolved much earlier and was already used and relatively complex 385 million years ago. And so this was not just an afterthought of plant evolution, but was a fundamental tool that allowed plants to conquer the land and allowed them to survive pretty much everything much longer than most other complex life on Earth, eventually building the necessary ecosystem for everything else to evolve. And though there is a chance that we might find something even older at some point, right now 385 million years seems to be the record. But on that note, once we discover something else about this fascinating plant defense mechanism, we'll come back and discuss this more in some of the future videos. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, Support the channel on Patreon, where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support the channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Psychologist Jay Grimes, who will kind of go over the latest on Bertha. And so, again, the good news is that the storm is likely not to produce the type of rainfall or wind event that it could have. But I want to remind everyone of something important, that forecasts can change, and even a weaker storm can produce dangerous rainfall, localized flooding, and hazardous travel conditions. You know, we saw that just a month ago when Tropical Storm Arthur visited us and devastated Avals Parish. We had all thought that we were out of the woods, and then Avals Parish received 30 inches of rain in a 5-hour period, I think it was, which was a record for the state. And that parish is still reeling from the effects of that event. Families have been devastated, homes were flooded. Businesses were damaged. First responders were working around the clock to rescue people from a very dangerous situation. The recovery in Avals Parish is still underway, and I want the people of Avals Parish to know that we have not forgotten them. We continue to support their recovery effort, even as we monitor Tropical Storm Bertha. In fact, I believe the First Lady's Foundation has distributed another $150,000 to charitable events, to charitable organizations in the Avals Parish area who are working to help families recover from that event. And again, that storm reminds us that it doesn't take a major hurricane to do major damage in communities in Louisiana. So today's forecast is encouraging, but it doesn't mean that we should be complacent. And that means that, remember, if you live in an area that normally floods, right, then you should heed the warnings, and you should understand that these types of systems can, again, cause your area to flood, and take the necessary precaution. That's why we continue to encourage people to go to our getagamePlan.org app, right? Get a Game Plan app, or you can just go on the website at getagameplan.org. That website provides, the website and app provides important resources to help you build an emergency plan and to prepare your home, protect your family, and know what steps to take before, during, and after severe weather affects you. And so now this brings me to the city of New Orleans. We have been working closely since Sunday with the state and local partners to make sure that the city was prepared. It was one of the things that I spoke to General Mahfouz on Sunday morning about, and we have been working very closely with the Sewage and Water Board. CIPRA has been working with our levee authorities to make sure that had this storm turned out to be a much greater threat or produced more heavier rainfall, that we were ready. And so since Sunday, we have seen the Sewage and Water Board take a number of steps in order to prepare for what could have been a worst-case scenario. As of today, GOSEP has supplied 30,000 sandbags, to Orleans Parish. Over 90% of the major drainage pumps are available and ready for operation. Flood forecasting teams were actively monitoring the conditions and running storm models. Floodgates remain in their normal operating positions. All of the Army Corps of Engineers pumps are currently in service, and emergency backup generators that would provide 25 hertz power are available right now if it's needed. All of the underpass pumps are in service, or there are standby pumps available for those underpass pumping stations that were down. And again, let me make sure you understand. Sunday, I instructed General Mahfouz to contact all of our levee boards and the Sewage and Water Board and said, okay, we want to report on what is up and what may be down. And within 24 hours, they were able to get back to us with that. I want to also say thank you again, congratulate the Sewage and Water Board for what I think is a great dry fire exercise. Again, this could have been worse than it seems is going to be the case, but they were willing to man all of the pumps, to physically man those pumps, had this storm turned out to be a lot worse than it seems it's going to be. And you know what? That's exactly how government should operate. Preparing for a storm before the storm gets there and not having to react once danger basically is upon us, or the worst case scenario comes to pass. And you know, this is something that I expect every level of government to stay focused on, and that's its core responsibility of protecting people and maintaining the critical infrastructure that protects our communities, and to be ready to respond if conditions change. As Bertha moves through Louisiana, our commitment remains the same and simple, that we will continue working alongside our local leaders, emergency responders, and communities across the state to keep Louisiana safe. Again, remember that being prepared for a storm first starts with you, the citizen. And so again, we want to remind you, we continually urge you to go to our website at getagameplan.org or download the app on your smartphone, so that again, you can go through that checklist, because we're, I don't know, what are we, Jay, about a quarter of a way through hurricane season, right? Yes. Huh? Not 50%, huh?
No, not even close.
No, not even close, right? So this is a good time for people to recognize that what could have been the worst case scenario, just because it's the best case scenario, that you should be prepared. So again, if you hadn't downloaded the app, we again encourage you to download the getagameplan.org app. And with that, I will pass it on to Jay to give us the latest on the storm.
Well, thank you, Governor. Thank you, General, as well. And Governor, I would say that we've had 2 preseason games. We're still not into the heart of the season here. So with Bertha, good news, as the governor pointed out. By the way, for those of you who may not be aware, Bertha did make landfall just a few minutes ago, a little bit further north than we expected, up into St. Bernard Parish rather than Plaquemines Parish. But the good news here is that the shear, the dry air continue to do their work. Bertha will weaken steadily as it moves inland. The dry air, that wind shear, and the interaction with land is going to take most of the punch out of the storm. So you really don't expect to see tropical storm force winds to extend very far into the state before those begin to subside. Yes, it is going to get breezy, even downright windy in metro New Orleans, but it's not going to be very problematic. Rains, pockets of heavy rain, certainly going to be possible, not only today, but through Thursday on the backside of the system as it pushes to the west. But again, not anticipating anything too problematic. Pockets of flooding will be possible, particularly in those places that routinely flood. And we're going to keep our eyes on the potential for some coastal flooding, a little bit of storm surge there. But in most cases, the surge is going to be 3 feet or less. That's manageable for those coastal communities. They see that on a not frequent basis, but frequently enough to be prepared for it. with a little bit of luck, this really is going to be an in and out kind of situation. But as the governor points out, don't let your guard down yet. We've still got to wait for the backside of the circulation, those rain bands that currently are as far east as the Florida Panhandle. We've got to wait for those to come through before we can fully exhale. But the way things look right now, with the main energy of the storm about 120 to 150 miles southwest of the main circulation moving into St. Bernard Parish, that is a very good setup for us in terms of minimal impacts from this tropical storm. So I'll leave it with that and be happy to answer any questions later. Governor?
Yeah, again, I want to thank all of the public servants out there that have been working since Sunday to prepare us for this storm. We are grateful that this storm event seems to be one that we're not going to have to activate many of the services that would be required had the city or the state been impacted by a much more dangerous storm. So again, I want the citizens to know that this team has been working since Sunday to make sure that we had everything in place had the storm been a much more serious event. But again, I would remind the citizens of Louisiana that the responsibility also falls on you to be prepared when these weather events occur. And so we would encourage you to go to getagameplan.org. With that, we will take any questions.
We're going to start with weather questions, and then other questions can happen after.
Yeah, y'all got other questions? Yeah. Yep.
Governor, what's the main concern here? It sounds like mainly localized flooding, but what's the biggest concern that's going to hit Louisiana?
Look, I think the biggest concern about this storm was the path of the storm. In basically, they could have placed the storm right over the city of New Orleans. We know that the city of New Orleans is the most vulnerable city in the state to excessive rainfall events, and we know that the amount of rainfall that the city can take is really not a lot. And that's if all of the pumps are working and there is no problems. And so, you know, starting Sunday, I wanted to stress upon our team to make sure that we were checking our list, making sure that the pumps were activated, what would happen if pumps went down, what areas of the city would be the most vulnerable. And I think that this storm actually gives us a great exercise in making sure that we know the things that we could do in order to be able to get people out of harm's way and making sure that we can get to people if the worst case scenario happens. Again, I was telling the UCG Inside that for me, it's not a Category 5 hurricane, right? That keeps me up at night when I'm dealing with the city of New Orleans. It's actually a slow-moving tropical depression or tropical storm, just like what this could have been. And so again, I think this was a great exercise in understanding what vulnerabilities the city still has. Again, I can tell you since last year, and I would remind everyone, last year during Hurricane Francine was the first time that the folks here at GOSEP had said that the governor's office had actually leaned in and spoke to the Sewage and Water Board before a hurricane approached the city of New Orleans. And that's something that we wanted to make routine.
You referenced that following that Sunday report that you would ask that all pumps, or make sure that all pumps are manned with the Sewage and Water Board. Did it surprise you that that wasn't the case before, and what other revelations did you discover with that report then?
Well, I mean, look, I think that every time a natural disaster affects the state of Louisiana, it's incumbent upon the elected officials to go back and find out what they did right and what they did wrong. And I think that after Hurricane Francine, right, we recognized that there were some problems with pumps not being manned. In fact, supposedly, I don't want to get into it, but the city flooded a couple of weeks ago, I guess, and supposedly they were not manned. Again, that was not maybe one of those events that they could see coming ahead of time, but I think it shows the importance of having the pumps manned. We're going to try to do more in cooperation with the city Sewage and Water Board to try to be more proactive in ensuring that those pumps are manned and that they're operating, and that look, things happen, pumps break, you know, but we want to make sure that maintenance is done. We want to make sure that the pumps are in the best condition, and that if a pump is not operating, we need to know about it so that we can move the assets in place to compensate for that pump not working.
Hi, Governor, back here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Have you had discussions with the leadership of the Sewage and Water Board about making sure that the equipment is properly functioning? And what will you do, even though this is a good scenario with Bertha, but going forward?
Yeah, look, we have, since Hurricane Francine, we have consistently been in communication with the city Sewage and Water Board. It's something that GOSEP works on consistently, even after hurricane season. Is really when they get real busy in making sure that we've learned what has happened from the prior hurricane season. I think that the things that you're seeing the Sewage and Water Board do in response to this storm are a product of the communications from Hurricane Francine, and that are continuing. And we're look, it's not perfect right now. It's not where I would like it. I would like to see more modeling and more information readily available to GOSEP. Again, it's not a criticism of the Sewage and Water Board, but it's some things that I think that we can work on together.
Have you talked to?
Have we? Yeah, we talked to him. You talked to him today?
Yeah, we between us and the Corps of Engineers, yes, sir.
Yeah, and the Corps here as well. Look, I will say, I think that the good news for the citizens of the state is that our agencies are working great together. The sheriff's departments, our levy boards, CIPRA, the Corps of Engineers, everybody is really working to make sure that we're focused on protecting life and property.
Any more weather questions?
Yes. Question for Jay. So is the path of the storm, like, do people in Lafayette Parish have anything to worry about when it comes to the storm or anywhere in that region?
Probably not. It doesn't mean the storm will be over for Acadiana and southwest Louisiana, but the storm will continue to weaken. And I'd like to point out one of or reinforce one of the things the governor was saying there. If we didn't have this shear going on, we probably would be looking at a hurricane making landfall today. So that's why we start preparing early, because we don't have a lot of flex time if things were to go south. As for the rest of the coastal parishes, they need to be aware that localized flooding is still a potential here, but we're not looking at widespread parish-wide or multi-parish flooding like we saw with the effects of Arthur, which was a storm that, if you remember, was doing all of its action in the core of the storm was back in Texas. The heat of the energy was 160, 170 miles east here in central Louisiana. So all of these storms are unique, and that's why we want people to just stay aware, stay weather aware over the next couple of days. There's a decent chance that Bertha is just going to collapse in the next 48 to 60 hours or so. That's good news for everybody, including our friends in Texas. But don't count on that. Stay weather aware the next few days until you know that this storm is no longer a threat.
New video showing world-famous eagle Jackie in a fight with two other eagles in Big Bear that left her grounded and injured over the weekend. Days after she was rescued, the Ojai Raptor Center said Jackie is in critical condition, adding it's too early to predict her outcome.
On a positive note, the center said Jackie was eating and standing up and, quote, fighting the staff. KTLA's Shelby Nelson joins us live from Big Bear, where she is closely tracking the developments. Hi, Shelby.
Hi, Sam and Lauren. Yeah, and I think those initial blood work results were definitely a blow to morale. Jackie is in critical condition, but as you both said, she's fighting staph. That's a good sign, but I know millions of people want her to pull through. But we must make an important mention of this Fire Station 96 up here in Fawnskin that arguably helped keep her alive when she was found injured. A symbol of strength and independence. It's no wonder the white-crowned bald eagle is revered as an American icon and the national bird. So for people watching local celebrities Jackie and Shadow and their journey over the years, this raw and wild display of their lives is just as good as watching any motion picture because of what they represent. But when an eagle believed to be Jackie was found struggling in the waters of Big Bear Lake Friday night, the concern set in.
We came down right here. She was just perched on the opposite end of this catamaran.
Firefighter engineer Jonathan Dwardy of San Bernardino County Fire Station 96 in Fonskin says a Good Samaritan came to the station to report an injured eagle. Video from earlier that day shows a vicious squabble between the eagle and what is called a subadult eagle who was younger. Jackie was left weakened.
My intuition and the probability is that one of our local eagles, Jackie or Shadow.
It was hard to tell, but John and his team responded, keeping their distance so as not to stress her out even more, but staying close enough to ward off any potential predators.
When she adjusted her perch several times, you could see that her legs were muddied and her talons.
The best thing they could do, call the experts and sit and wait.
We pulled up some chairs from the local marina and we sat there and talked.
Hours later, San Dimas Raptor Rescue arrived, taking the eagle in. She's now in the care of Ojai Raptor Center, where initial blood work shows Jackie is severely anemic and with inflammation in her kidneys. While experts try to determine the underlying cause of her condition, Jackie has a little fight in her, which is a good sign for this mighty and majestic creature. The hope is that she can return to Shadow and her family, continuing to inspire millions of fans from afar.
At some point, we also, in listening for disturbances, we heard flapping. We're like, there's no wind, but there's a flag over, and come over here, and then you see the American flag, waving in the wind, and you realize the gravity of the situation for her, not us. We're here to just serve always.
Now, it took a little bit of time for that rescue team to get up here, up the mountain, but John says by the time they got up here, it was a pretty quick operation to get Jackie to safety, about 10 to 15 minutes. In the meantime, some of that information Ojai Raptor Center put out, she did not swallow any fish hooks or any metal objects, according to an x-ray that they conducted. But again, we are still hoping for a very positive outcome to this.
We're all currently paying different prices for the exact same thing. And this is because of a brand new thing called surveillance pricing.
Surveillance pricing. Surveillance pricing.
It's making life more expensive, with some people paying $1,200 more on groceries alone.
This is really across all sectors of American shopping.
I had never heard of this before, but it's like price tags are dead now. And even though 76% of people think it should be illegal, surveillance pricing is being used by more and more companies. And here's how it works. We kind of already know that for decades, corporations have collected our personal data to sell us targeted ads. But now that same data is being used with an AI algorithm to set the maximum possible price they think you'll pay, and a different maximum price they think I'll pay, and a different price for my mom and your mom, and a different price for every mom in America. This goes beyond just moms too, and I'll prove it. We're gonna buy the exact same product from the exact same store. Go to Target and buy Spam.
Okay.
How much is it?
$4.99.
My price is $4.59.
That's bullshit, dude.
We're gonna order the exact same ride.
Okay.
Scheduled for tomorrow at noon.
From where?
Do it from Target Field to the airport.
Here's my prices. $36.94 for the UberX.
Mine's $52.95. That is a 30% difference in price.
And for what? No difference.
Let's book the exact same hotel on the exact same night.
What's the name?
La Quinta Hotel, Denver.
Okay, $122.50.
$122.
Yeah.
My price is $84.
Wow. Wow.
With surveillance pricing or personalized pricing, people are very up in arms about the idea that they might be paying a different price than their neighbor for something.
That's Grace Getty, and she works for Consumer Reports. And with her help, I'm going to put this surveillance pricing system to the ultimate test and go to the most extreme lengths possible to game the system and trick these AI pricing algorithms in order to save as much money as possible. What the Is it possible to avoid personalized pricing?
Not really.
That's when I decided to dedicate my life for the next week to beat surveillance pricing, and my first mission would be to get a fresh start. Except that's almost impossible. Your information is scattered across thousands of invisible databases, meaning a terrifyingly accurate profile of you, me, and everyone else already exists.
So many companies are collecting data about you, your search history, what you've been reading online, what you've clicked on or hovered over, your location data, where you bring your devices. All of this data can be used to build a pretty detailed profile about you and what you might be willing to pay for individual items.
But I don't need to erase myself from the system, I just need to become someone else. And in order to buy things online and get purchasing power from a new credit card, I need a new social security number. But apparently that's not possible and actually kind of super illegal. So instead of becoming someone else, I became something else. In the US, a corporate entity gets an employer identification number, which is functionally a social security number for businesses. Plus, the law grants corporations almost the exact same rights as humans. So I used the Wyoming corporate loophole and hired a local proxy to form an LLC on my behalf. This is something you can actually do in the state of Wyoming to legally remove your real identity from the public record. So there is no possible chance that anybody would know that my name, Chris Parr, owns this LLC.
Nope, none at all. That's that extra layer of privacy you're looking for.
The guy on the phone, Ray, got the filing set up, leaving me with one final task: to name the entity. To trick the system, I needed a name that sounded like a guy who technically has cash, but whose visible lifestyle and digital footprint guarantees he will never show a high intent to purchase anything. Thank you so much, Ray. Appreciate it.
Thank you too.
I am Frank Reynolds, LLC. Now that I had a new EIN number associated with Frank Reynolds, LLC, I could get a credit card, which was actually super easy. And all I needed now was a dedicated device for Frank to make purchases on. But I had to be careful, because everything I do in Frank Reynolds' name now has to be carefully executed in order to trick big data. Maybe creating a new identity through the Wyoming corporate loophole isn't for everyone. Fortunately, there's a service that will get your data scrubbed from data brokers for you. And that's the sponsor of this video, Incogni. Because our data is scattered everywhere online, being bought and sold by mysterious and shadowy data broker sites, you are unknowingly being taken advantage of based on your information, your data that's out there. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. It's required by law in a lot of states for data brokers to remove your information if you request it, but it is really hard to request it. Fortunately, Incogni does this work for you, removing you from literally hundreds of data broker sites all on your behalf. I actually tried to do this manually, but after hours and hours of finding where my data even was and navigating this bureaucratic nightmare, I actually couldn't even successfully get myself removed from one data broker company. Go to incogni.com/ChrisTheProducer today to sign up. It's really cheap, it's really easy, and you can get 60% off if you use the promo code ChrisTheProducer. And it's kind of just inevitable that we're exposed to data breaches like targeted phishing scams or identity theft risks. In fact, my information has been breached 10 times, and that's just from one email account. With Incogni's custom removal feature in the Unlimited plan and Family Unlimited plan, you can point to any people search site or any website where your personal information is visible, and one of their privacy agents will take care of the rest for you. Protect your privacy by going to incogni.com/ChrisTheProducer and use the promo code ChrisTheProducer for 60% off.
Orbitz, the travel aggregation website, started kind of determining that Mac users might be willing to pay more for hotels than PC users, steering Mac users towards pricier hotels.
And I didn't want pricier things, so I went to Walmart. Hey, excuse me, I'm just looking for the cheapest possible smartphone. Oh, $20? $19 for that one? This was the cheapest available smartphone, called the Track Phone, which was good because I actually wanted this thing to track everything I do and everywhere I go.
There's been some great investigative journalism by SFGate where they did a controlled experiment. They're looking at like a specific hotel room in New York City, and they found when they changed their IP address, the price per night for the hotel dropped by like $500 in one instance and $200 in another instance.
I can only assume that's because people from the Bay Area generally have a higher income than wherever they change their IP address to. So I headed to the lowest income zip code in Minnesota to activate to activate Frank's phone. Unfortunately, it's right next to where I live, so I guess that's a good thing for this. So I got a parking spot right next to this place called Hard Times Cafe. They have really good biscuits and gravy. Anyway, I activated the new phone and opted into all possible tracking options. We are going to give this phone access to everything that we are doing. Our location, our app usage, our battery, absolutely everything. And then I went onto Instacart and ordered the exact same box of Pampers diapers for my toddler, not me, on both my phone and Frank Reynolds' new track phone. This is the track phone, $34.99 right there. And my phone has the same exact product from the same exact store for $28.99. The price for Frank Reynolds was $6 more. I had used a corporate loophole to create an entirely new identity, set up a new bank account, and gotten a new credit card just to pay 20% more for the exact same thing. I had failed. And maybe surveillance pricing wasn't even that bad. Maybe the people can benefit from this. But that's when I remembered what Grace told me.
I think companies benefit from this. I mean, companies don't tend to pursue new pricing tactics unless they think it'll increase their profits.
So yeah, I didn't fail. We're just getting going here. Wait, what did you think? We're only like halfway through the video. Plus this track phone, Frank's track phone, didn't really have any data on it. Its life, Frank's life, had only just begun. It has 0 history, 1 location data point, and no cookies or whatever that's called. I hadn't actually tried to game the system yet. But I had come to realize I'm not Frank Reynolds, and I would never be. I'm Chris, the producer, and what I needed was an actor to become Frank Reynolds. So I made a casting call on Craigslist seeking an improv actor who could portray the person with the lowest intent to buy literally anything. I received hundreds of applicants, but only one person was perfect.
Hello, Comrade Tripp here. I'm still here in Minneapolis.
Comrade was in, so we arranged to meet at a parking lot. Hey. How's it going?
Okay. I'll take any direction you have.
I needed to give Comrade direction on how to look entirely uninterested in buying things. The only problem was I had absolutely no idea how to do that.
So, I mean, pricing algorithms are typically black boxes to anyone who doesn't work at the company, and we never know kind of all of the inputs that are going into a price.
But there was one word that kept popping up every article I read: data. And what's maybe most responsible for this surveillance capitalism might just be data brokers. So, to find out what data they are collecting and learn more about this pricing system, I reached out to 50 data broker companies. Which, by the way, there's like thousands, literally thousands of these companies that we know nothing about, and the industry is worth somewhere in the hundreds of billions. Nobody responded. Literally, not one response, not even a no. But I did find a guy named David Dayan who actually invented the phrase surveillance pricing. Hey David, how's it going?
Okay, how are you?
Surely he would know how this system works. I sent emails to 50 companies. Do you think these companies don't want you to know?
Oh, 100%, because that's the only way they can get away with it.
I guess from what you know, like what data goes into setting someone's price?
That includes browser information. It includes your location. Could include your financial history through your bank account, past transactions that you've made with the company. Data brokers can take that information, bundle it up, and sell it to other companies. Kroger has data profiles that are 63 pages long on average on individuals.
On each person?
On each person, yes.
So I guess it's just all data. So I told Comrade to just do whatever it takes to become Frank Reynolds, the person with the lowest intent to buy anything to trick the data. I gave him Frank's phone and Frank's credit card, and then he went out into the world. What he didn't know is that I would follow his every move. I mean, how else was I going to capture Frank Reynolds tricking big data? Excuse me, is there a guy waiting at the bus stop there? In a vest? Okay, thank you. There he is. He's getting on the bus. Where are you going, Frank? Frank downloaded the MTA app, but I found out later he never actually made a purchase on it.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
Which is genius, giving signals to the data being collected that he's really not wanting to purchase anything. And then I lost him. But I was prepared for this. Before filming, I put a tracking device on his microphone that he's wearing so I could track his every move. He's in McDonald's right now. While Frank was in McDonald's, he downloaded the McDonald's app, then Googled cheapest item at McDonald's. And then, again, he didn't buy anything and just asked for water.
Hi, I just wanted a water.
Water?
Yeah, there's, please.
I promise there's a point to all this. Frank basically walked around for a few hours in Dinkytown, where all the poor college kids live, going business to business, asking and searching on his phone for free stuff.
I was wondering how much would just a cup of brown rice be?
Just a cup of brown rice is free.
Oh, okay.
He did buy a single banana from the Target app and gave it to these guys.
Hey, did that guy just give you something?
Oh, just give me a banana. Yeah.
Oh, cool. That's nice.
And he went into great clips.
I don't think you can help me at all, actually. Yeah.
But anyway, after doing all of this stuff, we met back at the car, and I was pretty skeptical this would change the price at all. But then I remembered how terrifyingly accurate big data is.
It's very precise. One of my favorite stories around this story of a woman who started to get web ads, things like diapers and bassinets and just, stuff for a new mother. And she's like, this is ridiculous. I'm not pregnant. Well, she learned like 4 days later that she was pregnant. And the company knew, based on various pieces of data and her spending habits, they knew she was pregnant before she did.
Don't like that at all. So, yeah, the track phone is picking up Frank's every move, purchase, and abandoned cart.
So I only spent 39 cents today.
And we were about to see if everything he just did would change his prices compared to my phone.
We're going to test the Uber, right?
Yeah, okay, go from here to Union Depot.
Yeah, about $3 cheaper for Uber X.
So that phone is $3 cheaper?
Yeah, and then $1 cheaper for Wait and Save.
Why they're all different?
On average, Frank's prices on Uber were 11% lower, which was good. But we can do better, and I think I know how to do it.
Oh, here you go.
What's this?
Yeah, never pay for sugar.
Frank was probably being perceived by big data as being low income, but that's not necessarily going to get you the lowest possible prices.
Willingness to pay doesn't necessarily correlate with income. Staples online was charging higher prices in certain zip codes, and those zip codes were areas that didn't have a hardware store around them. And those correlated pretty well with lower income communities. So lower income communities in those zip codes were getting charged higher prices because they were desperate. There's no other way to get a stapler.
So I wanted to do the ultimate price test and trick big data again, but this time by becoming super rich. But I guess I've never been rich before, so I didn't really know how to do that, and I didn't have time to build and scale a business to own equity or whatever. So I figured I just needed to go to a zip code that only rich people can go to. Fortunately, that place exists. I made a video about this a few months ago. It's a private city called North Oaks, which ranks as the wealthiest city in Minnesota. You literally have to live there to go into the city or be an invited guest. It's also the only municipality in America that's not on Google Street View because not even the Google car can go into the city limits. So in that video I made a few months ago, I flew a drone over the city in order to put it onto Google Maps. And after publishing that video, I got a legal letter from the city banning me from entering North Oaks property. So I can't just go into North Oaks to test prices. But I had an idea to get around this.
Do you think people in North Oaks are cheaper than people not in North Oaks?
I mean, that's how they afford to live there, I hope.
There was only one way to find out. So I bought a phone mount and strapped it to the bottom of my drone and headed for the border of North Oaks.
I don't.
It's up to you.
Imagine.
Actually, first I had to pick up my friend KJ. I needed him for something super important. And then we headed to the border of North Oaks.
So that is North Oaks right there, but technically
things.
we are on public property. This is like I think it's like a state highway or something right here, so.
I put Frank's phone onto the drone and had KJ call me.
You're in. Okay, take over.
Then I gave him access to remotely control my phone, which is something you can do if you're like a boomer and need tech help. But in this case, we were going to use it to make a purchase from inside of North Oaks.
Because we can't touch the phone once it's like in the air, right?
Yeah.
All right, we got to get this thing in the air.
Okay.
Whoa.
And then, just like I did to put North Oaks onto Google Maps Street View, I flew the drone into unrestricted airspace across the border from what's above North Oaks property. We had now entered into the highest income zip code in Minnesota.
Not we, the phone is.
So then, using KJ's phone to remotely access Frank, we ordered an Uber from inside of North Oaks to the Mall of America.
It's $54.95.
Then, using KJ's phone, we ordered the exact same Uber ride to the Mall of America from where we were sitting.
What? Oh my god. It's $75.96. That's $21 more.
Wow.
Which adds up to a 28% decrease in price from inside the city of North Oaks.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Okay, what else can we test?
And actually, before we keep going, I want to be fully transparent about our process. While testing prices during the other two tests, over half of the time, prices were the same or really similar for Frank and myself. I just picked out the biggest price differences to illustrate the point that surveillance pricing is already happening. But in North Oaks, the only tests I did had massive price differences.
Let's do DoorDash. What should we order?
White Castle?
A crave case. That is 30 sliders.
While ordering from Frank, who was hovering over North Oaks, the price was
$39.47. Here, you do it.
And the price for KJ's phone outside of North Oaks, where we were sitting on the highway, was
$47.25.
What in the?
Resulting in a 19% decrease in price from inside the city of North Oaks. And by the way, my hunch is this price difference has nothing to do with White Castle, the best operated company in the world, but because DoorDash is pretty well known for using personal data to price gouge.
So you're telling me one of the richest communities in the state gets a discount?
And Frank Reynolds.
The weirdest thing about all of this is we have no understanding as to what's going on behind the scenes. There's seemingly no rhyme or reason for the difference in prices. And that's precisely why it's objectively unfair to us as consumers.
But the reality is that that government needs to step in with some rules. Because you just, as an individual consumer, you're not going to be able to fight this system alone. And there are introductions of these kinds of bills, and
that's why they're fucking doing it, these pieces of shit.
I think there's only one thing we can do now.
Let's order some weed. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Okay, everyone. All right, everybody, that's it. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe. This has been Clifford Johnston with the Mojave Podcast Transmission. You guys have a great night or morning wherever you guys are. It is nearing 1 a.m., 7/23/2026. And here we go. One more time here. I'll probably be gaming a little bit, but not too much. Peace out. You guys have a great night. Stay safe. Stay happy. Stay free. Bye.